On average, there are 2.4 doctors per 1,000 people. This is the fifth lowest indicator among OECD countries. The OECD is an organization for economic cooperation and development, consisting of 28 member countries. Its goal is to contribute to the development of the world economy by achieving economic, labor, and living standards. These are the data for Japan. But maybe that's not the worst number. Tanzania, in East Africa, has only 0.06 doctors per 1,000 people. What if there was a place that made even Tanzania's numbers look pretty good? What kind of doctor should be in such a place? The hero stands before a huge monster. Japan. Evening. A man enters a cafe called Izakaya Natsuya, wipes the sweat from his face, and apologizes to his comrades for being late. Two men are already sitting at the table and drinking. One of them greeted Amami and asked if he was really delayed at the outpatient clinic. The other man in glasses said that the hero did a good job. Amami approached them and pointed out that the three of them hadn't had a drink together since he became a resident. Okusawa pointed out that it was because he was always busy. He needed to get some rest. Amami sat down on a chair, put his hands behind his head, and said that he was resting, like now. Yamagishi assumed that the hero called the time after his shift a day off. Today he had overtime, like. Suddenly, Okusawa asked his comrade what he wanted to tell them. Yamagishi blushed and said that they were expecting a child. Amami and Okusawa were surprised. They began to congratulate him. He would finally become a father. The man thanked his friends. Okusawa put his arm around his comrade's shoulders and said that they should celebrate. There were only 3 of them, but they would have a lot of fun. Yamagishi began to make excuses, remembering Amami's departure. Okusawa was surprised and looked at the protagonist. He was eating and asked if he had said something wrong. Yamagishi lowered his head and apologized to his friend. The friend asked why he was apologizing. He was just being transferred. Okusawa asked when he was being transferred. A man tells of being sent to a clinic on the remote island of Seiwajima. They don't have a doctor. He leaves tomorrow. The hero enthusiastically says that the people living there need someone to take care of them. Okusawa notices that he is a really strange guy and asks about his career here at the clinic. Before he could answer, his phone rang. He apologized and decided to answer the call because it was the clinic. He said to urgently prepare 4 units of MAP. He would be there soon. We need to prepare to stop the bleeding. The man asked his friend what had happened. He replied that it looked like a patient who had come to them with cirrhosis of the liver had started bleeding. It could be a ruptured varicose vein. He would have to take a break for a while. After all, he was still his patient. He congratulated Yamagishi once more before leaving. Okusawa asked if this was really a matter of hospital policy. Yamagishi replied that it was actually him they wanted to transfer. And then Amami, having learned of his predicament, the man said that it was so similar to him. He came to Izakaya and didn't even touch the drink. It seems that Amami doesn't drink. He used to be willing to drink, but apparently not this time. If something happens to the patient, he will not forgive himself. He always thinks only about the welfare of others. Amami had already arrived at the hospital and was putting on his surgical suit. He was extremely serious. He entered the operating room and ordered endoscopic hemostasis and preparation for EVL. EVL is a minimally invasive procedure in which varicose veins in the esophagus are ligated with special flexible latex rings. As a result, blood flow is stopped, which leads to further sclerosis. Morning came. Someone says that there is a mutation in the next gene. Diagnosis: hypophosphatemic rickets. This is a disease characterized by hypophosphatemia, a violation of calcium absorption in the intestine. The woman asked if this was something serious. The hero answered that no. It seemed the medicine had taken effect. They could rest easy. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. The nurse looks at Amami and asks if he was on night duty again. The other girl confirms this. And this was the last patient of the day. He wants to be responsible for his patients until the last minute. However, without Dr. Amami, they would not have found out the reason for the constant fractures. The girl thanked the doctor uncle. Mom reminded her to call him doctor, not uncle. Nanachka and Amami smiled with all 32 teeth. The nurse remembered that Amami wanted to stay at the university. He was such a good person. The colleague agreed, but the truth is that good people usually don't stay at the university. Amami told the woman and her daughter that they were his last ones today and asked them not to forget to take their medicine. Nanachka said goodbye to the uncle. A village without a doctor is like a one-way ticket. No career advancement. The girls were about to return to work when Amami suddenly called them. He apologized for causing trouble and thanked them for their help. He hopes to return here again someday. The next moment, the hero is already sailing to this island. The boat is rocking very hard. This makes the man feel sick. The captain shouts at him not to do his business on the deck and asks what is wrong with him. He is a doctor. The man reminded him about the motion sickness medicine. The hero mumbled that he had just taken it, but it didn't seem to have any effect. The sailor asked if all doctors were such weaklings. Well, nothing could be done. The sea was really rough today. They finally reached the island. They were met by a man. They entered some room. The hero assumed that it was a storeroom. The old man began to say something, but the man did not understand their dialect at all. Amami started to talk about how he heard that their village didn't have a doctor. If any of them needed help, they shouldn't hesitate to come to him right away. The men looked at each other, and the old man said something again. The hero doesn't understand anything at all. Amami apologized and said that he had just arrived and did not understand at all. And yet they had even come out to greet him. He would try to understand their dialect by the time he began seeing his first patients. The old man approached the man, took him by the hand, and said that the island was grateful to him for deigning to come here. The other man asked Amami not to worry about the elder's strong accent, and added that he was pleased to meet him. They say that all over the country of Wase there are villages like this without a doctor. They are so lucky that he is here, Isasa. The weather here is as bad as on other islands. The protagonist was very confused. There are up to 600 villages in Japan without doctors, which are not easy to fill even after appeals to the central government. The young man said that he would also try to remember the words. He was asked not to overdo it. They left him and told him that they would come to see him tomorrow when the storm had stopped. Amami shouted that he hoped that they would get along with them, and if they suddenly felt bad, they should immediately go to him. The storm continued. The protagonist lay down on the bed. He decided to first learn the local dialect. He was holding a bottle of water in his hand, but then he noticed the refrigerator and decided to cool it down. To do this, he got out of bed. Suddenly, lightning struck the house and the main character. Everything around lit up with a bright light. The young man began to fall somewhere. The next moment, a huge carriage is driving along, led by capybaras. Behind them are people in chains. One girl was very ill. However, the girl was walking, and suddenly she felt ill and lost consciousness. The coachman shouted for them to stop the cart. The chief asked what was the matter. They were all obviously unhappy. The girl was on all fours and couldn't walk. The man shouted at her and told her to walk properly. Suddenly, someone called out to him. An old man looked out from the bandage and asked why he was bothering with it. The man was smoking a pipe. He can just take her life. She's a bad commodity. They can't sell her or let her go. Crane doubted it. They had just gotten her. The old man glared at the employee. His look said it all. Frightened, he said that he understood everything. He couldn't let the others get dirty in her blood, so he decided to take her aside. He asked his comrades to wait a little. The girl lay on the grass, and the man looked down at her and said that he was very sorry, but all she could do was curse her own weakness and lack of luck. Suddenly, a monster appeared from behind, the body of a lion and wings with horns. The man was scared. Crane recognized the monster as a chimera. He ran to the side and shouted at everyone to leave. The girl looked at the monster and trembled with fear. She jumped up and ran. At this time, the main character found himself in the middle of some strange forest. He stood up, looked around, and started looking for someone. Suddenly, he heard some sound. He dropped a bottle of water. It spilled, and some creature was drinking from this puddle. The young man blushed and opened his mouth in surprise. The hero pinched himself. He realized that there was pain. At least the sensory innervation was normal. It turns out that from a medical point of view, this is not a dream, but reality. He approached this creature. He is interested in what kind of life form this is. He is interested in how his body is structured. He looks like a slug from some game. The creature stretched its hands towards the water. The hero suggested that it take the bottle. This place is not like Seiwajima at all, and in general, this place is like another world. However, before the hero could finish speaking, someone fell on him. He was very surprised by this. He did not understand what it was. She has unusual ears. But more importantly, she breathed strangely. The girl stood up and said something to the guy. But he couldn't understand anything again. He apologized for not understanding her, but he would like to examine her. Suddenly, the slime jumped on the guy. It enveloped her face. The hero did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he heard the girl telling him to run. She repeated the words as if in a fog. The man told her to hold on, but he didn't understand who or what he was running from. Suddenly, a chimera appeared from behind a tree. Amami grabbed the girl in his arms and said that he understood who to run away from. He ran screaming from the monster that was chasing him. Suddenly, the chimera crashed into a tree. The hero stopped. He did not understand what to do. The monster was in an aggressive mood. The guy put the girl down and asked her to stay here and be quiet. He had only one option left. The hero took out a diagnostic medical flashlight. He turned on the flashlight and ran in the opposite direction, calling Chimera after him. She became more and more angry. The girl tried to call the guy, but he continued to stubbornly attract the monster's attention. The Chimera couldn't stand it any longer and rushed at the guy, and he swung the flashlight, getting ready to throw it. Suddenly, slime appeared in front of him. She released a huge stream of water from her head. Chimera was very surprised. He saw so much water and decided to go in the opposite direction. The protagonist noticed that the slime saved him. He thanked the creature. He was simply amazing, and thanks to his power, he began to understand the speech of that girl. He went to the bushes where the girl was hiding. He asked about her condition. Suddenly, he noticed a strange rash on her body. He easily realized that it was an allergy. The girl was lying on the ground, writhing in pain. Looking at the girl with animal ears, the protagonist Amami lists her symptoms, namely intermittent breathing, urticaria, and impaired consciousness. The girl was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. He touches her arm trying to find a pulse, but the radial artery is not palpable. The radial artery is not palpable when the systolic blood pressure is less than 80 mm Hg. The femoral artery is at 70 mm Hg, and the carotid is at 60 mm Hg. In general, if normal blood pressure is unknown, a systolic pressure of less than 90 mmHg is considered shock. The hero understands that this is anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is an acute allergic reaction that is life-threatening. It is especially dangerous if it is accompanied by a drop in blood pressure and loss of consciousness, which can lead to death if not treated immediately. The hero has definitely encountered similar symptoms in the old world. He also noticed that the girl's leg was injured. As far as he could tell, the blood loss was not great. First, he needed to somehow deal with the allergy. He reached into his bag to find the epinephrine. He found it. The epinephrine autoinjector is a temporary relief aid for anaphylaxis and shock until medical attention can be obtained. He apologized to the girl and said that it would hurt a little. He injected her with adrenaline. The girl winced in pain. Suddenly, someone addressed Amami and called him a human. The protagonist noticed them and asked what they were like. The slime stood up for him. They answered that they were residents of a village located not far from here. The little old man says that this girl is his granddaughter. He wonders what he is doing with her. The guy stood up and replied that he was treating her. He wasn't done yet, and asked to take them to a clean and safe place. The old man was very surprised that the guy was treating her. The main character asked him for help in the most serious way. The grandfather's granddaughter was in critical condition. Her face was red and she was breathing heavily. The heroes moved to the village. The girl was placed on the table. The young man was already dressed in his medical gown. He put a pulse oximeter on the girl's finger, having previously cut off her long nail. A pulse oximeter is a device for measuring pulse rate and arterial blood oxygen saturation through the skin. The percentage was 98%. The hero was this time. It seems there is no need for tracheal intubation. However, it is necessary to put a drip and administer corticosteroids. The old man watches this situation and thinks that the reddening of the skin and difficulty breathing are the curse of the forest god. How is he going to cure her? The hero was giving the girl an IV at this time. The headman, looking at what was happening, said that without a doubt, this man was a real wizard. The girl began to breathe normally. Amami noticed that her breathing had returned to normal. He thought that the worst was behind him. The old man continued to stare without taking his eyes off her. After some time, the girl came to her senses. She looked at the guy. The protagonist noticed that she had regained consciousness and smiled at her. The girl tensed up and became very worried when she saw the man. The girl quickly jumped up from the table she was lying on. The guy tried to warn her that she had an IV in her hand. The girl stepped on her foot, felt pain in the place where she was injured, and suddenly rolled head over heels to the opposite end of the room. Amami walked up to her and sat on her knee. He asked if her leg was still hurting. There was indeed a wound on her leg from which blood was flowing. The guy smiled, looking at the girl, and asked her to give him the opportunity to help her. He smiled at her with all 32 teeth. The girl was embarrassed, but did not answer. Suddenly, the slime, using its fountain skill, lifted her up. This is how he moves objects. And then he placed it on the table that served as a couch. The girl blushed again and breathed heavily, but was calm. She asked to take care of her. At this time, the man reads a passage of their spell in Old English from the manuscript, Laknunga. There was a young man standing nearby. Everything around was glowing. There was a scratch on the man's hand, which was healed by this light. The man was surprised. He told the priest that he had saved him. He did not know what would happen to him when this monster appeared. The young man said that it was divine providence. His heart is overflowing with happiness. This is a reward for his faith. Gold coins jingled in the man's pocket. The priest leaned over to him and said that his comrade would have survived if he had received help in time. What a pity that his faith was not strong enough. In the evening, the hero said that everything was fine now. The girl noticed that she didn't feel any pain. Amami explained that the anesthetic had worked. The wound would heal quickly. She was still young. It was a relief for him. The beast woman thanked him. She sat on the table and asked him if he really was a wizard. The protagonist said that if he were them, he wouldn't have to cut her claws to take her pulse. Plus, he could easily remove her collar with magic. However, he's just a general practitioner. The girl noted that anesthesia is a healing magic that only people can use. The young man said that it was not magic. Moreover, it could be used not only by people. Even she could master this science if she studied hard. The girl was surprised by this. She lowered her head and said that she was a servant and also a beastwoman. Will she be able to master this art? With confidence in his eyes, the protagonist told her that she would be able to master this, and he would help her. He suggested that they work together. His name is Amami Yuito. Yuito. She can just call him Yuito. He asked her name. She answered that her name is Korone. The hero said that he was glad to meet you. Suddenly, the headman turned to the man. Yuito noticed him and said that his granddaughter was on the mend. The old man says that they are saved. Now, if the slavers return, they will be able to get back what they lost. Korone began to tremble, and the protagonist's eyes widened. The elder stood surrounded by animals, who were hostile and held swords and torches in their hands. The old man says that stealing servants is strictly forbidden. How did he manage to take his granddaughter from them? They gave her to them in exchange for communication not to touch the village. Only the clergy are allowed to use healing magic. They will now be forced to pay exorbitant compensation, and if they say they know nothing about it, they will not be believed. Korone tried to explain to her grandfather that this man was her thief, but the old man told her to shut up. Amami Yuito asked if they would refuse to help someone who was right in front of them. With eyes full of fear, the man says that magic is more valuable than human life. He is the source of their problems. They are forced to ask him to leave their village immediately. The boy shouted that this is nonsense. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an enraged chimera bursts into the house. The villagers are shocked. They run away and shout that it was the forest god. They didn't understand where he was from. They thought that they were finished. This had never happened before. He ran away from the place of the coming, and of course he grabbed the elder who couldn't run. The elder said that this man had brought trouble upon them. The chimera stood and looked angrily at the guy. However, she did nothing. Korone didn't understand why he didn't attack. Suddenly, the main character noticed his slime at Chimera's feet and told her that it was dangerous there. The protagonist noticed that his new acquaintance was pointing at something. A branch was sticking out of the Chimera's body. Amami Yuito realized that he was so angry because of this thing that was stuck inside him. The protagonist decided to show courage and make an offer to the inhabitants of the Beastmen village. He offered them a deal. Despite the chaos, he is not going to run away. On the contrary, he can cope with this situation. In return, he asks to let him leave the village with this girl. He wanted to object to one of the villagers and said that they would not listen to a certain person, but the elder stopped him. The old man said that they would accept the conditions. In this case, they would be able to pay compensation. The protagonist began examining Chimera's body. He says that everything is clear to him and that an incision can be made here. Grandfather does not understand what he is going to do. He replied that he would extract the foreign object stuck in him. The old man was taken aback. Would he really dare to touch the forest god? The hero asks Korone to help him. She happily agrees. This is his duty as a doctor. Unlike the American Medical Association's Code of Ethics and Deontology, which states that doctors have the right to choose their patients, Article 19, Section 1, Japan's Physician Practitioner Law, states that doctors engaged in diagnosis and treatment may not refuse patients' requests. The young man does not refuse to heal anyone if they come to him, be it a criminal, a god, or anyone else. He took out a saline solution from the bag that Korone holds and opened it. He said that he was a doctor, and the next moment he began to wash the forest god's wound. He screamed. However, the slime calmed this creature with its pressure. The protagonist thanked it and asked to support him like this for a little while longer. He happily agreed. Amino Yuito began to inject lidocaine. It is a local anesthetic and cardiac depressant. When combined with the active ingredient lidocaine, it temporarily blocks the sensory and motor nerves in the area of application. After some time, Chimera switched off. The hero said that it was good that midazolam worked. Midazolam is a sedative used, for example, to calm patients, which allows for the necessary treatment. Then he got a dangerous razor. He took a piece of the animal's fur and started shaving it off. He said that there was, of course, a risk of infection, but otherwise he wouldn't have understood where to make the cut. The protagonist began examining the wound. There was either a spear or an arrow sticking out of it, but definitely something with a sharp tip. The young man says that it looks like the spearhead is like a fish hook. It's just like that. He would prefer to work in the operating room, but he has no choice. Povidone, iodine, is used as a local disinfectant, widely used in surgical operations, in the disinfection of wounds of the skin and mucous membranes, burns. The liquid composition has the specifications of iodine smell and taste. The hero began to treat the wound. He singled out the necessary call and turned to Korone. He explained that there was a blade in this bag. She needed to get it with the help of pliers and attach it to the handle. She would get a scalpel, which she would give to him. The girl took out surgical forceps for changing scalpel blades. She took the blade. The hero warned her to be careful because the blade was very sharp. She put it in the right place. The hero told her to move it to the left. The girl agreed. And she succeeded. She handed the instrument to the doctor. He thanked her. Then he said that he would do the rest himself. The girl asked what she should do. He answered that he wanted to ask her for something. He asked her to wash the wounds of the villagers with water, and then to press the wounds with a piece of clean cloth. He would examine them later. The girl lowered her head and gazed. The protagonist understood that, given everything that had happened, it was not for him to ask her about something like that. Suddenly, the girl looked up. She was serious. She quickly ran somewhere and said that she would bring water and cloth. The young man thanked her, and he decided to start removing the foreign body. The doctor operates on Chimera. Korone sits on the ground and asks about the forest god. The man explains that they owe their lives to the forest god. With his claws and fangs, as well as the power of his curse, he scares away those who might harm them. A curse will fall on anyone who dares to touch it. Amino Yuito is actively operating the Chimera. The man warned the girl and told her not to approach the forest god. The Chimera lay unconscious while the hero tried to remove the foreign body. The spear cannot be removed. The spear cannot be removed. The spear is stuck like a fish hook when you try to pull it out. With a fish hook, you push the hook, including the barb, until it comes out of the skin. Then bite off the hook point along with the barb. This method does not work with a spear, as its tip is shaped differently. So, in order to pull it out, you have to make an incision. The main character took a scalpel in his hands. He decides to cut the skin from the sides and get to the ledge. He made the first cut. Things are going well. It's good that the leather's strength is within normal limits. He continues to make the cut. He is looking for a ledge that should be here somewhere. Suddenly, he saw something sparkle. It was a spear protrusion. That's what he was looking for. He hopes there's nothing else there besides these protrusions. Then he began to make a cut on the other side. One of the villagers asks how he is doing there. The elder answers that he does not know. However, if he fails to save their god, they will have to take his life. Even if the wizard saves him, he will still be killed by the curse. Korone walked with a bucket of water and a cloth. She turned to her grandfather. She said that she would wash the wounds of the villagers and then take care of him if he allowed it. At that moment, both spearheads appeared from the body of the Chimera. Amami thinks about the stitches he'll need later. He has to hurry, and there's not even a table here. He bends down to get the tools he needs, which are just lying on the ground. He carefully folded his belongings and decided to begin removing the foreign body from the forest god. He grabbed it as tightly as he could. He decided to proceed with the operation. After making a couple of movements and hearing some sounds, the hero realized that the spear could be pulled out. As soon as he started, the chimera twitched slightly. At first, the protagonist was taken aback. He was very nervous. He mentally asked the chimera not to get up yet. He assumed that the spear had been stuck into him while he was sleeping. This time, he would act carefully. He began to pull out the spear. Blood gushed from the wound. The elder looked at what was happening and said that he refused help. He asked the hero to stop playing the wizard. She is just a servant of the Beastman. Couron said that it was true that they gave her to the servant merchant, but she never wanted to be a servant. Besides, she knows how hard it is to be in pain, so she asks to be allowed to help them. The men were silent. The elder said that since this was the wizard's order, it was better than just licking his wounds. His hand wouldn't stop bleeding. The residents turned to the elder. He was silent for a while and then agreed. The protagonist finally pulled out the spear. It came out. However, the next moment, blood gushed from the wound. The young man noticed this. He assumed that the spear had damaged an artery. He dropped the spear and tried to grab the gauze as quickly as possible. Residents noticed that blood began to flow very heavily. They understand that everything is very bad. The main character took the gauze in his hand. He began to push the cloth inside the monster's body. He needed to apply pressure to the bleeding site inside the wound. And he did it. He exhaled. Couron approached Yuito and asked about his condition. The elder told her not to interfere. He was so covered in blood that the curse could spread. The protagonist said that everything was fine. He apologized for disturbing her. The young man was considering his next steps. He needed pliers, a ligature, a tool. Suddenly, he noticed that it was getting dark. Nothing was visible because of the clouds. If we don't stop the bleeding right now, it will be bad. The blood has already started to flow heavily. He turned to Corona and said that he needed light. He asked her to help him a little. Couron stood there and thought about the words about not getting close to the forest god, and then Yuito's words about how even she could master this science if she studied hard, and she remembered his offer to work together. She turned and apologized to her grandfather. She took the torch and ran to help Amami. She ran to the guy. He thanked her for the torch. He would need his help too. He asked her not to worry. The situation was under control. He told her he needed a hemostatic clamp, the thing over there. It was the tool she used to replace the scalpel blade with the sharp curved end. The girl handed the guy a hemostatic clamp. He noticed what she quickly realized. Hemostatic clamp, a surgical instrument used to remove, manipulate, and grasp tissue. The protagonist then told her to take the stick. It was the magical device he had used back then, in the forest. The boy confirmed and asked her to shine a light inside the wound. She could lose the torch for now. Arterial bleeding will continue as soon as he releases the gauze. The bleeding stopped. Couron said it was cool. The main character said that everything should be fine. They can continue the operation. The girl noticed that the guy was covered in blood. Is everything okay with him? He said that everything was fine. It wasn't very hygienic, but he couldn't just stop the procedure. A doctor should not abandon patients, so they should continue. The girl looked at the guy with inspiration. Stitch, the thickness of the thread is indicated by a number from 10 to 1. The thickest is 10 and the thinnest is 1. If the thickness is less than 1, zeros are added, 2 0, 3 0, etc. The larger the numerator of the fraction, the thinner the seam material. If the stitches are not expected to be removed, a type of thread that can be dissolved by the body's natural chemical processes can be used. If the thread needs to remain in the wound for a long time until complete healing, thick, non-absorbable threads are used. The hero stitched the wound. He said that the bleeding should stop. If the thread comes undone, the bleeding will start again. He began to confidently wield the thread. He acted confidently and quickly. He was involved in ligating blood vessels. Now you can remove the clamp. He turned to Corona and said that you can now exhale. It is necessary to excise the infected skin, although there is a closed injury. Then you need to install a Penrose tube and put stitches. He asked Couron to stay there a little longer. The villagers watched what was happening. Penrose tube, a sterile rubber tube used to drain fluids such as blood or pus that may collect in the wound area. The hero would like to observe it for a while, but this is impossible as he is not allowed to stay in the village. It was already morning. Coroni noted that Yuito had worked hard. The protagonist noted that she was also a good girl, and the forest god had behaved well. The chimera began to wake up. The operation is complete. The foreign body extraction is successful. The young man falls to the ground without strength. Corone is very surprised when she looks at the forest god who is looking at them. The main character is Amino Yuito washes clothes in the river. Corone tells him that she can handle the washing herself. Why doesn't he take a rest? The young man answers that he needs to wash off the blood that has stuck to his body. Besides, he's afraid of viruses. The operation is over. Time to go. The girl asked him again about the viruses. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. He went into the water and approached Corona. He grabbed her face and began to examine her eye. Of course, he apologized before that. He said that this wouldn't work. She needed to wash her eyes too. The girl noticed that her eyes stung when water got in. The main character explained that blood getting into the eyes could lead to infection. She had to be patient. The girl understood everything. During surgery, the patient's blood may come into contact with the mucous membrane of the doctor's eyes, which may lead to infection, for example, with the hepatitis C virus. Therefore, during surgery, the doctor is advised to wear protective glasses to minimize the risk of infection. The protagonist stood and dreamed of a hot bath. He said that it would be great if there was a bath here. Corone said that they were only in the houses of people of noble origin. The young man thought about her words. Suddenly, she noticed something. There is still blood on his face. The virus needs to be washed off well. The protagonist fell into the water, and the current began to carry him away. The girl ran after him, screaming his name. Sitting in the elder's house, he summarizes that the main character wants to go on a journey with Corone. The young man sits on his knees in the kimono he received from the elder and agrees. He says that he more or less understands the situation. There is a possibility that those people will come back here in search of her. The girl was sleeping peacefully at that time. The old man tells that her mother died immediately after giving birth, and her father died from wounds received during hunting. This is a common thing for them. The main character asked about that they really risk their lives during childbirth and getting food. The maternal mortality rate in Japan was 409.8 cases per 100,000 people in 1899. Nowadays, thanks to the development of obstetric care, this rate has dropped to about 3.3 cases per 100,000 people. The old man said that everything would be different if magicians' healers came here. But they are just a small village. From the beginning, this village lacked youth, and the forest god was wounded. Now they are defenseless. It is only a matter of time before humans attack them. The man suggested that perhaps fate itself wanted this girl to go to the outside world. Corone rose from her seat. She looked at her grandfather. He clutched his clothes and said that he had done all he could for this village. He was very sorry. The protagonist remembered the people who met him on the island and said that no one deserves to be abandoned. There will always be someone who will help them. They don't have to rely on their own strength. Corone sat down next to her grandfather and said that she would return to him, however. The man was very surprised. The girl added that she would help Mr. Wizard because he saved not only her, but also the forest god, and also helped the villagers. The main character looked at her and smiled. Corone added that when she had mastered this science properly, she would return to heal the sick and wounded. The elder looked at his granddaughter in surprise. In his eyes, she already looked so grown up. The protagonist told the elder that he would like to return here to replenish his supply of medicines, but he has no idea where he can find them. The man suggested that they go to the land of people. The young man is not sure that the people in this world are the same as in his, and that he will be accepted as one of them. They would be better off in a place where the crown would be safe, where all races coexist peacefully with each other. The boy asked about the possibility that the elder knew such a place. There is a huge tree in the field. It is a hollow of the world tree, the country of elves. This tree is home to 1,000 elves. This is a huge door that leads to the throne room. There is a large crowd of people standing in a huge hall decorated with flowers. There are 4 girls standing on the balcony. 3 more are standing in the hall itself. They are dressed in uniform. Someone says that these 2 are wizards sent by their people. The man pointed to the boy and girl standing behind him. His head was down, showing respect. The man announced that they would diligently fulfill the duties of connoisseurs. Princess Yuno says that although they can use magic, healing spells are only available to the human race. Queen Melina stands next to her. The princess asks them to take care of them. The man agreed and added that they share their religious beliefs. Melina doesn't understand what religious beliefs this man is talking about. They unilaterally set a high price for access to healing magic. In the end, it is nothing more than a political tool. However, There are too many injuries and illnesses in this world that can only be healed by magic. If only they could heal themselves. Corone and Amino Yuito were getting ready to set off. The villagers came out to see them off. One of the men turned to the wizard and said that he had impressed them, even though he was a human. He asked for forgiveness for causing him trouble. The hero smiled and said that it was in the past and there was no need to worry. He built them not to forget to do as he ordered. Namely, you need to thoroughly wash the wounds. The main character smiled with all 32 teeth. The elder turned to the wizard. He explained that, if they go this way, they will end up in the domain of the Western demons. They will not meet people there, but there are many other races that get along well with each other. The main character thanked the man. Then the girl turned to her granddaughter. He told her that when they went outside the village, she should call Yuito her master. This is a necessary precaution, since they are traveling as both a human and a beast man. The girl smiled and agreed, and Amami felt awkward from such a nickname. Corone and Amino Yuito set off on his journey. The protagonist waved goodbye to the villagers, who waved back. The elder saw the scene where he was seeing his son and Corin's father off to hunt. It was their last meeting. The man lowered his head and cried. The young man began to look around. The girl asked him what had happened. He replied that he wanted to check how the forest god was feeling, but since yesterday he had not been seen anywhere. It's true that he couldn't stay and watch it, but it would be a shame if he had a dead space that started to rot. Depending on how the stitches were placed, there could be an empty space in the wound that wasn't there to begin with. It could fill with leaking fluid or pus, making it difficult to heal. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind the tree. RN sat peacefully and waited. The hero noticed him. He ran to him, asking if he was really waiting for him. Chimera lay down on the ground. He examined the wound. It was almost healed. The fur also grew back very quickly. It was quite an interesting case. The main character would write an article about it if he could. He stroked the animal. Then he said that he wanted to watch him until he was fully recovered, but now they had to leave this place. He asked Chimera to try not to get any injuries and to take care of herself. They were about to leave when the animal stood up and began to follow them. The hero noticed this and turned around. He asked the creature if he really wanted to go with them. The chimera smiled and rubbed its head against the guy. He laughed. The young man turned to Corona and asked if they could take him with them, since he was considered a local deity. The girl, hiding behind a tree, said that she had no idea. The boy gave in and said that he didn't want to be attacked again, so he offered to travel together. The slime reminded itself. The protagonist apologized to him and stroked him. Suddenly, Corona hugged him. He stroked her head too. He suggested that they all go together. At least he wouldn't be lonely in this completely unfamiliar world. Colonelson came out to Mr. Eccles and asked him about what he wanted to talk to him about. He replied that he rather wanted to warn him. The people who live in the caves of these trees have wisdom accumulated over many years. Colonelson must fill in that if he notices an attempt to steal the spell, he must immediately stop the treatment. They, the people, thanks to the healing magic given only to them, received everything. Prosperity of the people, universal respect, security of borders. Colonelson asked what would happen if the secret of their country became known to other countries. Elks replied that in that case their kingdom would disappear from the maps in the blink of an eye. The weak are oppressed. This is the law of nature. In the past, wheat people were afraid of half-humans, feared demons, and ran in terror from dragons. However, God took pity on them, sharing one of his own miracles, healing magic. Soon, an epidemic, a scourge for all living things, swept the world. The possession of healing magic allowed humans to become the most numerous race on Earth. At some point, man thought that they possessed healing magic. This makes them, humans, representatives of God, rulers of this land. God regretted what had happened because his gift had made people not only stronger, but also weaker. At the same time, he did not want to share his miracles with the oppressed, as he once did with people, but he could not help but notice the weakened, fading lives. So God decided to give them something else. The power of knowledge, accessible to every rational being that does not violate the laws of nature. And this is the general practitioner, Amino Yuito. The story of how the power of medicine brought light to this world. Saya asks Colonelson if he is sure of his decision. They were going somewhere. He answered that she saw everything herself. Neither magic nor leaves had any effect. There is nothing to be done about it. The man was clearly nervous. They came to the land of the elves to provide assistance, but ended up abandoning everything and running away. Saya says that this will lead to a war with them. Even if they return to their homeland, they will be accused of inciting conflict and, in the worst case, to war. The man asked if she was really suggesting that they go to them and confess their helplessness, if she didn't want their lives taken right now. He told her to stop complaining and suggested that they leave as soon as possible. Fascinated by the art of medicine, she sets out on a journey to learn this science. Korone sat on a log near the fire. She looked at the main character Amami with a smile, Yuito. And the slime at that time sat on his lap and looked at the fire. Queen Melina sat on her throne and was bored. Suddenly she noticed Princess Yuna running with her and screaming that something terrible had happened. She asked what had happened. The girl answered that the healers had run away. The woman lowered her head and breathed heavily. She understood that this act of the healers had brought trouble upon them. Yuno said that she was sure that they would find out about it soon. Melina said that she would report the situation to them. The woman stood in front of the two men. They looked like demons. The queen bowed her head and said that she was truly sorry to tell you this. The man interrupted her and said that they had already decided that they were not going to explain themselves about this. They were called into the office. Queen Melina realized that they already knew about what had happened. There were 4 demons inside the room. The main one was sitting at the table. Princess Yuno and Queen Melina walked in. Their eyes were worried. The man asked them how they were going to settle this. The action then takes place in the forest. Amino Yuito removed the stitches from Chimera. He is skilled in using pliers and medical instruments. The main character said that everything was fine and seemed to have healed. He apologized to the animal for having to shave off the fur. It would grow back quickly. The Chimera licked the guy in gratitude. Corone looked at her injured leg and said that she still didn't understand anything. The young man said that everything was simple. The speed with which he was recovering was simply amazing. This should be noted in his medical history. The girl asked what medical history was. He replied that these were records of how the disease was cured, or how it should have been cured, so that others could read them. Corone was surprised that they were passing on such important information to other people. Suddenly, the snake part of the Chimera attacked Corone. The protagonist was shocked. The girl screamed. However, the next moment, the snake broke the shackles that were on the young lady's neck. The chain fell to the ground. The young man said that he was scared, but it turns out that she took off the collar, so the snake kind of apologizes for the wound on her leg. Corone was inspired and very happy. She rushed to hug and thank the forest god. Then the slime turned to the main character. He asked Abebabi what had happened this time. She grabbed his cheek and pulled him to the side. The elf ran across the field, and behind her ran strange monsters with the body of a dog, but the face of a bird. She put out her hand and tried to attack the creatures. One of the wolves bit and wounded her head, and then they stood up and stared at her. The girl was trapped. A pack of black wolves appeared at the most inopportune moment. Blood was pouring from the princess's head. She thought about how she had to return the escaped healers. If she didn't do it, there would be trouble with their country. The wolves rushed to attack. However, before they could do anything, the forest god jumped on them, with Corone and Amami sitting on them, Yuito. The main character said that it was dangerous. Then he noticed the girl and said that the wound was already bleeding. Yuno's vision began to weaken. She did not believe that she had met a forest god, a beastman, and a human. And the next moment, she began to lose consciousness and fall. However, the young man managed to catch her. Corone got off the Chimera and asked what they would do. Amami, without thinking, said that they would, of course, heal. First, they needed to put her in a horizontal position. Here, the guy's attention was drawn to the slime. It stretched out on the ground and assumed a horizontal position. It called for the girl to be placed on it. His body would act as a pillow for her head. The young man reached into his bag and decided to start with the most serious injury. He took out a saline solution and began to wash the wound. Looking at the 500 ml bottle, the main character wondered if this amount would be enough for him. Then he applied gauze to the wound. Corone watched him closely. The protagonist looked at the gauze and realized that there was a slight bleeding. He decided to use xylocaine with epinephrine. The young man turns to Corona. He asks her to give him the necessary medication, a combination of epinephrine, which has a vasoconstrictor effect, and the local anesthetic xylocaine is used to stop the bleeding. He uses a syringe to inject the medication. Infiltration anesthesia, not administered through the skin but directly into the wound. The young man injected the necessary medicine into the girl's wound and applied gauze. Then he looked at her and realized that the bleeding had stopped. Kuroni was very surprised. Then the guy took out a skin stapler. Surgical skin stapler, used to stitch superficial wounds, does not compress the skin surface at the site of the stitch, unlike suture materials. Does not block blood circulation in the deep layers of the dermis, providing constant microcirculation in the wound. Puts less pressure on the joint. The stapler saves a lot of time, but its use is prohibited if there are bones, nerves, blood vessels, or internal organs within 5 millimeters of the skin. He began to stitch the wound. Kuroni said that the stapler was cool. It closed the wound so quickly. The protagonist noted that the wound was clean and not deep. At this point, the hero finished. However, the supply of medicines is running out. What should he do? The girl opened her eyes. Her head was resting on the slime. She noticed this and jumped up. Then she saw the forest god and was surprised. Kurone and Amino Yuito greeted the girl. She felt a sharp pain and touched the wound. The beast woman asked her not to touch the wound with her hands, and asked the owner about the truth of his words. He confirmed everything. He treated the wound, but it does not heal so quickly. The girl noticed that the blood was no longer flowing. Yuito explained that he had stitched up the wound. There would be a scar, but it could be covered with hair. He apologized for that. Yuno said that there was so much blood. Did this man really understand magic? The princess suggested that he was also a magic healer. Her gaze was very serious. The young man tried to find words to explain everything. Kurone told her that she was wrong. This was not just a person in front of her. Her master was the most outstanding mage healer among all people. The hero told her that they had not yet met other mages to say such a thing. However, he will do everything in his power to help those who need it. Princess Yuna was inspired. Her eyes sparkled. She said that she didn't need to ask the church for help. The forest god himself brought them to them. Chimera looked at the girl questioningly. The girl asked the healer mage to save them. The hero immediately agreed. The girl did not hear it at first. She started to say that she understood how rude her request might seem to her, but her country would repay her no matter what. Her words suddenly stopped. She asked about what he had just said. The protagonist repeated his words that he was ready to help them. Where should he go? Tears gushed from the princess's eyes. She wiped them away with one hand. She said that we need to go to her country. She would like them to help patients with hemoptysis. The hero asked her again about hemoptysis. Kurone explained that there was pain in the stomach. Blood was coughed up, a very terrible disease. In their village, several beastmen died because of it. The princess added that, in addition, the sick people had black excrement, and they were getting weaker every day. The protagonist ponders what has been said. It turns out there is bleeding in the gastrointestinal tract, and black stool is the cause in the upper gastrointestinal tract. It would be good if they could be cured with the remaining medications. They need to be examined first. The gastrointestinal tract consists of the mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, and anus. The upper gastrointestinal tract includes the esophagus, stomach, and duodenum. Amino Yuito approached Chimera and asked if he would mind if they flew on him. He smiled, which meant yes. Princess Yuno, the main character Yuito, and Kurone sat on the back of the forest god and flew very quickly to the world tree. They climbed up, and a very beautiful view opened up before them. Yuito and Kurone looked at this view with their mouths open. The man asks if the princess will really be able to return the fugitives. His lord agreed and said that she must do it. Queen Melina stood in the office in handcuffs. The demon said that if the princess fails, they will kill everyone, including the mother of this country. The queen mentally pronounced Yuno's name. The doctor who arrived on the island instead of Amami is his classmate, Okuzawa. The doctor advises to refrain from fishing tomorrow. Okuzawa said that the sailor should not be told in his presence that he can be cured simply by lying in bed and drinking alcohol. The man smiled and said that it was better not to anger Dr. Okuzawa. The doctor smiled during the 32nd tooth. The sailor said that it would rain again soon. He told the doctor to take care of himself. The doctor agreed, but he was wondering where Amami had gone. The heroes landed on the territory of the World Tree, or in other words, the country of the elves. Princess Yuna explains that this is the castle of their elven kingdom. The big one, with the bloody vomit, is here. Kurone noted the beauty of this place. The princess lowered her head and closed her eyes. She told them that she had something to tell them. She hadn't told them right away, thinking that if she had, they wouldn't have come here. However, she had been unfair, considering the kindness they had shown her, and she apologized to them. Kurone looked at the owner and asked him about what the girl was talking about. However, the main character did not listen to her at all. He was busy looking at the local landscapes. The beast girl turned towards the castle and noticed something. Princess Yuna, the main character of Amino Yuito, and the slime also looked in that direction. Some people came out of the castle, and they are heading here. The girl asked the hero to be careful. It was about them that she did not tell them. The demons approached the heroes. The main man made a displeased face. Queen Melina said her name. Yuno informed Mr. Alec that she had brought Mr. Wizard back as they had agreed. She asked for her mother to be released. The demon didn't believe her. She said that she was lying, and she even brought a chimera to take their souls. The girl tried to explain that the forest god kindly brought them here, that's all. Mr. Alec refused to believe Princess Yuno. He pointed his finger at her and said that they had broken the terms of the agreement. The princess and queen tensed up. The man added that it could be said that they had risked their lives for them. If they were not going to keep their end of the bargain, then they had no choice but to end their existence. Princess Yuno agreed that their country was safer thanks to their power, but it was they who broke the treaty. Queen Melina tried to stop her daughter. The girl added that they allowed them to live here in exchange for services. The World Tree Kingdom did everything in its power. However, they took her mother hostage, causing her much suffering. She asked them about whether they didn't understand how she felt about this. What kind of safety could they be talking about? They had no right to demand that they honor the agreement. Mr. Alec was getting angry. He asked her about life. The girl became more serious. The man asked her if she was ashamed to speak, as if she understood everything. What kind of life is this when you are sick and cannot be cured? Yes, they are subject to price discrimination, and it is the fault of the people. The protagonist watches what is happening. It must give people a lot of pleasure to see them give their last to pay for their doctors. He'd bet they didn't care what happened to them. They had nothing left but pain and death. He would never forgive them. He would pay them back in the same coin. He would give everyone a taste of pain and death, and he would take nothing from them for it. The demon began to get angry and use his power. His body was covered in flames. Amino Yuito watches what is happening in shock. There was a powerful explosion. The demon stood and did not react, and Queen Melina covered her face. The young man does not understand what is happening. He cannot open his eyes because of the dust that has formed, but he hears someone saying that he will burn them to the ground. Then the main character opens his eyes, and they immediately widen. A huge dragon stands in front of him. The young man realized that it was a dragon. Fear was visible in his eyes. Mr. Alec, in the form of a dragon, began to gather fire breath and told the man to try to heal himself. He fired his fiery breath straight at the main character. However, the slime came to his defense again. With the help of his body, he formed a dome that served as a protective barrier. The demon did not understand what was happening. In the place of the heroes, there was a ball of water. He did not understand where it came from. Suddenly, the balloon burst, and heroes appeared from there, breathing heavily. The young man noticed that the slime had saved him again. At this time, the chimera rushed to attack the dragon. A fight began between them. They struck each other with incredible speed. Alex said that the forest god should not dare to underestimate him. The man does not understand why the chimera is protecting this man at all. Suddenly, Amino Yuito raised his hand up, stopping their pain, and asked where the big one with the bloody vomit was. The dragon and chimera looked at him questioningly. The protagonist added that he would like to examine it as soon as possible. Mr. Alec was surprised by such words. Princess Yuno turned to Mr. Wizard. The main character said that he provides assistance to all patients, no matter who they are. The girl looked at the guy with confusion and admiration. The demon in the form of a dragon refused to believe it. He wanted to say something about the nature of people when suddenly someone called out to him. It was the Dragon Queen Lindworm, the Dragon of Madness. When she appeared, all the dragons bowed their heads. Princess Yuno noted that she had finally arrived. The Dragon Queen asks her son why he is trying to take the life of the one who came to heal him. The man immediately turned into a human form and asked his mother why she had come. She asked him in response that he had not yet realized who he was confronting. Alec looked at the hero and thought what his mother was saying about the chimera. However, she couldn't handle him. The queen stepped forward and said that it seemed that she had decided to come for a reason. She had decided to apply her appraising gaze. Kuron, Amino Yuito, and Princess Yuno flinched at the onslaught. The woman headed towards the heroes. She approached the main character. He was not breathing and was very nervous. However, she took the slime by the hand and said that they had not seen the Ancient One for a long time. The elder began to make strange movements with his body, which amused the Dragon Queen. She laughed, but then became serious again. Lindworm bowed her head and said that what had happened was entirely her fault. She apologized to them. Then she turned to her sons and ordered them to release Queen Melina immediately. And then she apologized to Her Highness for her children. Alec did not understand why his mother was apologizing to them. Suddenly, the Dragon Queen began to cough up blood. The protagonist and Mr. Alec tensed up. The woman fell to her knees. The young man ran up to her. He realized that she was the patient with the symptoms of vomiting blood. He shouted to Yuno that she needed to be moved to a quieter place, and he ordered Korone to bring his bag. Alec asked what the man was doing. He shouted at him not to dare touch his mother. Yuito looked up at him with a serious expression. Their eyes met, and he told them to act as quickly as possible. The Dragon Queen was carried into her chambers. Her two sons stood guard at the door. Alec, Princess Yuno, and the protagonist were inside the chambers. The hero examined the conjunctiva of the eyelids. Pale conjunctival ring. Normally, the lower eyelid is bright red with red mesh capillaries on the anterior edge and white on the posterior edge. However, with anemia, the lower eyelid may have a pale shade. Yuito said that he doesn't know if it can be interpreted that way, but there is a suspicion of anemia. Depending on the degree, a blood transfusion may be required. Korone asked about a blood transfusion. The hero explained that the Dragon Queen's body did not have enough blood. In other words, someone else had to share their blood with her. Princess Yuno remembered something. The young man looked at them and asked what was the matter. Queen Melina replied that she had heard that blood transfusions had once been practiced. Patients often died in agony, which is why this method is now banned. The young man considered the various reasons why this method was prohibited, whether it was blood incompatibility or a problem with sanitary conditions. The possibility of infection could not be ruled out. Human blood is divided into groups according to the ABO system and the AH factor system. When transfusing blood of different types, the red blood cell membrane is destroyed, and a number of unfavorable symptoms arise, which, in severe cases, cause death. Yuno said that if only the leaves of the world tree had worked, they would not have ended up in such a deplorable situation. The guy clarified the information about the leaves of the world tree. Queen Melina explained that the leaves of the world tree have the magical property of understanding temperature and relieving pain. It was because of them that their kingdom was founded here. The girl handed the boy a leaf of the world tree. He took it in his hands and sniffed it. The hero pondered the fever-reducing and pain-relieving properties of the world tree. He asked how they used it. She replied that they drank a decoction of these leaves. The guy suggested tearing the bark off the tree and boiling it. Yuno said that they don't use bark. The boy thought that it was something like quinine or aspirin. Alec asked what the man was thinking. If he had something to say, he could say it. He reached into his bag and pulled out something. He handed it to Mr. Alec. He asked what it was. The young man answered that it was aspirin. It lowers the temperature and relieves pain. It is a very good medicine. Yuno recognized these actions. The guy confirmed her guess. HE has similar actions. Only aspirin has effects that are undesirable in this syndrome. It thins the blood and causes stomach upset. In ancient times, the physician Hippocrates used the fever-reducing and pain-relieving properties of aspirin found in willow bark. This had side effects such as severe gastrointestinal disorders. Korone repeated his words about the drug thinning the blood and causing stomach upset, and concluded that the treatment had the opposite effect. The protagonist confirmed this and said that perhaps these leaves had helped them before. However, it is better to refuse to take this decoction now, considering that it can have the opposite effect. Alec asked about the veracity of these words. He answered that he had no proof yet that they actually had the same effect. It was impossible to say that this was so without checking. Mr. Alec asked the man what they should do then. Given the dark stool and bloody vomit, the bleeding is most likely in the upper GI tract. Ideally, an endoscope is needed. The dragon suggested that it was some kind of spell, and Korone asked what it was. The protagonist explains that it is a device that allows you to look inside the body. If you know how to use it, you can not only detect the bleeding site, but also prevent it. Yuno said that she heard about such a device for the first time. The Dragon Queen woke up and addressed the man. She said that it was no wonder that the Ancient One followed him everywhere. He was a Merebito, after all. Amami didn't understand how this should be understood. Everyone looked at him questioningly. The woman turned to her son, Alec. He asked what had happened. She replied that it looked like her days were numbered. She has not prepared a speech for this occasion, but since nothing can be done, she will accept the fate that has been in store for her. She asks for forgiveness from all the inhabitants of the elven kingdom. The mother holds her son's hand. Tears are coming out of her eyes. Alec bowed his head over the blood and cried quietly too. Corone turned to the owner and asked if there was nothing that could be done. The hero began to think about the situation. There was little vonoprasin left if it could not be enough for treatment. He could not perform a blind laparotomy, not to mention the lack of instruments. This medicine stimulates the secretion of gastric juice when swallowing food, which helps digestion. Chimera watched what was happening from the window. Suddenly, the hero had an idea. Alec was already in despair. Corone looked at her comrade with hope. The protagonist said with confidence on his face that he thought he knew how to save her. The patient may have given up, but Amami won't. Yuito. The monster asked the man if it was true. He answered yes, but said he needed to check something. The hero asked if he only received the wound in his dragon form. The dragon answered positively. The guy said that it could work. He said that he didn't understand anything and asked the man to explain it to him. The hero replied that when he saw that his wound manifested itself in human form, he understood how he could help his mother. If it is a large dragon, it will be able to perform treatment even without an endoscope. The guy said he would go into his upper gastrointestinal tract to stop the bleeding. He would enter his body after he took on the form of a dragon. However, he will need a few things to use this method of treatment. He said he is counting on their help. Alex said that this wouldn't work and that people couldn't be trusted. The hero decided that he could do whatever he wanted inside his mother, and this was not allowed. The guy said that if his words about treating her did not inspire confidence in him, then he suggested that he carefully observe his actions. If he decided that he had fooled him, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Alex said that these were bold words and asked the hero if he was afraid. The guy said he was afraid the patient might die because of his inaction. They were walking up a very long staircase. There was still a little bit left to the observation deck. They just needed a sight of this size. The hero was offered to use the rope. He thanked them and said that it was suitable. The guy said he needed a bigger blade, and he said he would have a blade. Alec asked to watch carefully. He made a sword from his blood with added magical power and gave it to the hero to use. The guy said that the hand needed to be treated. However, the dragon refused. The hero asked what magic power was. He was told that it was the transformed power of mana in the atmosphere. Magic power cannot be described in general terms because its use varies depending on the wizard and his race. He seems to be infusing magical energy into the resin he constantly chews. The boy thought it was a mysterious power, and even if he asked for more details, they would probably tell him things that were beyond his imagination. Now, he had no other choice. Alec was a fire dragon. The power of fire was sealed within him. However, a normal blade would be more useful to him now. The guy said that maybe that sword would be better than the usual one. Now he was ready. The hero said that it was even more than he imagined. It was an incredible form of life. He asked the girl if everything was okay because the rope was heavy. She replied that everything was fine and asked to let her help him with at least that. The hero turned to the dragon and asked him to lie on his left side. What he saw was hot and seemed to melt the rocks. It looked like stomach acid. He thought it would be easy to get in through the mouth, but if he had hit the uniform reflex, he would have died. The gag reflex is triggered by the back wall of the pharynx and by contracting the muscles of the pharynx and causing vomiting. It is easily caused by pressing the root of the tongue with your fingers. One of the main reasons for patient discomfort during endoscopy. Alex said the hero had a lot of self-control considering how hot that thing could be. There was nothing he could do. The hero apologized and said he wasn't ready to give up yet. He asked if there was anything else he should know about dragons. Alex said it annoyed him, but he would do it for his mother. There were two things he needed to know. Firstly, dragons have a glowing stone in their throats. If he touches it, he will die. Secondly, their stomachs instantly digest anything. Therefore, he needs to be careful of gastric juice, and for him it is instant death. The guy thanked him and said he would be careful. The girl asked where she should tie the rope. The hero thanked for the help and asked to tie a rope near his nose. She asked if he was going to enter through the nose. He said yes. Nasal endoscopy is a procedure where the endoscope does not pass through the throat or touch the base of the tongue, which reduces the risk of causing a gag reflex. The guy began to stop the bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract. The hero told the creature that it was dangerous there and that he should go back. However, it refused. The boy said that there was nothing to be done, and he went forward. It seemed that it was dangerous to approach the stones, and one had to try not to touch the wall of the throat. There's only one way out, to slip into the esophagus as quickly as possible. It was hard for him from the very beginning, and it will be the same on the way back. Although it was obvious, the light was coming from that stone. He was thinking about how the battery would last. He used a medical flashlight. There were quite a few scars from the ulcers. They looked like takoyaki ulcers. He assumed the dragon had swallowed something while in dragon form. Then the stomach began. The stomach cardio was inflamed. The hero realized that it was gastroesophageal reflux. This is a condition in which stomach acid is thrown into the esophagus. Gastric acid is very rare. Unlike the stomach, the esophagus has no defense against stomach acid. When it gets into the esophagus, it irritates areas of the mucous membrane, which can eventually form ulcers. But gastroesophageal reflux cannot cause vomiting. Peristaltic movement has begun. That is, the involuntary movement produced by the esophagus and other organs to push food into the stomach and other parts of the gastrointestinal tract. The guy remembered that dragon stomachs instantly digest everything that gets into them. He needed to protect himself from gastric juice, and for him it would be instant death. There was something wrong with the rope that held the umami. No one knew what was going on in the dragon's body. Alec wondered if the man was okay. The gastric juice threatened to get into the main character, and he just needed to get to the wall. It was dangerous. He was glad he was in normal clothes, because if his movements were constrained, he would already be dead. The guy asked the creature if he was hurt, but he seemed to be okay. In any case, they were saved thanks to this creature. The hero told him he was amazing, but he failed. He thanked him with all his heart. The guy thought about coming up with a name for the little creature. Lindrum called him Ancient. He suggested naming the little creature El. The rope was delayed, and Alec didn't know how much longer he had to wait and worry. The main character was interested in the state of the stomach. It's not gastric juice, so it won't break, but it's best not to step on it, or it will slip. He found something else that didn't look like gastric juice and appeared to be relatively fresh blood. It looked like a polyp, or rather, with such an uneven surface structure, one could make another assumption. It was a malignant neoplasm, cancer. The man said that they lived in a strange place, and there were practically no roads. The girl said that, thanks to this, they move unnoticed. The man said it was all their fault, and he didn't understand why he had to walk around the bushes and hide. The girl wondered why this was so. Neither the purification magic, nor the regeneration magic, nor even the leaves of the world tree worked. The man said it didn't matter anyway, but he would tell her that there might be something else to treat the blood-vomiting disease. From the beginning, because of which nothing had an effect. That monster was that deviation. People said that Eccles healed sick people who were vomiting blood. The man said that it was not worth looking up to that person, because he was an anomaly. The deviation cannot be cured in the usual way. The girl thought that if he could cope with that disease, then they should also find some way. There was a pack of black wolves ahead. The guy was not sure if it was possible to draw parallels with people there. Vomiting blood, which led to anemia and all the blame for a tumor of this size. Fortunately, the leg looks normal, and it is necessary to perform a resection. Usually, clamps or diathermic loops are used to grasp the stalk, the neoplasm, and compress the blood flow, and then cauterization is carried out with peat or an electrocoagulator to stop the bleeding and remove the polyp. However, now he has nothing because of those instruments, and especially this size. The rope will work as a ligature, and fortunately, it is strong enough to withstand even the heat from that stone. However, the main contracting force remains himself. If he fails to stop the blood flow, then this can lead to bad consequences. Also, unlike the electrocoagulator, the katana cannot cut and cauterize at the same time. He grabbed it, deciding that he would need a large scalpel in case the bleeding was caused by some foreign body. If it was just a stomach ulcer, the flames from that katana might be enough to coagulate and stop the bleeding, but he didn't know if he could safely remove the growth with it. The dragon might not be able to withstand it, given his anemia. If the stomach is filled with blood, then he won't be able to get out alive. However, if this is not done now, The dragon will eventually find himself in a critical condition. He does not know if he will find any suitable tools if he gets out of there, and besides, he is not sure that he will be able to get there again. Something had to be done right now. Tie the vessels with a square knot, and in any case, you need to apply maximum effort to tighten it without breaking it. The color had changed from red to purple, and he needed a little more. The guy was surprised that the creature could control that stump. The bleeding was stopped with a knot, and similar blood flow was successfully blocked. Of course, that blade cannot serve as a complete replacement for an electric scalpel, but it will do just fine. The girl asked Alec to calm down, because her master would certainly save his mother. The dragon asked on what basis she made such a statement. If that man screwed up, she would be in trouble too. The girl said that she had reason to say so and all because her master was a great man who saved her. The guy asked if she had also had the disease and vomited blood. The girl answered negatively. He asked why he should believe her in that case. The woman replied that the man had also helped a complete stranger named Yuno. She said that she wished his mother to overcome her illnesses because their friendship had long known no bounds. The woman said she understood why he was nervous and now they could only wait and believe. And his mother is now battling the disease. Arterial bleeding has begun. The girl didn't know what to do now because her friend wouldn't be able to return. Alex said that the stones were almost not eaten away and most of it was blood. Her body temperature was off the charts. If she didn't do anything, she could die. The dragon said that he no longer intended to silently watch the actions of man. They asked him to stop, because it was not his daughter, it was his mother who wanted him. The girl said that the source of life energy for dragons is mana, which they absorb and load space through the scales at the base of their necks. When weakened, a dragon loses the ability to absorb mana on its own. If she could transfer mana to a similar fire dragon, she would do the same, but there is danger in that. By saturating someone else with mana, the dragon stops absorbing mana itself, and having exhausted its supply, the dragon can die, just like with heavy blood loss. The guy started to say that he understood the dragon's feelings, but asked him to stop because they did not want to lose him. The dragon said he couldn't do anything alone. His mother was dying before their eyes, and he was powerless to help her. However, he couldn't stop right now. Alec mentally begged the man because he had no choice but to trust him. If he dies, then he too has given his life in vain. The creature protected the protagonist again. He remained unharmed, even after being immersed in gastric juice. He thanked him and said that the protection would not last long. The katana was no longer there and had apparently been carried away. Well, what was more important now was to check the polyp stock. He believed that he was saved by the fact that the concentration of gastric juice had decreased due to the blood getting into it. But if it had not been for the bleeding, he simply would not have been thrown back. The bleeding slowed down a bit, and it could be assumed that the blood pressure had dropped. The dragon was entering a state of shock. The main character said that if you stop the bleeding, you need to do it now, while the blood flow is weakened. Lithymic coagulation of an open blood vessel required a katana. It was necessary to get to the bleeding site without piercing it all the way through. Now that his blood pressure has dropped and his strength has increased due to evil, if he is not careful, he might be thrown back again. The monsters thought that this was the end, and the master's mana was running out. The bleeding stopped. The guy turned to the creature, and he was very tired. The hero said that he was very grateful to him, and when he woke up, he would give him a drink. The stomach was completely smeared with blood. Some of the blood evaporated from contact with the fiery blade, and that's why everything was covered in smoke, and I wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. The man asked if he slept. The hero answered that he slept quite a lot. However, he fell asleep while walking. The man asked why he was trying so hard without sparing himself at all. The main character said that he was back. Alec asked what was wrong with his mother. She threw out a strange thing along with him, and it was this that caused the illness. The guy said that everything was fine now and that he could relax for now. How can an operation to stop bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract and remove a tumor be considered complete? The boy said he must be there somewhere. The dragon said that now the nasty creatures, that is, the germs that were bothering him, must be dead. The guy confirmed this, but said that the scalpel had also come to an end. He thought that sterilization by fire was a good way, but as he thought, such a strong flame was harmful. The girl said that, despite all his explanations, she still does not understand what viruses, microbes, and bacteria are. The dragon asked if there really were organisms invisible to the eye. After all, he had good eyesight. It was hard to say anything while in another world. The guy said he thought they might exist. He was curious himself if that was true or not. He would have to think about how to prove their existence. Alex said there was no need to thank him once. They still didn't get the desired result. The guy said to let him know about his hand. If he feels discomfort, he will examine it again. The girl brought the hero clothes. She fixed what needed to be fixed. The hero apologized for her taking care of it herself. She said he didn't need to worry about it. The girl said that the celebration had already begun. The elves and dragons, united once again, were celebrating the recovery of the dragon's mother, and they too needed to go. The protagonist asked if he should go to the party. Alec indignantly said that he should, and asked to forget about germs for at least one day. The girl said that he should not bother himself with work so much. The girl said that she always loved the sight of the world tree, under which everyone shared their joy, and she could not believe that they were gathered there again. She was overwhelmed with happiness. The hero asked if the dragon was feeling well. She replied that it was all thanks to him. The guy asked to look her in the eyes. He said the color of the conjunctival ring was starting to change, and it looked like the anemia was gradually going away. Alec asked how long it would take for his mother to fully recover. He asked if the treatment was successful. The guy said he had two reasons for saying so. Firstly, the course of the disease in dragons can differ from that of people as he knows them. He gave the example that a wound on the belly of another animal heals several times faster than a similar wound on a human, and anemia in dragons actually goes away incredibly quickly. The second reason is the tumor that Lindworm spat out. At this time, he had no tools to determine whether the tumor was a malignant growth, a cancer that was eating away at the body, or whether it was benign, so he could not judge the current situation. That's why he couldn't give an exact answer to the question of how long it would take them to restore it. He was very sorry. The woman said he had done nothing wrong. She, of course, knew nothing about such things, but now she had to rely on the will of heaven. Still, she felt noticeably better. It wasn't in her nature to just sit and wait. She asked if there was anything else she could do. The guy asked if she minded having regular checkups. This will be a regular checkup of the operated area to see if any problem has arisen. It's not hard to imagine what year the person who climbed inside her dragon form ends up in. She's surprised that he wants to do it again. The protagonist said that there was no other way now anyway and apologized for causing her inconvenience again. He continued to apologize generously. The monster said that the man was a little strange, but at the same time, cute. The woman said that she definitely liked him and hoped that they would get along. The necessity of constant checkups meant that they would now see each other often. They introduced themselves to each other. It's not every day that you see a dragon liking a human. The man asked if teaming up with a sworn enemy was some kind of trick. The woman said it was not for him to suspect her of foul play. She said that the man was her benefactor. If something happened to him, she would not let it go. She asked the former dwarven ruler to remember this well. He said that since she remembered it, it was to be expected from the ancient dragon of madness. The man said that if that young man had made even one wrong move, the world would have ended. He started to give the protagonist a drink. The woman said she had warned him. The man said it was nothing special because he had only given him a drink. It's the strongest drink in the country. Dude, because if he refuses, he'll just not be understood. It was a simple sake with a sharp taste. The alcohol content is not high, but it is the strongest local drink. The guy turned to the man, and he said that he had been looking for him for a long time. The boy was scared by the company. He was told that he shouldn't worry. The man confirmed her words. The boy said that he should worry a little. The girl asked to use regeneration magic on her. The man asked if she was also injured and said he would heal her a little. She thanked him. He said that he could heal her wounds, but if he was mortally wounded, she would not be able to help him, since she only had magic and purification. His abilities are valuable and worth preserving. Besides, they don't know what might happen. The man said that since she was not bleeding, she should not exaggerate the severity of her situation. The monsters attacked them again. The girl apologized and said she had to go. The man said they would dance. He told the protagonist to watch those rings of light carefully. These were glowing mushrooms that grew inside the world tree. They grew in response to the magic of the elves. In other words, without the elves, the world tree would be pitch black. It was that light that led them there, ending their wanderings. The living space, represented by the elves who accept all comers without making any distinctions between them, as well as the leaves of the world tree that soothe pain, are the two rare treasures of the elven kingdom. The man said that it doesn't matter what powers someone has if they aren't going to help them. They don't have to wait for people to help them. That country is much better than their healers. But at the same time, he thinks that if they had healing magic, it would open the doors to a different future. He doesn't know what the guy will do now, but he is looking forward to his new achievements. The hero had previously thought that he had realized the importance of a doctor's work, and only after entering that world did he begin to guess the true value of that profession. He said that he was gradually coming to understand what he should do in that world. The alarm was raised, and a pack of black wolves was approaching them. Everyone asked the man to tell them what they had seen. He said that the healer mages who had recently escaped from them were attacked by black wolves in the forest. It seemed that people were now running towards them, seeing the entire pack behind them. Alec asked where they were now. He said he would not forgive them and they deserved to die. The elves said they would fight with them. The wolves climbed the wall one after another. The boy turned to another and said that they could not do without reinforcements. He asked to report everything to the Hollow and they would hold them off as long as they could. Because of those people, they had problems again. The high priest asked to quickly hide him inside. The hero said that time was short, so he would try to make it short. He would like, if possible, that no one was killed or injured. Alex said those people weren't like him. They were the ones who started it all. They truly believed that they were much better and were superior beings. If they were left as they were, someone else might get hurt or even die. The dragon asked, knowing if that was still it, he didn't want them to get hurt. The hero said that he understands the situation he is in and what he is talking about. Yet he could not ignore the wounded people in front of him. Alec remembered the words the boy had told him, that he provided assistance to all patients, no matter who they were. The girl said they decided they couldn't help her anymore and then escaped through the window. She thinks they won't come back. The woman said that Alec needed to think carefully before making a decision. She told us to go after the princess and protect her properly. The guy told the others not to give up and they would stay there until reinforcements arrived. The girl apologized for the delay. Hope flashed in the elves' eyes, and they decided that they were saved. They started looking at the wounded, but it turned out that one of the elves had a wounded arm. The guy turned to the main character and asked if he could cure him. The hero said that the claws of wild animals are dirty, and it is dangerous to leave the wound in such a state. The guy said it would be better to send him to the castle and get treatment there. He said it was the only suitable place he knew. The hero asked if there were any more wounded. The girl said that it looked like the rest were okay, and it was good that everything ended well. The dragon said that nothing was over yet. He did tell him that someone else might get hurt, and next time they would find a dead person. The hero asked him to wait. The high priest saw him and asked him to quickly tell him to let him go. The dragon asked him where the other man was. The elf replied that they saw no one there except him. Alec asked if he had abandoned her somewhere while running away from the wolf pack. He would have killed him, but it was a shame to lose the second one, so he said to find her. If he refuses to search or does not find, he will kill him on the spot. The man wondered if finding her corpse would be enough for him. There was no choice. The main thing for him now was to gain time. He would have to run again when the moment came. The hero said that if they didn't hurry, Alec would kill the man. The elf said that Her Highness ordered him to provide him with support. Everything was burned, if he was not mistaken. That was where the young ones lived. They angered their parents. That is why the wolves attacked them. The man then said that he would burn them before they attacked. The dragon asked what was wrong with her, because she looked like she was about to die. The guy started to examine her. The radial artery is not palpable, and the jugular vein is swollen. He said that the breathing noise on the right is weakened. This is a tension pneumothorax. The elf told him not to tell her that he was going to heal her, that he was going to heal her. Hake, who had fought for them all, was risking his life and was waiting for him in the castle. He asked how he dared to prioritize a vile troublemaker just because she was his race. That girl was in critical condition. According to the rules, he should provide minimal treatment right away. Black, these are people with difficulty receiving treatment or are already dead. Red, these are the highest priority people in serious condition. Yellow, these are people whose lives are not yet in danger and whose treatment can be postponed. Green, these are patients with minor injuries or who do not need medical care at all. The man turned to the boy and said that he needed to help him first. The boy asked what his injury was. The elf thought he was ready to postpone treatment to help his kinsman. As she thought, he was the same as everyone else. That person was older and had a higher position than the other victims. By helping Her Highness and Madam, he was simply pursuing his own interests. In the end, status determines everything. The man said he overdid it with fire magic, and now he has a burn. He said he was a priest and asked the guy where he came from since he didn't know it. The man said that it was a special honor to heal him, so he should take care of him first. Between the second and third ribs along the girl's middle critical line, the hero felt something. The elf turned to the wizard and said that if the essence of triage is to assess the wounds of the victims, then Hake's wound looks the deepest and most bleeding. The hero said that the girl had a punctured lung, so her condition was more serious than it might seem at first glance. This will buy him some time, and now she can be taken to the castle for further treatment. He would start hailing as soon as they arrived at the location and apologized for making him worry. The elf apologized to him. He still did not understand the rules that the wizard followed. The high priest began to say that he needed help. He began to use his position. The guy said that the only thing he knows is that he has the lightest wound. The elf asked what he was going to do with it. The hero replied that he was planning to take it with them and watch it a little later. The guy said he didn't understand it. He asked whose side the hero was on, and he couldn't believe that the man deserved to be saved. The protagonist apologized and said that his morality does not allow him to abandon those he can save. The boy said he did not deserve such an honor. The queen told him to be patient for a while. The girl prepared a decoction from the leaves of the world tree. They hoped that he would help them cope with the pain quickly. The protagonist apologized. He asked to put the girl on the bed. The guy said that now she is just a victim, and he asks to let him use that place. Her condition should not worsen as long as she is not worried. The tissue appears clean, but the wound is not treated. He learned the scent of the leaves of the world tree. He thought that taking painkillers without washing the wounds was the standard of that country. The hero asked the boy how his hand was. The boy said it was bearable. The boy thought it looked rather painful, so the leaf decoction was only effective to a certain extent. He said he wanted to wash his wound. The hero washed the wound and used local anesthesia. He said he would make a few extra cuts. The elf said that it was too early and terrible, and he wanted to cut even harder. This did not sound very reasonable. The protagonist replied that after this the wound would heal much faster, and if left unattended, it could only get worse. They hadn't yet come to understand how umami magic worked, but they should have at least understood that the man was trying to help them. The wound treatment was completed. He washed the wound and applied Vaseline. Now everything was fine. The hero said that he would look after the boy until he recovered. Now he wanted to continue treating the girl. He turned to the assistant and asked her to give him a stethoscope. The hero said to continue from where he left off. The elf thought that the race and social status of the patients did not matter to him, so there were such people. There is still air in the chest cavity, so he will insert a tube to release it and fix the lungs. If that doesn't work, he will try a technique called pleurodesis. The girl said that she had made a decision and suggested creating a place in the world tree. This is a special prison cell. You can't use magic in it, and you can't get out by force either. The man said that she would regret it and that it was not right to treat a priest like that. He said his mother was an exception to the rule, untreatable, and he shouldn't be held responsible for not being able to help her. The man said that now war could not be avoided and they would make a fried lizard out of him. Alex said he couldn't imagine anyone risking their life to save him. He let him live because he realized he didn't even deserve to die. If it leads to war, so much the better. He will accept his challenge. His mother is much better now, so they will see who can defeat whom. The dragon said that the exception was corrected here. It is that person. And he also regrets what happened. 1. The man approached the archbishop and said that he had received a message about a priest and deaconess who had gone to the world tree. He said it appeared they had abandoned their duties and were taken prisoner. The girl said that if we returned to their conversation, then could he prolong its action? The queen said that her condition had improved markedly, not to mention her son. She apologized and asked if this was what she really wanted. The girl said that her recovery is now the most important thing. There were conflicts. They will be forgotten with time. However, she had one offer. She wanted to add the name Yuito to the clause, which stated that dragons should protect the elves. and thus prevent other countries from getting close to him. Well, this could also lead to a situation where they have to make a choice between him and them. The queen turned to the chancellor and told him not to let worry get the better of him, but she dreaded to think what had just happened. If the princess hadn't transferred him to them, he would have wanted him to stay with them anyway. It's not just for them, but for him too. The girl said that she was also in favor of the hero staying with them. She was also saved by him. The girl said that she would also like the hero to remain in the barrel of their world tree, so she will not object to the addition of the contract. She thinks that first and foremost it is necessary to find out the opinion of the main character himself on this issue. The chancellor said that she understands, and in that case she will call him. The girl said that on the right side there are also sounds heard in addition to knocking, coinciding with breathing. The guy said he could clearly hear breathing noise on the right. He asked the girl to remember the sound well. The patient was now recovering. Well, if that sound stops being distinguishable, you will have to release air again and think about pleurodesis again. The girl suddenly woke up. The guy said that she would have to be patient for a while, but she was getting better, so she could relax. She thanked him. Alec thought he should think carefully before making a decision. The girl turned to him and also thanked him. The hero asked the dragon if he had any business with him. He replied that he just thought that if he had a free minute, he would invite him for a drink. The girl asked if she could really use the amazing magical instrument. The hero replied that, moreover, he was just thinking of creating a stethoscope especially for her. Korone was happy to have her own stethoscope. The guy added that the deal with her grandfather still stood. True, he took only one stethoscope with him and suggested that she use it in turns. The problem is not only the lack of a spare stethoscope. At the moment, he lacks many things and needs to create them as soon as possible. The chancellor turned to the hero and introduced herself, saying that she was acting as the queen's court chancellor and hoped for fruitful cooperation in the future. He asked if he could look at her glasses. The guy said that with them their capabilities will increase, and this is another amazing tool. The protagonist apologized for getting too carried away. The girl replied that everything was fine, and the main thing was that he returned them to her. The chancellor said she brought him. The guy said he just wanted to talk to them about something. He said that then he would start talking one, and this concerns the future of the victims. Their wounds and pneumothorax are no longer dangerous, but there remains a risk of infection from wolf claws and fangs. He is especially concerned about rabies. It is a life-threatening disease transmitted through the bites of dogs and wolves. Rabies, as he knew it, wasn't usually contagious. He wasn't even sure if it existed there at all. Considering that the kingdom was filled with people from all walks of life, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared for any eventuality. This is exactly what he wanted to talk to her about. He'd like to observe those two for a while longer. Besides, it would be great if she let him interview the locals to gather urban legends to see if anyone had any history of rabies symptoms. The woman agreed and told him to act as he saw fit. She asked what should be done with his reward. The woman said it was fair payment for his work, including both the work already done and the work to come. Although she was a little concerned about how much the treatment might cost if it came close in efficiency to the work of the highly paid wizards they had previously invited. The hero said that he was engaged in treatment only because he wanted to. If she allows him to live there and make various concessions, then that is quite enough. The woman asked if he meant to say that her life was worthless. The hero said he had one thought. Long ago, there was an institution in his country. It was founded at the suggestion of a man of the same profession as his. Even the poorest people could get medical care there. The girl said that, in other words, he dreams of creating a similar institution in which he would provide assistance to anyone who wants it. The boy said that he would like to be able to help everyone who comes to the world tree with the hope of healing. In a world where medicine does not exist as a phenomenon, his wish may seem presumptuous, but if he is allowed to do so, he will be very happy. The woman said that the hero could be very stubborn when it came to saving a life. The chancellor said that she did not want to ruin such a moment, but asked to let her say something. She said that she had heard that his companion was also his student. If possible, they elves could also learn magic in that institution. The hero said that he was not against it. The girl said she understood perfectly well that it was natural for him to keep the source of his power a secret. She was surprised that he agreed so easily. The guy said that no matter how you twist his craft, he can't go beyond time and space. That's why he wants as many people as possible to master artificial healing to help as many patients as possible. The woman suggested creating a place in the country where everyone who suffers can receive help. The man's leg was completely healed. The bishop said that sometimes curses can remain in wounds. If a fever starts because of a curse, then you need to drink holy water. People said that this was what they expected from him. The man said that he had done nothing special. It was enough for them to have strong faith and pray tirelessly. One of the people said that he did not know whether a woman of low birth deserved to be healed. The guy replied that God created people all over the world equal to each other. Of course, except for people of other races and half-breeds. The man said that it would be just right for her because it was just berry juice cooked with onions. They approached him and told him that the archbishop ordered him to appear immediately before the papal curia. He asked if the man knew why they were being called. Nobody knew this. They hoped they won't be forced to collect money like last time. The man suggested that they were collecting all the 6 stars. In any case, one of them was missing. It wasn't the first time she'd ignored orders from her superiors while she was busy with her experiments, but there was no money to be made that way. Among the sacred magicians, healers, there is one who neglected his duties and ended up in captivity. They must nip the problem in the bud to prevent their secrets from leaking out. Alec asked if the hero was going to build something. The guy confirmed it. He said that he wanted to build a hospital, and it would be a place where anyone could be cured of any disease. But he doesn't have enough time anyway, and he slimmed down a little, deciding that it would be useful in the hospital. He wanted to do something similar to what was in his world. The hero said that since he was treating a dragon, it would be a good idea to draw its structure. Looking at that textbook, anyone, even a girl, could consult it if she had to treat a dragon. Corone was surprised that she could do it. However, the textbook was not yet finished. It still lacked many things. The guy apologized for the smell. It was already midnight, and he was asked what he was doing. The hero said he was sorry it had happened. Lye from animal fat and vegetable ash, a little salt. It's not like he knew much, but the composition had to be right. Corone said that she had fun nonetheless. She had never used soap before. With it, you become much cleaner than when you wash with water alone. The guy said that hygiene can prevent many diseases because the most important thing is not to get sick. The hospital must have a doctor's office and equipment necessary for treatment, and the doctor must have consciousness of the creatures inhabiting that world. The list of necessities tends to infinity. What worried him most was that the supplies were about to run out. He didn't know if he would be able to get everything. The dragon said that he understood everything and suggested going for a drink. There, he wanted to talk slowly. The man greeted them. Alex said that he had finally arrived with the guy. The worker told the boys to roll up their sleeves and bring their best drinks. The hero said that he usually tries not to drink alcohol. The dragon asked if he could not stand alcohol. The hero said that was not the case. The man said that it wouldn't hurt for him to know, but he produces ether on the 2nd floor. The man, already familiar to the hero, said don't dare teach children bad entertainment. He said that he wouldn't give any bad advice, and that it was better to choose booze rather than ether. The hero said that it was also delicious. The taste was different from the last time. It was like beer. The man said that the boy noticed the difference. That's right, that drink was made from fruits and berries, and the one they drank was made from grain. The hero said that where he came from, a drink with that taste was called beer. Most often, he drank it chilled. The man said that she had never even heard of such a thing. Alex said that they don't chill it. The man said he used to think that drinking was like watching the sun set on a fertile land, but he didn't know it was possible to experience such pleasure as riding a sled down sparkling golden sand. He asked if the guy had a much more extensive knowledge of alcohol. The hero said that good taste can be achieved by mixing different types of drinks or adding juice. Alex said that the hero knows a lot about that for a person who hardly drinks. The guy said that in the past he was a drinker. However, he liked whiskey more than beer. You could say it's a distilled version of the drink the man just drank. The guy said it was a method of separating components with different boiling points by evaporating the liquid once and then condensing it. Doing so would produce stronger alcohol. Alex said that the hero had come to relax and therefore should not bore him with talk about work. The man told him to shut up because they were having different conversations, asked him not to disturb them. They had been working tirelessly for a long time, making alcohol the highest grade, and, in other words, better alcohol is their bright future. The guy started thinking about distilling alcohol. By redistilling, you can also get a highly concentrated ethanol disinfectant. They wanted to ask him something. The man said he was interested in something. He wanted the hero to run and watch his grandson whenever he had some free time. He often could not go to the toilet and sometimes suffered from stomach pain. The man said that it seemed like nothing serious and asked him to come by when he was not busy. If the hero was watching him, the man would make whatever he wanted as a thank you. The man said that dwarves can do both blacksmithing and construction. The guy said that in that case he would like to make a regular order and not as a thank you. The man said that the master should receive full payment for his work and it could not be otherwise. He told him not to refuse his gratitude. Alex said he drank too much and asked if he could pay them back in full for it. The guy asked if dragons usually worked there. They answered that they work not only there and can be found in establishments where fights often happen, like that one on the air from above. The hero said that he had heard about ether more than once. The man said that he was better off not knowing, since he had seen many who inhaled it die. Alex said that there were those who survived thanks to it. The boy asked if it was some kind of tobacco. The dragon said to go and see if he was interested. The girl said that if they screamed, it would disturb the people inside. Alex said there was some fun on the first floor, but they were just going to look around. The dragon said to do without beautiful words that time. The old man spoke of it as bad entertainment, but one glance was enough to understand that none of them came there to have fun. The employee said that he also hates beautiful words, as well as moralizing and sympathy. The so-called breath of God helps one to forget, for a moment, the pain that even the leaves of the world tree cannot drown out. With it, they can sleep peacefully, and that is why ether is necessary. The protagonist said that it could be used. They might find something like this useful. It could be used for general anesthesia. He had no idea that one of the things needed for a hospital could be right there. The man said that weeds need to be removed to protect the garden. They can be killed or left alive depending on the circumstances. The man said that they needed to figure out the situation, and he would sneak up on them and find out everything. They decided to decide everything with a coin, who would go and who would stay. There were gold, silver, and copper coins. The side with the face is the eagle, and the same answers are not accepted. He believes that the job should be done by the most successful person, and not the other way around, so he will go. The guy asked if he cared about the terms he offered. He headed to the land of the elves, to the hollow of the world tree. The hero said that he was lucky that a useful thing had been found. But first, it was necessary to find out whether it was safe to use for medical purposes and to conduct clinical trials. In essence, he must test it on different people, and it is necessary to determine the dosage and methods of application. Although, first of all, it is necessary to find out if there are people willing to participate in this. Alex suggested talking to the girl, because she knows a lot. The boy thanked him. He didn't think he would want to support him either. Alex said the hero had ordered tools from the old man, but he could create additional cutting tools if he needed them. He remembered their conversation, where the hero asked him for a bigger blade, and the guy said that he would give it to him. Amami said he understood, and that it would certainly be very convenient to have several smaller blades, but if it meant he would be early again, he didn't want that. Alex said that with magic alone, nothing would work, but if they had spirit silver, then blood would not be needed. He certainly doesn't know anything about healing, but he can help him with many other things. Alex said he would show him the spiritual silver. The hero said he was a little cold, and asked where they were flying. The dragon said he would warm himself by the fire when he got there, and now he would see everything for himself. As he said, their destination is the mines. He said that they had moved to another location and were developing new deposits. Alex said that if we are talking about spiritual silver, then this is where they are. The hero asked why the dwarves abandoned him. The dragon said that the old man was the last to leave that place. His mother told him about it. He wondered what she had forgotten there. The man said that founding a hospital and helping everyone who was sick was the idea of an outstanding person. The girl said that they needed a normum and asked if they could count on his support. The man said he was in their debt and swears on a hammer and anvil that he will live up to their expectations. He asked what exactly they were going to build. The girl said that they wanted to discuss it with the hero, but he was not there. Apparently, he and the dragon went to get the spiritual silver. The man said that they would hardly have any trouble collecting the spiritual silver, so they would wait until they returned. In the meantime, they would do what they could. The guy said he would go to the quarry to drive in wedges. The other guy said he would fill boxes with soil from the black pond. The man asked the boy how his stomach was. He said that firmness of character and stubbornness are not the same thing, and asked him not to overwork himself. The boy said that he also wanted to be useful to his grandfather. So he let him do his best and get busy collecting wood. The boy was asked about his belly and was told to take a break. He said he was glad they were all too worried about him. The boy said he sometimes had a hard time going to the toilet. The man said he was worried about the pain. The boy said he was fine. The girl said that the first thing they had to do was bring the main character. However, it takes 2 days to get to the place where the hero was on horseback and another 2 days to get back. The woman said that she came to find out where Alec had disappeared to, but when she saw everything, she felt very sorry. The man said that she and her children had nothing to apologize for because he was only angry because he couldn't do anything. It was only midday now, but no matter how much the princesses hurried with the forest god, they would not make it before midnight. The hero said that he had managed to find an important medicine, ether. If they could get spiritual silver, they would be able to create tools. The next question was about space. Of course, there is still much that is missing, but he wants to start with what is possible. As for the building, it's better to turn to the old man again, because he's a master at it. He's strong and reliable, although a bit noisy. Alex said the stairs led to an underground tunnel. It was dark and kind of scary there. They had gone through 20 floors, if not more. The dragon asked him to be patient until they came back down, and then he would carry him. Still, he couldn't see anything. He hoped that something would light up and make it brighter. The guy said he'd get his diagnostic flashlight, although it would be possible to check the oxygen level using a candle or torch. Alex said that he got through there without any problems the last time, but now someone showed up. He apologized and said it would take some time. The girl apologized and asked to be allowed to treat the boy. The man said that she ran away, leaving the woman behind, and did not forget about it. He couldn't trust such a person. Well, if he did trust him, then if something happened, he would kill without the slightest hesitation. The girl apologized for that incident, but she doesn't want to run away anymore. The woman turned to the main character's assistant. She said that he would certainly have said that they needed help. Even taking into account the past event, it is worth admitting that neither the man nor she knows anything about healing. The knowledgeable man was eager to fight, so wouldn't it be better to trust her rather than allow his grandson to suffer any longer? The boy said that he also asked the sorceress to examine him. He said that yesterday the center of his stomach hurt, and now he has pain on the lower right side. The sign of light indicated on muscle tension. Manuel is a curse that causes pain and bloating in the chest and abdomen. The abdomen is noticeably tense. She would like to use the leaves of the world tree, which are said to stop pain. The girl said that they still had some of the decoction left. It might not be enough, so she would make some more. That man didn't run away, fought the disease, and didn't even ask for anything in return, so she wants to become as strong as he was. She was tired of losing something every time she ran away. The hero said that he was saying something, and so they could try to communicate with him. The guy said that if he understood speech, he would like to talk to him first. It was a girl. The dragon did not understand why she attacked them. The hero apologized to her, although the dragon did not understand why. The guy said that she was probably scared by their sudden arrival and the fire. She was trying to protect the children who were behind her, so he asked her for forgiveness. Alex said it was hard to tell in the dark. The girl said that they laughed like that suddenly, killing someone when he was not vigilant. The heroes began to deny it and apologized. She said that the dragon suddenly took a rest from her with fire. The guy said they came for spiritual silver. The girl said it was beautiful, so she took it. She said they could have it, but they couldn't kill her. The hero said that her leg could use some checking, so he asked her to come with them. He said that he thought she had a burn. The guy would like to treat her if possible, and he doesn't know if she will agree. The girl asked if everything was okay. The woman said that the lack of mana had gone too far, and if she continued, it was recklessness that would cause her to die. The boy said that the man never left his grandson's side for a second, but he never got better. The girl said that for treating people whose stomachs had hardened due to the mana well, cleansing magic was best if she could drive out the evil spirits that were causing the illness. She apologized for causing concern and said she was fine. The woman said it would be bad if she fell and hit her head, and that was the only thing she could do for her now. She told her that she was a good girl for not giving up and holding back, because help had already arrived. The hero apologized for taking so long on the road and said that he would immediately begin the inspection. The girl said that the patient had a pronounced tension in his abdomen and his whole body was hot and trembling. She believed that he was possessed by evil spirits. The woman said that magicians and healers often say this because they believe that when there is pus, an upset stomach, and watery stools, the cause is the curse of evil spirits, and then the magic of purification comes into play, although she has not seen these spirits. Alec asked if what the eyes couldn't see were germs. Indeed, bacteria and viruses fit the description. The girl said that they belonged to different races, but their body structure was essentially the same. She decided that when possessed by spirits, purification would be effective. She tried her best, but she was unable to drive them out. The guy said it was very important, so he wanted to clarify. The girl said that she wasn't sure about it, but usually such topics are taboo, but the bishop had once said that this was the case. The guy, of course, assumed that they had a similar body structure to the dwarves. He apologized and said that he needed to check something. The hero pressed lightly on the boy's stomach. Corone said that at first the pain was somewhere in the middle of her abdomen, but now it hurts most to the right of her navel. The pain point has moved from the epigastrium to McBurney's point. It was appendicitis. It is a condition in which a place in the lower right part of the abdomen called the appendix swells. The man asked if anything could be done about it, since the boy's suffering was ongoing. The guy asked if cleansing magic was used for this condition of the stomach. The girl said that the bishop had also spoken about this, that with such pain in the stomach it would be right to use the magic of purification. If the spirits are weak, then the effect is instantaneous. The guy said that for mild cases he uses antibiotic medications. Probably the cleansing magic has the same effect. This was what the hero used to kill germs. It could be said that it cleansed. The man suggested continuing the cleansing until complete extraction in combination with the medicine. The guy hoped for the remaining antibiotic and the healer's reserve of strength. However, there was a risk of relapse. The heroes asked the dragon to invite the girl so that he could use the ether. The woman asked how he intended to use the ether. He said that in another case it penetrated into the body and the tumor flowed out, but now it is impossible. The only thing left is to cut out the problematic part from the outside. Thanks to the ether, the boy will fall into a deep sleep and will not feel pain. Otherwise, the treatment cannot be carried out. The guy said that this is a dangerous medicine, after which he behaves strangely and eventually fall asleep. The man said he remembered how interested he had been in talking about it when he was visiting that girl. He said it was needed for the hospital. He also remembered that the hero had said that it needed to be tested. In other words, ether could be dangerous, and it was unclear whether it was effective in eliminating pain. The man said he knew what happened to those who continued to inhale it, and he was afraid of the ether. Besides, if he wasn't sure that it relieved the pain, he definitely didn't want to use it on his grandson, but that's why he wanted to apologize to him for being rude. The elves asked the Rand traders for a pass, and then asked what brought him to them. He replied that it was work. They let him through. Medical instruments prepared for the operation were laid out on the table. The other doctors left the room. Amami asked for a germ-free tray. They gave it to him. Alec used the power of fire. Edoyan created scalpels. He promised that the scalpels were sharp and there was no need to worry about germs on them. Amami thanked him. Alec also left the room. The girl could not believe that the hero would really treat the patient with blades. She did not understand him and how he could even allow such a thing, causing pain to Hugh. The horned girl, seeing the boy's pain, was about to help him with her treatment methods, but Amami asked the boys to put on the disposable robes he had provided. The hero encouraged the girls by saying that he understood how much they were waiting for the costumes, but since they were dealing with germs, they had to look exactly like that. He asked Shia to hide her horns with a handkerchief. Amami decided that he would need another type of anesthesia in addition to inhalation anesthesia, so the boy needed to be prepared in advance while he was conscious. The doctor warned Hugh that it would hurt. The hero asked Korn to put her hands on the places he showed in order to hold the patient in the right position. The girl carried out the order. Amami continued to examine the patient's abdomen. He noted the distance of the iliac crest prominence and Jacobi's line. The doctor also noted that he could use a stamp, then warned the patient that it would hurt a little and began. Amami pressed his finger on the boy's stomach, and he immediately doubled over in pain. The hero thought that if anesthesia was administered according to the Jacobi line, then with spinal subarachnoid anesthesia, there should be no damage to the nerves. However, this was a theory, because it was also necessary to take into account the condition of the lumbar vertebra and the patient's nutritional status. Amami hoped that everything would go well. The hero asked to leave the pot on the table and poured disinfectant into it, povidone, iodine. Yuno obeyed. The young man placed cotton swabs in the pot. Remembering the structure of the Jacobi line in relation to the spine, Amami took a swab soaked in the solution. Lidocaine was used for local anesthesia. The doctor warned the patient that it would burn. Hugh was in pain. The guys proceeded to the next stage of the operation. Amami took the tuohi needle. He asked the boy to tell him when he felt numbness or pain in his limbs, and warned that there would be a little pressure on his back. The doctor used the needle. The hero realized that he needed to cross the interspinous ligaments, reminding himself to be very careful. Deciding that this was enough, Amami removed the tuohi needle. The hero was delighted with the cerebrospinal fluid. It was necessary to take a catheter and insert it into the tube. The doctor went over the steps in his head. He wanted the needle to be firmly inserted about 15 centimeters. Then he removed the tuohi needle again. The spinal fluid needed to drain normally and enter the filter. Amami secured the catheter to the patient's back with surgical tape. The doctor then asked Shia to put Hugh to sleep. The boy had to sleep so soundly that he wouldn't wake up in pain. The girl warned the hero that this could be dangerous. He explained that this was why he needed someone with her experience. Shia put the boy to sleep, calming him down by telling him that she had promised his grandfather to help Hugh because she didn't like to break promises. The patient was supposed to relax and fall asleep. The anesthesia worked. The boy slept. Amami warned that he was counting on Shia until the operation was completed. She became an anesthesiologist. The surgeon proceeded to perform an open appendectomy. The hero asked Karone to pass him the tools, and the scalpel that Alec had created needed to be attached to the roundest blade with a rounded edge. Amami took a scalpel and had to pass it through McBurney's point along the folds of skin for about 5 centimeters. The surgeon made an incision 1 centimeter outward from the McBurney point and 4 centimeters inward. The girls watched the operation in horror. Amami asked for gauze, which Karone gave him. The doctor stopped the bleeding. Then the hero took the tweezers with hooks and used them to pick up the subcutaneous fat. The subcutaneous fat had to be cut. It was thicker than expected. Amami assumed it was related to the patient's race. Hugh was a dwarf. But the operation was successful, thanks to the sharpness of Alec's scalpels. The next tool was flat hooks. Thanks to them, the surgeon was able to open the superficial fascia of the abdomen. The hero asked Karone to try to expand the surgical field herself using instruments. The girl was slightly nervous, but Amami calmed her down. While she held it, the surgeon again picked up the curved blade and hooked tweezers. The doctor reached the aponeurosis of the external oblique abdominal muscle. Now, the hero needed a sharp blade. It seemed to Karone that they had already cut quite deep. Was the bad spot even further away? Amami confirmed her words. He said that there is also an internal oblique muscle and an abdominal one, and the swollen appendix is located even lower. The girl repeated the name of the organ. The surgeon made an incision into the aponeurosis of the external oblique muscle gradually along the fibers. Then he took the weightliner retractor, which can work not only horizontally, but also vertically. The surgeon also took the Mayo scissors and continued the operation. The peen clamp helped to reach the internal oblique muscle that Amami had mentioned earlier. The appendix would soon appear. Karone was asked to move the hooks to the site that the surgeon had just widened. The doctor tried to find the semilunar line and the transverse abdominal muscle on the fascia itself. Amami had already reached the peritoneum. While the surgeon was installing the retractor, Karone could rest. The hero prepared tweezers without hooks. The crown needed to be hooked so that the surgeon could make an incision in the center. The girl did everything according to the command of Amami, who had already prepared scissors to get to the cecum. Suddenly, the intestine popped out. The boy ran towards Hugh, but was stopped abruptly. The boy was unhappy that the master trusted Amami too much, because he himself did not believe that it was necessary to cut open his stomach to cure him. The boy still wanted to run towards the scream to check on Hugh, but they wouldn't let him. The boy explained that he didn't want anyone else to repeat his mistake, but he was reassured that he only needed to believe and wait. The boy apologized for his impudence and impatience. Everyone sat waiting. They could only believe in Amami and his healing abilities. It turned out that the patient's abdominal pressure had increased significantly, so the intestine had popped out. The surgeon clamped it. The girl saw that everything was not going as planned. She asked how she could help. Shay was given a yellow syringe with lidocaine, which contained 3 milliliters of the substance. Shay had to attach the syringe to the filter attached to Hugh's back after removing the cap. Shia was then required to push down on the back of the syringe and inject all of the medicine. The person was asked what the name of what they had just done was. He said it was spinal anesthesia. Amami also said there was another reason, besides pain, that he had prepared Shia's ether and another anesthetic in advance. The hero said that he had to wait a little while. During this time, the protruding intestine was pulled back in. The doctor explained that lidocaine, which is usually used as an anesthetic, has a muscle relaxant effect when administered subarachnoidally. In other words, it relaxes the abdominal muscles and prevents the intestines from coming out. The girl noted with admiration that lidocaine, used in the treatment of the forest god, was capable of such an effect. She noted her inexperience in treatment. The girl understood that under the influence of Amami's magic, the world would change beyond recognition. The surgeon continued to talk about the substance. He drew attention to the disadvantages of the anesthetic, which lowers blood pressure, which can be dangerous, and also that the duration of lidocaine's action is limited. Therefore, it was necessary to hurry. The surgeon reached the free band of the colon. It was necessary to go along it. Amami thought that if Hugh's intestinal structure was the same as a human's, then there must be an inflamed appendix behind the tape. And so it turned out. Everything turned out to be in the same structure of organs as the hero imagined. The surgeon explained to the girls that the appendix was the cause of the inflammation, so it needed to be cut out, although the tissues around it were not so inflamed. The girls already had an idea why this happened. Amami said that Saya's cleansing magic had stopped the inflammation process. The girl was very glad that it had not been useless. The hero thought to himself that magic did work in this world, and he needed to study it somehow. The surgeon said that it was necessary to tie off the appendicular artery to prevent bleeding when the appendix was cut out. Amami called Yuno. She was asked to hold the forceps instead of the doctor. The hero himself took the medical thread. It was necessary to act very carefully so as not to overdo it with the tension of the thread, which could cut the artery and start bleeding. At the same time, it was necessary to tie the vessel tightly enough to achieve the desired result. Amami used Mayo scissors to ligate the vessel. The guys worked hard because there was no bleeding. They thanked Yuno for his help. Now it was finally time to begin removing the appendix itself, but before that it was necessary to ligate the base, otherwise there would be a hole left. The surgeon took Pian's clamp. Amami pinched the base with pliers. The doctor then moved the clamp down to the appendix and took out a needle and 3/0 vicryl thread. The hero made 6 stitches. Yuno was asked to intercept the surgeon's left hand. Her hands were shaking with fear. Amami calmed her down. The girl did well. The hero took the next thread, $1 vicryl. They tied the organ with a thread. The guys prepared for the next stage of the operation. Amami took out a scalpel with a sharp blade to remove the appendix. Everyone seemed very tense. The surgeon cut off the inflamed organ. The removed appendix was put aside and they began to disinfect the cut site with povidone, iodine, using a cotton swab. Yuno held the thread. The doctor removed the extra threads. Amami thanked the girl again for the service she had rendered and asked her if she was okay. She replied that everything was fine. Now the hero had to tuck in the remaining tissues with tweezers. And then everything had to be tightened with the prepared thread to create a purse string suture. The appendix removal was successful. The guys breathed a sigh of relief. Amami also thanked Corona for her help, who herself praised the doctor's work. He said that now he can relax a little. However, the operation was not over yet. It was still necessary to carefully stitch up the stomach. The guys decided to push even harder. Mr. Norman was gently awakened from the anesthesia. Shia apologized to him for keeping him waiting, but he still didn't understand anything. Everyone headed towards Hugh. They were met by Amami. Everyone was happy about the boy's peaceful sleep. Hugh's father was calm that his son was safe. Amami said that he was able to deal with very dangerous evil spirits. Mr. Norman told the orc boy not to be so loud so as not to wake Hugh. And Norman apologized to the surgeon. He also apologized for calling him a youngster. He promised with tears in his eyes that he would never forget Amami's kindness. The master said that from now on he relied on the doctor, who replied that it was mutual. At this point, the appendix removal operation could be considered complete. The people had a party. Everyone drank to the success of the hospital construction, to Dr. Amami, and to Hugh's speedy recovery. Saya, who was dressed in the clothes Shia had given her, used her magic on Hugh. Korone admired the girl, but Saya became modest because she was doing everything in her power. Korone reproached her for being too shy because Amami was pleased with her, and it was thanks to her magic that the inflammation was stopped. The master asked his son how his stomach was. Hugh said that he felt great and the pain was completely gone. Norman thanked the doctor again for his help, saying that he could not have done it on his own. The man corrected himself and thanked everyone involved in the operation from the bottom of his heart. They were happy to help. Someone called Amami. The master said that he was celebrating his son's recovery, although he had no time for alcohol because he was worried that something might happen to Hugh. Norman said that he would build a magnificent hospital for Dr. Amami, a hospital such as this world had never seen before, and after that he could have a good drink. The young man was told that the doctors had sent him to rest. After the operation, Amami threw himself into work again, but the man managed to send him to rest. Korone thanked the master for this, because the surgeon was already barely standing on his feet. Alec came to Amami's room and found him doing some kind of medicinal activity. The room had an unbearable stench. The guy forced the doctor to sleep. He resisted because he wanted to work on creating soap. He was restrained. Alec said that there were things that only Amami could do, but that didn't mean he had to take the rap for everyone. The boy asked if the doctor really didn't trust them that much and asked them to rely on Alec and the others. Amami thanked him and apologized for worrying him. He said that his actions were most likely due to him panicking. Alec didn't understand him at first. The doctor said that while treating Hugh, he wondered if the boy really had appendicitis. Amami was not entirely sure that Hugh needed surgical treatment. The young man confessed that all his knowledge was intended for the world he came from, and, although their worlds were similar, in reality everything had to be double-checked. Therefore, he had to do everything in his power. Amami said that if the current success was due to pure luck, they could not be sure that everything would be fine in the future. The doctor began to worry that next time something might go wrong. Alec responded to everything the young man said, saying that they didn't care. The surgeon was confused. The horned youth explained that if Amami doesn't cure him, no one else will. Therefore, if the doctor fails, he, Alec, will neither regret it nor hold a grudge against him. Therefore, the hero doesn't have to worry about it so much, because they are already worried about him. Amami thanked his friend for his support. Suddenly, someone knocked on the surgeon's door. When asked who had come, they answered that it was a man. Elsewhere, in another room, Mr. Lang came in. He was asked what news he had. He said that after the recent hype, unflattering reviews were coming from all over the place. But he noted that it wouldn't be a problem for them, since he had worked hard to obtain some information. He was referring to the leakage of healing magic. Lan said they had another problem now. He relayed that rumors had it that Colonelson had been left alone and not even touched. The young man did not understand why the magician healer was left alone. Lan began reading out the instructions from his notebook, that it was necessary to wash your hands before eating, drink boiled water. He was about to finish reading what to do when you have a cough, but the guy interrupted him and asked what he was reading out. The man replied that, according to the queen, these instructions should replace healing magic. The boy decided that this was some kind of absurdity. Lan told him that their country was on the threshold of change, and soon they would no longer need healing magic. After all, highly developed medicine was indistinguishable from magic. Rim made Amami clothes similar to the ones he always wore. The doctor was delighted. He said it was a wonderful piece. The girl said that her leg didn't hurt anymore, and she felt good here. She was warm, and there was good food. The doctor was glad that the steroid ointment worked for Rim. The girl said that Rome and the Spiderlings wanted to stay in this new place. She promised that they would sew even more clothes. Rim asked permission. The boys turned to Yuno. Yuno kindly replied that they would be given a warm welcome in the hollow of the world tree. She promised to convey this news to the queen. Rima was overjoyed. A young man came out to the noise. Rim was scared of him and told Amami that it was a terrible dragon. The horned man did not understand the girl and told the doctor that it was time for an open lecture. The girls announced that it was time for the open lecture of the wizard Amami. On the way there, everyone chatted. To enter the place where the lesson was held, visitors were searched to ensure safety. Even bags were checked. The girl showed that she had come empty-handed, and they let her through. One of the young guards noted that a lot of people had gathered for the lecture. He said that he would like to have a waji with him here. His partner did not understand him. Then the partner remembered that waji are guys who can see through objects. The young man supported him, because with them it would be more convenient to check bags right through them. The guard said he hadn't seen any of those in the world tree, so he should just stop complaining and check everything carefully. The young man pessimistically noted that it would be bad if something happened today. After all, they were visited by their neighbors from the land of night. They were diplomats. Yuno said that vampires had arrived at the world tree yesterday. They were interested in the public lecture she had mentioned, so she invited them to attend. Mr. Land's comrade looked dissatisfied with the current circumstances. Saya asked if the doctor should even tell foreigners about his healing magic, since it was very unprofitable. You won't earn anything. Amami said that it was definitely worth sharing the knowledge with them. The horned man said that the public lecture would be held to pass on medical knowledge to others, as the doctor wanted to spread it as far as possible. The man said that if Amami's words could keep people alive in difficult times, then he saw nothing wrong with that. The girls agreed with him. Finally, the doctor announced that he was ready to perform. Amami greeted all the audience and thanked them for coming to see him. He announced that he would like to talk about bacteria in today's lecture. The doctor asked what bacteria were. Hugh volunteered to answer. The boy said that bacteria were giving him a stomachache, so they were bad guys, and they were so small that you couldn't even see them. Amami said that this was the correct answer. The doctor also noted that he asked Norman to make instruments that would allow them to see these bacteria. The master asked to leave them to him. The boy asked how to fight bacteria if they couldn't be seen. Amami said it was a good question and held up a flask of the prepared liquid for everyone to see. He said it was meat soup that he had made a few days ago for this experiment. The boy noted the incredible stench of the soup. Amami said that the stench was caused by bacteria getting into the soup and multiplying greatly, so the audience can see the effect of the bacteria. The boy asked if that meant that bacteria was what made your stomach hurt when you ate something old. Amami said that was it. Then the doctor turned his attention to the next vessel with another liquid. Hugh noted that this strange thing made of glass was made by a master. The boy couldn't believe that the meat soup in this vessel looked absolutely normal. Amami said the last meat soup was made at the same time as the first. However, the last soup was placed in a swan-necked flask, which makes it difficult for bacteria to penetrate. The doctor explained that in this way there are no bacteria in the soup, since they simply cannot get into the flask. The listeners said they did not have swan-necked flasks. The hero said that the flask is not the only way to preserve the shelf life of the product. You can store food at low temperatures, or fill it with water that contains salt, or store food in an airtight space. In short, there are many ways to limit the amount of bacteria in food. The master finally understood why salted meat does not spoil for so long. Amami continued his lecture. He said that there are bacteria around all people that no one can see. But now the audience should understand that bacteria will multiply everywhere if no action is taken. He asked the audience what they thought could be done to stop excess bacteria from entering their bodies. He remembered to wash his hands. The doctor said that was exactly what he wanted to hear, because the only way to reduce the amount of bacteria as much as possible was to simply wash your hands. The beastmen, who did not have humanoid arms, were confused. Amami tried to get out of the awkward situation. The hero said that anything a person uses to take food must be washed with running water. Norman said that next time he would do the same. He began to threaten the disease, that he would keep it in fear. The audience began to thank the doctor-lecturer. At the end of the lecture, the ruler of the country of night, laughing, noted that Amami was an interesting person. Land said that he and Costa, could not allow the doctor to do as he pleased. After all, the human race was superior to others due to its monopoly on healing magic. Costa noted that this lecture would cause a disaster such as had never happened before. They decided to immediately report everything to the church. Someone demanded an audience with Archbishop Eccles. A girl walking on the street noticed that pieces of the building were falling on her. The girl managed to save the girl, who also managed to yell at the men passing by why they weren't looking after the baby, and she warned the girl to be careful and asked where the adults looking after her were. A man ran out and apologized for not keeping an eye on the girl, whose name was Lena. He was not her father, but a local who was looking after Lena. The girl asked what had happened here and why there were so many people. They answered that he had not appeared for a long time and suddenly came. Hearing this news, the girl rushed to the arriving Marsh. The girl asked the name again. The man asked the stranger what she was doing in the slums. He warned her that he owed a lot to Mr. Marsh, so if she was looking for trouble, he would have to ask her to leave. The girl replied that she was just hanging out there. A boy was brought to Marsh who had fallen badly and injured himself. He was in a lot of pain. Marsh calmed the wounded man and said that he would fix everything now. He began to cast a spell. Everyone witnessed the magic in action. The boy got over it. He was very grateful. He was warned not to fall again. The man was surprised that Marsh would use healing magic for a scratch. He apologized for disturbing the mage, admitting that he couldn't pay for the service. Marsh calmed the man down. He said that he was not a church healer, so he only did what he wanted. Argo admitted that he owed him a lot. They announced that the food was ready. The man became worried about something, and when Marsh asked what was wrong, he replied that he had been distracted by a stranger, but it was not so important that the magician should worry. The entire slum district was having lunch. Marsh noted that it had become quite nice and lively here. Argo noted that it was all thanks to the magician. He said that he was only doing what he could. The young boys brought food for Marsh to eat. He said it was very unexpected, but he would rather stand in line with the others. The man explained that the young men began to feel indebted to the magician from the time he healed their illness. They remembered the curse that was passed from person to person and was very scary. They promised that they would never go to the red light district again. The guys were infinitely grateful to Marsh. They wanted to thank him somehow. The food turned out to be very tasty. Argo explained that Atna had put her whole soul into cooking to please Marsh. The girl had succeeded. The man remembered the story of Atna, whom the magician completely healed from the curse of a burnt face. Marsh said that he was overpraised, because any priest from the church could have cured this disease with the help of purification. Marsh, however, used not only his power in his treatment, but also holy water. The man replied that priests might be able to heal in this way, but they would never help the poor who had never seen holy water before. The man said that if the 6 stars had been here, everything might have turned out differently. Marsh did not understand him. Argo said that the 6 stars work directly for the great Archbishop Eccles, and some of them wander around healing the poor and unfortunate, just like Marsh. And if this story is true, these healers must be quite eccentric. Marsh was asked if he had met Eccles when he visited the church. He replied that he did not know the Archbishop and had never even crossed paths with him. Suddenly, a delegation from the church arrived, having received a report of illegal and blasphemous treatment. The representative of the delegation was the priest, Byrne. By order of God, he demanded that the people of the slums hand over the dirty underground doctor to them. Argo began to complain that Marsh did not know the bishop. Now it was necessary to hope that the priest of the slum district could do something. Church representatives ordered that the order be carried out immediately, otherwise the people's inaction would be perceived as disobedience to God. However, the slum dwellers had no intention of following the order. Byrne decided to act on his own and began to sniff around, looking for his prey. Sniffing people, he reached Atna. They wanted to hide the girl from him. The woman who jumped out was threatened not to get in the priest's way. The frightened girl was examined. Marsh decided to stand up for Atna, but the man held him back, because if the magician was discovered by the church, it would not end well. Marsh could be arrested and executed for illegal treatment. But the magician asked to let him go and said that everything would be fine. The priest detected the smell of holy water on the girl. Byrne understood that true followers of God would never heal simple and rude people, but he still felt the smell of holy water on Atna's face. The priest said that the smell of holy water was proof that there was an illegal healer among them. He said that the people of the slums would no longer be able to trick him, so they must bring the culprit to him immediately. And if they refused, they threatened to execute the girl for heresy. Fia began to think about what to do. The young man suggested that Fia go with her as partners in the 6 stars. The girl wanted to go to the slums and the red light district. Comet asked discontentedly why the guys were making so much noise. Fia said that the holy water that was recently discussed requires production space and human resources. The guys recalled that it was in the slum area that there was plenty of land and labor. Comet was unhappy with the conversation and the fact that the Archbishop was so concerned about holy water lately. Friends reasoned with Comet. Fia asked what options her friend had. Comet remembered that in that area, a curse was currently gaining momentum among women of a special profession. And knowing the tastes of the Archbishop, it was obvious that sooner or later he would ask the guys to deal with it. The boys didn't understand him. They heard the news about the curse for the first time. Comet answered that his friend simply didn't know much about the world. Fia made up her mind. The girl said that she couldn't just sit back, so she'd better go. She assumed that her friends had also been given tasks, so she called them to work. The young man wanted to stop the girl, but Comet interrupted him, saying that the hooligans from the slums would not stand a second against their friend. Comet was more interested in where the Archbishop himself was now and what he was doing. Fia stood up for Etna. She confronted Byrne about which healer he was referring to and declared that she could not turn a blind eye to his behavior that was unbecoming of a priest. The people of the church decided that she was the fraudulent healer they were looking for. The girl was left alone. Byrne recognized the girl as Fia from the 6 Stars. He said that indeed he should not have come to such a dirty place for treatment. She asked if this was a problem for him. The church people hurried away. Marsh was thinking. Argo was infinitely grateful to Fia for saving them for the 2nd time. He admitted that he couldn't even imagine that she was one of the 6 Stars. The girl told him not to worry about it. Marsh healed Atna's injured leg. He wanted to examine her mother too, but the woman was very shy. Fia approached an unlicensed healer. She offered to take a short walk with him and discuss a few things. Argo wanted to stand up for his friend, but the mage stopped him. Marsh told the guys not to worry about him and to trust the girl, because it was just a walk. The magician joked that guys shouldn't turn down invitations from girls. The healers stepped aside. Fia said that in a secluded place no one would disturb them, so they could start a conversation. She asked Marsh's real purpose. She wanted to ask for what specific reason he sent her here. Could Marsh really have been Master Eccles? He said that the task they had been given was the real goal, but it was not his purpose to speak to her alone like this. Fia had assured him that in this place the papacy would not hear of them. Marsh offered the girl another goal and another job. He said that a fish rots from the head and asked the girl to lend him her power. Fia said that in such troubled times the master was very polite because usually his words reached her through others or in writing. Eccles, surprised, apologized. The temple was not happy that the people of the church had encountered a healer from the 6 Stars. Father Byrne tried to calm them down. He said that their real problem was the rogue wizard who would be here for an unknown amount of time. And if it was some momentary whim of the 6 Stars that interfered with their actions, then it would not be difficult to continue the plan. The priest thought he had guessed that it was the coming of magical children who just wanted attention and recognition for their mercy. Therefore, it would not last long. Sir Bascom came to Father Byrne and was ordered to be admitted. Sir Bascom apologized, as he thought the priest was busy, but he was well received. Byrne said Bascom's wares were very effective. The guest asked how far the boys had come. The priest began to talk about that plan. The guest said that he wanted to take possession of that land, because they could not find better land. There weren't many people in the red light district, although not long ago it had been a bustling town. Marsh noticed the large number of tents that lined the streets of the area. Argo said it was because brothels were unpopular. Now the establishments had to operate independently, and the curse was to blame for all of this. Argo said that now the entire area is in ruins. Not only the brothels and their owners are suffering, but also other establishments and ordinary people who fled the area to avoid being near the curse. The man admitted that if the curse is not stopped, the entire place will become useless to anyone. Argo asked the mage why he had come to the red light district. He asked if a 6-star sister had told him anything about the curse. Marsh said his purpose in coming was to heal as many people as he could, to the best of his ability. He said a girl from 6 Stars had warned him of the situation. The magician apologized to Argo for asking him to keep him company. The man replied that he would do anything for the healer. He was a little worried about his sister. Nora didn't recognize her brother at first and rushed at Argo. The man was surprised that she didn't recognize him. The girl was more surprised by her brother's appearance in her establishment. She declared that it was disgusting. Marsh entered the house and was mistaken for a client. The girl pretended to be friendly and greeted the man kindly. Her brother put her in her place, as it was too late to pretend to be innocent after the attack. The magician laughed and said that he saw how Argo got along with his sister. The man hoped that the master had not heard his squabble with Nora. The girl tried to figure out what was happening. Nora was already showing symptoms of syphilis. Argo asked his sister to tell the healer about the recent strangeness. He explained that Marsh had come to find out what was going on. He wanted to know why his sister was holding a weapon and if something strange was going on. Eccles stopped them and said that he would cure the girl first. The man used magic. It worked. The symptoms of the disease immediately went away. Nora noticed that her swelling had gone down. Marsh explained that she had no pain or itching, but if the disease had been left as it was, the curse could have led to death. The girl was a little scared. The magician said he needed to know how fast this curse was progressing. He asked if the girl had a red rash on her palms or soles. She showed him and said yes, she had. Nora could have offered the mage to check her for a rash himself, but he refused as a sign of respect for Argo. Marsh asked when it all happened. The girl said that men she had never seen before came to them. They were not from around here. The men spent several days in the area, and from then on the curse began to spread quickly. Nora regretted not showing it, although she thought it was strange. She promised to send those men away next time. The girl said that the same thing happened to her colleagues. That's why the rumor appeared that the red light district will curse anyone. Argo said that it was his fault. If he had money, he would not have allowed this. She said that his face already says everything about him. Because when there is a fight, Argo always comes to the rescue, covers someone with himself, and ends up getting hurt. Norma said she knew how hard her brother worked, so he didn't need to apologize for anything. She said it was disgusting to see a brother and sister licking each other's wounds. Marsh watched the whole scene. The magician said that everything would be fine. He promised to do something about all this mess. Everything that happened in the slums was reported. Ark said that he understood everything now because the reports matched what Fia said. He said that recently there had been reports of escaped slaves captured in areas near the slums. This was strange, because if they were trying to hide somewhere, the slums would be the best place. Fia remembered Byrne. She said that there was a reason why the escapees did not go to the slums. Ark noted that the escapees do not reveal their identities because they are afraid of being sent back. The young man remembered a man who was on good terms with Eccles and was also a slave trader. He decided that he should talk to him first. It was also a reason to test him. After all, cursing people and even spreading a curse throughout the world is simply disgusting. The guy wondered what the goal of a person who would be behind all this could be. Fia said that after going to those places, she guessed what the goal might be. She said that the new city in that area was approaching the slums like a tsunami. And, in the context of its development, the stagnation of the slums was puzzling. Fia suggested that the people behind the spread of curses decided to take over the lands of the disadvantaged areas at a low price. So they weakened the slum dwellers to reduce their numbers. And all this activity was carefully hidden, which emphasizes their meanness. The girl relayed the Archbishop's order for her to go with Ark and catch the ringleader. She called the boy to come with her. He said that Mr. Eccles was currently away, so the matter had to be handed over to Cardinal Sisler. But then he noticed something. He paid attention to the words that, if they were to act, then starting the day after tomorrow. He asked again why the day after tomorrow. After all, the sooner the customer was caught, the better. The girl said that she agreed with Ark, but these were the master's instructions. Sir Bascom visited Father Byrne for the second time that day. He seemed panicked. The priest asked what was wrong. An alarmed Sir Bascom said that everything was very bad now, because the day after tomorrow, the priest of the 6 stars, Ark, would come to check on him. He could interfere with their plan. Sir Bascom admitted that he had been warned by the head of the 6 stars himself, Archbishop Eccles. The slave trader noted that they would never find a more greedy man like Eccles. The man said with relief that it was not in vain that he had given the Archbishop a pile of gold. Father Byrne was very glad to hear that the Archbishop had been on their side all this time. The priest exclaimed that this was to be expected, since the 6 stars were unable to stop the process within the papal curia, although they were able to delay everything for 2 days. Sir Bascom said they needed to find a way to sort this situation out before morning. One of the priest's men said that since the 6 stars had made fools of them, they needed to stage a few suspicious deaths in the slums. Father Byrne thought it was a great idea. But there was an even simpler way to eliminate the inspector and hush up the inspection itself. The priest said that it was best not to leave any evidence or witnesses, so you just need to burn everything. He explained that inspection was meaningless without something to inspect. He decided to use the true purification that surpassed all purification magic, fire, to cleanse the land. Father Byrne's words were listened to very attentively. Everyone supported him and noted how smart the priest was. And even if some suspicions remain, then, without evidence and witnesses, they will be insignificant. It was a cheap and quick solution. Father Byrne said that inspiration had come upon him, all because of the kindness of a slave trader. Sir Bascom said to be impressed by how the priest used fire to get rid of the cursed slaves, thereby preventing the infection of other slaves. He thanked Father Byrne for keeping them from selling defective products or releasing them into the wild. He said that he would then bring scented water suitable for burning the damned, among other things. They decided that they should hurry. They still had to study where and how to spread the fire tomorrow, because they needed to make sure that everything burned to the ground. The event took place the day before the inspection of the Ark of the Six Stars. Fia said that the holy water that helps in fighting the curse of the red light district can be obtained from the fruit of this tree. Nora was glad that they could make the water that can overcome the curse themselves. The Six Stars said that was what they came for. Fia said that if there were ingredients, then the girls could make water that Fia's boss would definitely buy. The healer explained that the girls could keep all the excess for themselves. Nora could not believe that they would receive their salvation from some small fruit. Nora was about to go cook. Someone went to call the other girls. Fia left the things in the cart near Nora's house. She didn't mind. The Six Stars needed to check that they would check the curse thoroughly, so the people didn't need to worry about it. Marsh said he wanted to study the effects of the curse more thoroughly. He asked permission to examine everyone. Everyone except Fia was very grateful. Nora was very grateful to the healers. She said that now the city will definitely live again. The girls were busy preparing holy water. The finished water was brought to Mr. Marsh. He praised their work. The girls said that the smell of the water was very strange, but it was worth it. They could not even believe that they were able to make something so valuable right in their area. Many people were gathering at Nora's house. At this time, Father Byrne, who was hiding, was thinking that the curse had spread because of the girls' profession. However, if they had holy water, none of them would die. The priest angrily promised them that he would help fix everything with fire. Father Byrne scolded his men for not working carefully, because with one careless move their plan would collapse, and if the inhabitants of the Red Light District or the doctors from the Six Stars found out about them, their whole plan would be over. The priest pointed out where to spray. He was thinking that it was very inconvenient for him to work with incompetent assistants. If the operation was successful, they would hit the jackpot, because Sir Bascom would literally shower them with gold. Father Byrne would only have to show off in front of the clergy and choose a better place for himself. He thought this was his true path to success. The girls began to suspect something, but the church people kept quiet. The men began to make fire as they retreated. They used magic to produce flame. Sir Bascom watched the flashes in the poor city. He called them wonderful lights, illuminating the way to the future. Someone stopped the satisfied priest and his men, noting that they had tried hard. The boys stopped the men. Father Byrne wanted to pretend that he had just noticed the fire. Fia ironically noted that the priest had nothing to do with it, even though he had tanks of oil on his shoulders. The girl said that they had already taken care of the people. Father Byrne decided that the situation was much simpler, because in front of him were a bunch of useless women and a simple man who did not possess a drop of magic. The priest ordered his men to take the boys, but Fia fought back. The girl did her job. Nora said that she heard from Fia that there were suspicions about the meanness with the bad water on the part of the church, but she decided to let the priest carry out his plan. Sister Argo added that Mr. Marsh had told them that if they let these men get away with it now, they would simply return to their city a little later with new troubles. Therefore, the girls had to force the men to commit a crime that they would not be able to get away with. The girls were even ready to sacrifice their own home, and they could create holy water anywhere. The priest pretended not to understand what crime was being discussed. He thought he could still save himself. It was enough for him to protect himself with magic and dissolve in the flames. But Marsh himself intervened in the situation. He used very powerful cooling magic. Father Byrne thought that he was an illegal healer. Marsh was surprised that the priest did not understand who was standing in front of him. Marsh used transformation magic. The magician appeared before Byrne in the guise of Archbishop Eccles. The priest recognized him. Byrne saw 5 horns and birthmarks. The priest declared that heaven was on his side because the archbishop himself was with him. He asked the boys how they were going to deal with him. The boys stood there in bewilderment. Eccles asked the priest to cool his ardor a little. He asked Father Byrne why he was fighting with these girls in this area. The man panicked that the archbishop wanted to betray him and Lord Bascom. The priest said that Sir Bascom had let him in on the whole plan. Marsh said that by now, Ark should have arrested Sir Bascom. The priest did not understand what was happening because the inspection was not to begin until tomorrow. The archbishop said that he had already sent the following message to the Six Stars yesterday. He said that if they were to act, they would do so starting the day after tomorrow. But if by tomorrow night the 6 stars received word from Eccles, they would need to move out immediately. Byrne wanted to use force, but Marsh pushed him back. The Archbishop said that the people of the church should not just burn out the curse, but dispel it. Eccles declared that the punishment of heaven was not always fatal, but inevitable. Therefore, Byrne would have time to reflect on his crimes before the execution, which would be witnessed by the Archbishop himself. The man was horrified. The church army arrived to the heroes. The Archbishop and the general greeted each other. Eccles thanked for the prompt and decisive measures. The general declared that the Archbishop's will was in their hands. The master named Fia. The girl asked the master to tell her that it was he who finally caught the scoundrels. Marsh said that it all happened thanks to her, Fia. The mage explained that Byrne had planned to use the bad water given to him by Bascom. However, it was Fia who had figured out the plan. She had smelled the water. The Archbishop said that he was very grateful to the girl. Fia couldn't contradict the magician. Argo thanked Marsh by making a joke about how exactly to call the master. Eccles asked to be called by his former title. He apologized for not speaking up before, but explained that it was because of the church, which was causing a lot of trouble. Now the threat was over. It was a great job. Marsh suggested discussing plans for the near future tomorrow. A little while later, Marsh continued working in the slums. Due to the constant visits of the healer, the girls completely recovered. The magician asked if they had enough holy water. When they answered affirmatively, he said that drinking it would not be a bad idea either. Argo and Nora visited the master and were impressed that everything was going well for him. The doctor asked how the brother and sister were doing. They said that everything was going well. They were making holy water for the new year. Argo said that he wanted to establish a whole plantation in the red light district. Marsh asked how long it would take. He suggested that it would be a good idea to sow a whole field since he had to go into the forest to get the fruit, and if the fruit was at hand, it would be much more convenient. Argo promised to get it all set up as quickly as possible. The man said that their world was certainly dark, but they were filled with sincere gratitude to the Archbishop. Marsh became embarrassed and said that he should thank them for their help. The heroes were glad that everything turned out so well. In one of the buildings, Fia questioned Marsh. The girl asked if his plan had worked in the end. He replied that they had managed to improve the situation with the supply of holy water, eliminate the disorder, and provide the needy with daily bread. And, although there were many obstacles, the main goal was achieved. They also noted the funds taken from Bascom, which could be useful. Eccles noted that, thanks to all this, the red light district could become a starting point that would illuminate the future of all humanity. Marsh admitted that it would not have been possible to cure the girls from the red light district without healing magic. However, they did not have a single healing mage left, so magic alone was not enough. Fia said that incomplete healing magic was a heretical theory that denied a creator god, and the name holy water itself was misleading, although it had nothing to do with magic. The girl expressed concern that someone might find out about the real situation. Marsh apologized for dragging the girl into all this, but the magician admitted that his goal was to save as many representatives of humanity as possible. On the way to this goal, Eccles was ready to remove any obstacles, even if it meant playing the role of the church's watchdog. This task is truly on the verge of the impossible. Marsh asked the girl if she was ready to continue accompanying him on this path. Fia answered that she was ready. The oppression of the weak is the law of nature. In the old days, powerless people fled from all its manifestations, half-humans, demons, and dragons. But the Lord took pity and endowed people with one of his miracles, healing magic. And, when the all-consuming plague fell upon the world, it was humans who became the dominant species. Some considered them messengers of God himself and the rightful rulers of the world. God gave people healing magic not to make them proud. At the same time, God did not want to deprive people of his gift, condemning them to wandering again. And so, to counteract the dominance of humans, God decided to give the other races something different. The power of knowledge, accessible to every intelligent being without violating the laws of nature. God gave them highly developed medicine, indistinguishable from magic, and this story was about a world that found its way to a brighter future thanks to her. Amami was creating something for medicine. He liked the work of Norman, who created a container that was perfect for him. The girls asked him what he was doing. The doctor explained that they needed a standard system of weights and measures for the hospital. He said that this sample had all sides measuring 10 centimeters and a volume of 1 liter, and that it was all thanks to the master. Shaya said the sample was different from what they use. Amami said hospitals need precise measurements. The elves said that the doctor's information was very interesting. They asked him to tell them about the units and methods of measurement that were familiar to him. The doctor was glad to help, but he asked them to teach him something. Although he understood that the girls had not come for this, the elves were surprised. The girl confessed that they already had a dinner party planned with representatives of the Night Country who would very much like to see Dr. Amami there. The hero was asked what he thought about it. The doctor thought about it. Shaya said that she would only let him go with her as a bodyguard. The girls wanted to reassure him that there would be no surprises. But Amami's friends were already tense at the very word, surprise. Representatives of the Country of Night entered the room, which was already unexpected. They apologized to the Chancellor. The people of the Night Country knew that the elf had to deal with all this herself, but they admitted that they were impatient to meet the doctor in person. Amami wanted to check with Miss Myard whether the people who had come were the guests from the Land of Night. The first princess of the Kingdom of the Night introduced herself. Her name was Chloe. She took off her mask. The girl said that she was very happy to meet Amino Yuito. She said that she really hopes for fruitful cooperation in the future. During a hospitable meal, the hero asked what the Night Kingdom was like. Shaya said that she had been there. The kingdom is not crowded during the day. The girl admitted that she was dying of boredom there. The princess hinted at the telling name of her country. She said that if they were looking for fun, the kingdom should be visited at night. Chloe called Shaya the child of the Dragon of Madness. Caron asked if they really enjoyed the night so much. The princess declared that the night is their cage. The inhabitants of the kingdom like the night only because it protects them from the sun. Chloe explained that vampires are a race cursed with a vulnerability to the sun since ancient times, so they have no choice but to stay awake at night. Amami wanted to know more about the curse of vulnerability to the sun. It seemed he already had an idea. The doctor recognized photosensitivity from the girl's symptoms. The girl apologized for having to show the unsightly side of her skin. Chloe admitted that on the way here she had inadvertently been exposed to the sun's rays. Amami had already made a diagnosis. The vampire representative went on to explain that it was extremely dangerous for their race to travel to a sunlit country. However, Mistress Chloe had taken the risk anyway. Therefore, the guests of their kingdom of the night were very hopeful of the doctor's assistance. The princess said that the hollow of the tree, which was originally supposed to be shrouded in darkness, is now illuminated by the glow of sparkling mushrooms. Representatives of many races, including a kind-hearted human wizard, live in harmony in the tree. According to the girl, this country is a treasure trove of unknown possibilities. But Chloe confessed that she and her people were forced to be locked in darkness. She asked Amami to help them find a way to overcome this limitation, the doctor thought. Caron was confused by Amami's silence. She called on him. He agreed to help. The doctor was already involved in the work. He noticed that Chloe had not touched any of the food, neither meat, nor beans, nor bread. Amami asked what food the inhabitants of the Land of Night usually eat. Chloe answered that the main food product is porumbu corn. The girl added that it is their special crop. In confirmation of her words, the princess turned to the old man accompanying her. Chloe said that corn sprouts well even in poor soil. The inhabitants of the country either bake it or boil it. Amami thought about something. The doctor announced that there was a way to cure the sun's curse, but for now, it was only a hypothetical possibility. Everyone listened eagerly to Amami's continuation of his thought. The man assumed that the curse of the sun was pellagra, that is, a metabolic disorder. The hero explained that pellagra is a disease that occurs when the body lacks niacin, known as vitamin B3. Chloe asked what could be done to get rid of pellagra. The elf suggested that Amami was linking the illness to her diet. The doctor confirmed her words. He said that such a disease is mostly found in those who eat mainly corn. The vampire could not even imagine that the cause of the curse was hidden in the Roomba. Chloe said that corn was the staple food of their people. They had no equivalent food that they could distribute throughout the country. The Queen of the World Tree would like to help everyone in any way possible at the expense of the kingdom. But feeding the entire Land of the Night could be difficult. Amami thought about a solution to the problem. He had some idea. He suggested that the people of the Night Kingdom bake corn into tortillas. The doctor explained the method of nixtamalization, where corn treated with alkali is ground and fried. Amami claimed that the tortilla would stabilize their diet. The princess asked what exactly she wanted to do with the rumbu. She admitted that she didn't fully understand all the details. Chloe decided that this tortilla was the only option for their people. She asked to teach them how to make this dish. The next day, the heroes learned to make tortillas in the kitchen. The princess humbly asked to be taught everything. Corone encouraged her because everyone would learn together. Chloe said that the doctor's abilities were approved by Queen Melina herself. The girl wanted to know about the abilities of Amami's apprentice, Corona. The princess explained that, although her country was in a difficult situation, they still found it difficult to trust anyone from the outside. Chloe wanted to clarify whether Corona's presence was really necessary. Amami was surprised by such a question. The doctor said that Corone was smart and responsible and could definitely be relied upon. The girl wanted to reassure the princess. Chloe rushed to apologize for her disrespect to the girl. Corone became even more worried about this. Shia stopped them and urged them to get down to business quickly. Amami said to start by boiling the corn in alkaline water, just like making soap. The girls began to worry that the tortilla would stink just like the soap, but the doctor assured them that everything would be fine, or so he hoped. It was necessary to time 20 minutes. Amami asked Corone to time it, to turn over the hourglass, which was a craftsman's work. It counted exactly 5 minutes. Shia found out that they would have to turn the clock 4 times. The doctor said that after boiling the corn for 20 minutes, they usually leave it overnight. But he had taken care of it the night before. Chloe was surprised that the rumbu had turned golden. Amami explained that this treatment softens the root vegetable and makes it more yellow. The doctor said it was a sign that the nixtamalization had been successful. The girls were impressed. The hero's friends reproached him for working until the morning and not sleeping again. Amami continued cooking. The corn needed to be washed under water. He explained that the fruit needed to be properly crushed and mashed. Corone volunteered for the final task. The girl was very good at grinding the beans. Shia noted that it was too easy. Then you had to take some flour, roll it into a ball, and then roll it into a flatbread. The flatbread was fried on both sides. Shia liked the smell of cooking. She noted that the kitchen didn't even stink. The tortillas were ready. The elves were the first to try the flatbreads. They thought that the taste was rather simple, but the flatbreads were tender and sweet. The girls said that it was very tasty. Chloe also prepared to try the prepared food. The princess said it was very tasty. She couldn't even believe that such delicious food was the source of their curse. Amami said that he couldn't say for sure, but he didn't rule it out completely. The vampire assumed that they were just wasting their time. He asked if Lady Chloe wanted to continue staying here. The girl replied that if the taste was so wonderful, she would definitely support the doctor's idea. She thanked Mr. Amami. After the tortilla, the master next prepared meat, spicy fruits, and, as Shia noted, smelly leaves. Amami added ingredients that were as similar as possible to the tortilla to create the taco filling he was accustomed to. The doctor thought that making plain tortillas was boring, so he made it this way to add variety to the taste. Shia asked if it was possible to do without the stench and bitterness, although she agreed to try one taco. The girl took the first bite. She liked the dish so much that she even wanted to wash it down with some cold cervisia. Suddenly, Tega came to the heroes. When Shai asked why he was not at the bar, he answered that he needed the doctor's help. The wounded soldiers of the night were brought to Amami. They were asked why they were wounded. The soldiers apologized to Lady Chloe. The soldiers' comrades explained that he had drunk too much cervisia, that he did not notice the wall in front of him and crashed into it. The young man was very ashamed. The indignant princess told the soldier to wash away his shame one day. The young man began to apologize to Amami, but he calmed him down, saying that such things don't happen to everyone. The doctor determined that the soldier had broken a bone. Corone was already running to help her master. The girl decided to wash the wound first. Amami approved of her decision. The soldier began to resist so that they wouldn't pour water on his wound. But Corone had already splashed it. The young man was surprised that the liquid didn't sting him. The girl explained that she had used a saline solution, which didn't sting when you washed the wound with it. Chloe assessed the situation. She knew that the use of healing magic by beastmen had been met with extreme skepticism until now, but Corone's demonstration of the ability left no doubt that it was possible. The princess apologized to the beastwoman once again for her disdainful attitude. Chloe said that Corone had exceptional talent, and she, as a vampire who was unable to use healing magic, was very envious of her. The girl reassured the lady by saying that Master Yuito had told her that anyone could master this technique with due diligence. Corone said that until recently she had been just a slave, but now she was gradually learning from her master. Chloe was very impressed. The princess could not believe that she could also master healing magic. She declared that if she could return to her homeland with such skills, it would make her incredibly happy. The accompanying vampire called out to Lady Chloe. The princess asked Amami to take her as his student. The vampire escort claimed that she was the princess of the land of night. Chloe reminded him of the value of healing magic. That is why the old man assumed that the doctor would not pass on his knowledge of healing magic because of some whim of his student. Amami denied the vampire's words. He said that he wanted as many inhabitants of this world as possible to learn the art of healing. The old man couldn't believe it. The doctor remembered that he had rushed to agree and had not asked permission from the administration. The elves calmed him down and allowed everything. Chloe hoped that even though she was new to this business, she would be able to work well with Master Amami and Couron. The guys told her that they were looking forward to working together. The princess was happy to have such an opportunity while she was visiting the World Tree. The girls learned medical knowledge from Amami. The vampire who was looking after Chloe was able to move away from the princess. He met an old acquaintance. Alec asked ironically why he was walking around so carefree. Didn't he have someone to babysit? In response, he laughed. Under the vampire's mask was a young man, not an old man. He answered the dragon that there was no point in tightening the membranes of bats that had already learned to fly, meaning the princess. The man greeted the ancient fierce dragon. She replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling him Radu and a sincere ancestor. Radu noted that Alec cared about the stranger Amami. He asked how he was doing. The dragon warned him that if he had any evil intentions towards Yuito, he would have the power to stop it. The man assured that he did not want to become his enemy, because, unlike dragons, he was a peace-loving creature. The young man asked why he needed to play the role of Princess Chloe's old servant and get close to Yuito and the others. The man jokingly remarked that he was now nothing more than a grandfather. He stated that he had no evil intent because that was his virtue, a heart without lies and falsehood. Alec noted that Radu was the last one who could say that. The man noticed that Amami was already accompanied by a bodyguard. He meant the ancient one, the slug that always accompanied the doctor. Radu noted that the ancient could sense something unkind from him, and therefore always remained on guard. The man repeated that no matter what the circumstances, the last thing he wanted was to become his enemy. Radu asked Shaya's opinion. The dragon did not deny the man's words. He asked Rada how his acquaintance with Yuito went. He replied that he was considering the possibility that a mage healer, under the patronage of the Holy See, was plotting to seize control of the World Tree. But Radu quickly realized that Amami was not currying favor with the church. The man said he would take advantage of the dragon's kindness and try to forget past grievances for a while. Alex said he would believe his words for a while. He repeated the guest's name, Radu Lesti. The man couldn't believe that the lindworm had turned its back on him. But Leshti decided that today was a wonderful night that had given them new opportunities, so he would not stain it with blood in vain. Lady Chloe was trained in healing skills. The princess asked Couron if she was doing it right. The girl noted that this is how you tie knots with both hands. She noted that Chloe was doing it well. The princess compared the sample from the crown with her own work. Chloe noted that she could not yet do it as neatly and quickly as the beastwoman, but Couron reassured her and said that she herself had room to grow. The girl added that she was only able to practice properly after Rome gave her thread. Rome did not understand why she was mentioned. Coroni explained that Amami had needles and threads exactly the same. Hugh replied that one night, when it was impossible to continue building the hospital, the doctor asked the master and others to make these needles. Rim noted that she gave the threads. The girl asked if she was smart. Coroni praised them. The boy said that he would be very happy if these needles were useful to the sick and suffering. The beastwoman said that she would take them instead of the owner. Chloe asked where Dr. Amami was now. The boys didn't understand why she needed him now. The hero was at the construction site of his hospital. Norman promised that the hospital would be a success. Amami said that the building was already amazing. Shaya asked why it was so gigantic. She thought that it would be too much for the doctor alone. Norman replied that he only did what was necessary, and after careful discussion with Yuito, the man said he was already setting up one of the rooms called the lecture hall. Amami thanked him. The dragon asked him again. The doctor explained that the lecture hall was a place where open classes and conferences could be held at any time. Shaya did not understand why a separate room was needed for this, if classes could be held outside. Amami explained that not everything could be done outside. He thought he would need this room very soon. The doctor said that medicine was based on 3 pillars. One of them is practice, in other words, treatment and care of the sick. The other 2 pillars are research and teaching. The doctor explained that research, in their case, means finding adequate and sustainable methods of treating the inhabitants of this world. He remembered working with the ether, where he had no choice but to rely on Shia's experience. However, in the future, Amami would like to carefully study and record what the approximate dosage is for each race, age, and body type. The elf said that they might also have to study the leaves of the world tree. The doctor supported her. Another elf asked Amami what the world tree could offer him, since she noticed that its supplies were approaching the end. The girl asked how the doctor intended to solve this problem. The doctor admitted that although the master and Alec had made a lot for him and their help had been very useful, the situation as a whole was now getting worse. Therefore, Amami decided to research each race, finding out what they could offer him along the way. He added that all these tasks were included in the research section. Shia skeptically noted that such a path was too thorny, and Yuito had not yet even figured out the soap, but the hero, without embarrassment, replied that the latter was training. Amami said there are so many things he cannot do alone, so he would like to pass on his clinical and research knowledge to as many people as possible. That's why he needed a lecture hall. The doctor said he had great hopes for the master. In the temple, the priests were giving their lecture. The lecturer explained that if the students wanted to practice healing magic, they had to master the 4 methods of examination, inspection, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. They had to find out why the deacon was so ill. The bishop wanted to explain what is most often done by palpation. The man showed how the abdominal cavity is examined. The lecturer explained that the abdominal muscles were slightly weakened and gurgling sounds were heard below the solar plexus. He noted that in such cases there is a curse, which is clearly visible when examining the tongue. The boy was told that if he understood what was being discussed, then he should say so. The boy suggested that the sign the deacon was talking about was the rather noticeable teeth marks on the tongue, and the reason for the deacon's illness was that he drank. That was the right answer. Saul declared that Deacon Kinnan had given the correct answer. Everyone applauded him. The doctor asked the man if he had been drinking lately, whether he had been bothered by swelling or an upset stomach. The patient admitted that he had recently had stomach problems. The lecturer explained the effect of this curse when water begins to stagnate in the body. The man recommended that the patient give his stomach and intestines a rest, otherwise he could infect everyone. Bishop Saul warned that the curse could manifest itself in different ways on different parts of the body. But it must be remembered that without collecting information and making the right decision, it will not be possible to exorcise evil spirits, even with the best healing magic. The deacons readily remembered the lecturer's words. Deacon Kinnan approached Bishop Saul with a question. He wanted to know if the patient had a muscular stomach, or if he was fatter than Deacon Pilus, what should be done in that case, because the sensations during examination of the abdominal cavity would be different. The bishop confirmed the boy's words. He said that due to such factors, there are individual differences in curses. Saul explained that there is a technique where he bends his knees to relieve tension in his abdomen and allow the examination to take place. Kynan noticed that other bishops had ordered that the abdomen be examined only with the knees straightened. This was the first time he had heard of the examination of evil spirits being done differently. The bishop replied that the boy could learn more from the archbishop, who had a unique vision of things. The deacon was impressed. Comet noticed that Saul had taken to the role of teacher quite well. The bishop wanted to know what exactly his friend had seen. Comet said that the things they were used to were meaningless to others. He asked Saul if it was worth continuing. The bishop replied that Eccles's method of studying and fighting evil spirits was different from the traditional one and was known only to a select few. Saul added that this would allow them to avoid any friction with the cardinal. Comet replied that politics were very bothersome to them. He added that the 2 people Zess had gone to were probably sent by Cardinal Sislarp to keep the archbishop under surveillance. The bishop hoped that even though Zess was not in the habit of holding back, he would not add another problem to their problems because Zess would not fail. The young man noticed that the world tree had changed noticeably for the better. Was it really Amami who had influenced them so much? The man said that it was time because the preparations were complete. The young man turned his attention to Coast's subordinates. He replied that they were dark elf mercenaries, since no one should suspect the church. He said that he edited the records to indicate that his comrade had left the country. There was an explosion. The minister of the church understood that the main goal was to save or kill Colonelson, as well as capture the fake healer. The fire caused panic in the city. The dragon understood that it was not the guests from the night country who had arranged this. The boys gathered in the square. They saw a terrible fire. Shia transformed into a lizard. He told Amami to go to the castle. The wounded would be sent there. He also told him to call Teg, who would be very useful here. Norman noted that the sounds and the command, go, were not from fire magic, but a bomb explosion. He assumed that the attackers were preparing the next one. Princess Yuna turned to Mei. The princess ordered to notify the elven guards about what had happened and the bombs, and to order the evacuation of residents and the search for survivors to begin. The slug told Amami that his water would stop the fire. God took Lena away from the slug. Amami and Sayu were called to take refuge in the castle. The dwarves said they would stay to defend the hospital. The dragon was informed that the surrounding area had been evacuated. However, the fire continued to spread. Tega appeared and began to use the power of water. He said that in the form of a dragon he would trample everything in the area, and in human form he could not release more power. Zaya said that at this rate the fire could not be stopped. Tega had to bring down rain. Everything was extinguished in an instant by the ancient slug. The slug sat on the forest god. Shia returned to her original form and rushed to find those who might have suffered from the fire. Tega tried to figure out how the fire started in the first place. The boys saw another explosion, but this time from the side of the castle. The attacker managed to get to someone. He found Priest Colonelson, who did not understand what was happening and who the people were who had come to him. He reproached them for disrespecting him, the priest. An elven guard ran into the cell and asked what the masked people were doing here. The heroes running to the castle also saw the explosion. Suddenly, they were stopped. The stranger in the mask called out the names of all the boys. Costa said they came to take the priest, calling him an outstanding man. The elf yelled that it was outrageous to kidnap a prisoner. He told them not to be stupid and to surrender. The attackers asked for a shell. The squad managed to escape when the bomb exploded. The prisoner asked who Costa worked for. He noted that the men's henchmen used bombs instead of magic. The priest said that he was a burden to the church now, so he wouldn't be surprised if Costa came to kill him. The only thing that confused him was why he was so nice to him. Costa expected the priest to immediately notice that he was not one of the church's lackeys. The man was counting on cooperation with the high priest. When Corone was still in training, the doctor noticed that she was getting better and better. Amami trusted her to apply ligatures to real patients. The girl was worried that it was too early to let her see real patients. The doctor reassured her that it was better to get used to real practice as soon as possible. He remembered the situation with Hugh, when Amami couldn't help or wasn't there. Corone was worried. Yuito wanted the beast woman to do her best. He promised to keep an eye on her and correct any shortcomings, but warned that unexpected situations could happen. Corone understood. The stranger was asked who he was and told to let them through. The man replied that the princess was an important person, so it would be prudent to let her through. However, he said that this time it would be different. Seiya said that if these men came from the land of people, then let them go, because the inhabitants of the world tree do not want to cause trouble for people, they just want to live in peace and health. The guy pretended not to understand what country of people was being talked about. He said that ideals often had nothing to do with reality. Saya said that despite this, they should strive to make ideals a reality. The man decided that they would achieve nothing with this conversation. The strangers attacked. The elves were ready to confront them. The weapon passed very close to the princess, but she managed to dodge, which came as a surprise to the attackers. The girl exposed the dark elf. The warm elf said that Yuno was bothering them. Amami warned his friend about the threat from behind, but the princess was slightly wounded, and she continued to resist. The doctor was worried about Yuno and her hand, but she told them not to think about her and to run away quickly. It was obvious to the elf that the attackers had come to capture or even kill Amami. She promised to detain the criminals and asked her friends to hurry up and leave. The dark elf told her companion that she had only scratched her. The companion taunted the girl so that she would not drop the blade. They attacked. Suddenly, something stopped them. A dragon and the forest god flew out to help the boys, yelling at the criminals about what they were doing. The guy didn't understand. Could they really put out the fire so quickly? The man said that there was nothing to be done in this situation and ordered a retreat. The Dark Elves asked the commander again about his decision because they had not achieved their goal. The boy replied that if the others acted according to plan, everything would be fine. It would be much more troublesome if the princess reached the castle. He decided that they would finish their mission a little later. The Dark Elves told the heroes that they were lucky because they were leaving. The guys were very excited because the enemies wished them a new meeting. They meant to meet them in the next life and suddenly threw a bomb at the doctor and his companions. The explosion happened right before the eyes of Shaya, the forest god and the ancient one they called Amami, but Princess Yuno was able to stop the shockwave with magic and save herself and her comrades. However, Amami was still hit and was wounded in the arm. The girls urgently ran to Corona and reported that Amami was wounded. Yuno's arm was also wounded. The doctor was worried about it, but the princess and Shaya saw that the doctor's wound was much deeper. The elf cried and asked for forgiveness for not being able to protect Amami. Shaya was angry at the villains and said that it was not the princess's fault. Corone came to them. The girl needed to have a shrapnel wound examined. The doctor trusted her completely. He said that he entrusted the treatment of himself and Yuno to Corona. The girl promised that she would take care of everything. Chloe was her senior assistant. The girls donned the surgical uniforms that Roan had made for them and prepared for the operation. Corone showed Lady Chloe the medical instruments laid out in order of use and asked her to hand them over whenever she asked. The princess was ready to help. The girls immediately began surgery to remove the iron fragments from Amami's shoulder. Kostin noticed that the other group returned to them empty-handed. The guy saw the priest and noted that everything went smoothly for them. The young man explained that an angry dragon was searching for them, so he decided that waiting too long would be foolhardy. He said that taking the priest would be more than enough. The boy asked Costa to hand over the priest to him so that he could return him to the Curia. But the man had his own plans. Costa announced that he had a completely different contract. He hoped that the young man, as the instigator of all this, would not refuse him the courtesy of dying. The assistant called Corone and gave her the disinfectant. Corone took it and thanked the girl. Drops were running down Corone's forehead. She was focused. The assistant was worried about the actions of the older girl. Corone warned that she would now disinfect the wound from which a piece of metal was sticking out. As she applied the cotton wool to the wound, Corona thought that she had to live up to her master's expectations. She recalled his words about what he had entrusted to her. But Corone was afraid that if she did not justify, her thoughts were interrupted by an assistant who called the girl. Corone immediately turned to the girl, who clarified which instrument was next, passing it along to the elder Corone. Corone took it, confirming and thanking the girl. Corone's hand that held the syringe with lidocaine was shaking very much. She needed to give the injection. Having found the place where the injection should be given, Corone warned her master that she was going to give him an injection. Useful information about the prototype of modern syringes, when they were created and by whom, appears on the screen. Corone gave the injection next to the metal piece. Hearing the owner groan, she suddenly tensed up. Sweat was pouring down her forehead, and she was feverishly asking her master how he was. The owner told her that he was fine, just a little tingling. He also thanked the girl. Corone, who was very worried about the guy, exhaled. Having squeezed the syringe to the end, Corone said that we would extract the iron, while simultaneously asking herself in her head whether the injection had worked. The girl held a straight peen clamp in her hands. She grabbed a piece of metal with a clamp and began to pull it towards herself, screaming in her head that she was pulling this piece of metal out of her owner's skin. Blood began to spurt out in all directions. The elder Corone and the girl with ears were scared. Corone began to ask the owner if the extraction continued. Would the blood start to spurt out in all directions? And if that happened then? The owner calmly answers her that he may start, but if you stay calm, the operation will be successful. The crown is old and determined. She understood and returned to the extraction and began to pull out a piece of metal. Little by little, the metal began to move and come out of the owner's skin. The girl saw that the process had begun. Corone asks the owner if it hurts. He says no, the lidocaine works as it should. Great, then let's continue, thought Corone, and began to pull out the piece further, using Peen's clamp. The piece was pulled out. The girls joyfully exclaimed that the piece came out. Corone pointed out that there does not appear to be significant or profuse bleeding. Having said that she would clean the wound, Corone asked the other girl to take the second syringe, and she agreed. Corone remembered what she had been told about cleaning the wounds. saline solution to wash the inside. Also, if the wound is deep, it can be cleaned with Surflow. Having remembered this information, the girl got down to business. The wound was dried with gauze and Korone began to apply the stitches, first asking for the needle holder to be handed over, which was lying in the same place as the threads and needles. The needle holder had to be handed over without touching the tip. The assistant took the needle holder and dragged it to Corona, additionally asking if this was the instrument, thanking the head nurse, and asking for another tray with threads and a needle. The girl brought Corona needles with threads already threaded through them. Corona couldn't grab the needle. Another girl encouraged her and told her not to give up. After several attempts, Corona finally grabbed the needle and thread. Corona was very worried and nervously swallowed her saliva, not knowing where to start. She suggested that it would be best to start from the cranial edge, asking herself whether this would be okay. The girl inserted the needle into the skin. Very nervous, Corona did everything as she was taught. Now there should be an instrumental dressing. Corona carefully began to stitch up her master's wound, her assistant watching with great interest. Corona continued to make knots on the thread, like a person who knows her business. Finishing the first stitch, she made another stitch for confidence and asked for Cooper scissors, which are similar to a needle holder, to cut the thread. The assistant immediately went to get them. Having finished the first stitch, she continued sewing with this needle and thread on the wound, making a second stitch. The girls continued to carefully and painstakingly stitch up the owner's wound. Having stitched everything up to the end, the assistant asked Corone if they had finished the complex operation on the owner's shoulder. A quiet voice suddenly rang out, calling Corone, who immediately began asking the owner if everything was okay with him and if anything hurt. The owner, who was very tired after such an operation, told the girl that she had helped a lot and thanked her. Corone's eyes lit up with recognition and happiness. Closing her eyes, the girl smiled through her mask. Corone cried with happiness because she was able to help her master. The operation to remove iron from the owner's shoulder can be considered complete. The speaker expresses doubt that Costa made the important decision on his own, pointing to his dismissive look. One man asks another whose orders he's acting on, whether it is Sislarp. He replies that he was on good terms with the cardinal. Their conversation is stopped by a girl in a cloak who says that Sislarpa is not their real employer and that they were also interested in the actions of the 6 stars. Taking off her hood, the girl says that the man in glasses is taking too long and that the priest needs to be delivered to the demon lord as soon as possible. The man in the hat is shocked by this information and loudly exclaims and asks again about who needs to deliver the priest to. The man in glasses turns to Kanan and asks her why she told him, because now they definitely won't be able to leave those people alive. Kanan says that there can be no exact or anything else for murder. After all, it doesn't matter what you say to the one you are going to kill. Suddenly, laughter is heard. The 3 companions are very surprised by what they heard. The guy in the hat lists all the information he just heard about the bombs, Sapientia fire, about dark elves and a well-thought-out distraction tactic, and also a demon lord to boot. Now everything becomes clear to him. Kanan screams that it's magic, ordering Gil and Percy to kill the guy in the hat. Jill and Percy immediately attack him, and he jumps back and tries to hide at the bottom of the cliff, where the squad finds him from above. The guy, seeing that he was found, does not want to remain at their mercy, but wants to escape with the information he has. There is a huge explosion that surprises everyone who was there. The guy runs to the edge of a cliff, jumps off it, and continues running further, but a dagger flies at him, wounding him in the shoulder. Kanan shouts to Zedras and Adet that she has found the guy and that they should follow her. The guy ran through the forest and felt for the knife in his shoulder. He pulled it out sharply as he ran, threw it into the bits, and continued running through the forest. Taking the staff out from his bosom, he connected its 2 parts. They began to glow and stick together. The boy began to cast spells. Magic surrounded him everywhere. Someone noticed the light and warned the princess about it. The princess said that the guy healed his shoulder while running. That's why humans are so troublesome. But the princess seriously doubted that the guy could match the strength of the dark elves. Meanwhile, the guy ran into the grass, which appeared before his eyes at the right time, and hid there. The princess and her assistant stopped near the grass. One of them asked her what they were going to do. She turned to one of them and asked if she had used it. Taking this thing in her hands, she threw it into the tall grass where the guy was. Hearing the sound, he tensed up very much. There was a deafening explosion that seriously affected the guy who was in the grass. The explosion was huge. It destroyed almost the entire field. The guy with the staff, stunned by the explosion, lay and could not get up. He was found by the dark elves. The princess pulled the blade from its sheath and swung it, intending to kill the man lying in front of her. The guy began to resist and fight back as best he could. He gathered clots of magic in his palm and was ready to strike, but a blade flew into his hand, bringing unbearable pain. The princess raised her staff above her head and hit the magician in the face. The smoke from the burnt grass went up into the sky, and the boy lay head down on the ground, unable to rise. Princess Kanan threw away the magician's staff and took her blade in her hand. She brought it to her face and said that it was time to finish off the magician. He, burying his face in the ground, thought that his life could not end like this. The princess had already begun to lower the blade to finish off the guy, but then a voice suddenly rang out that they had been found. Voices were heard from all sides saying that there were dark elves here and that they needed to call for help. The princess frowned and said angrily that the followers from the World Tree had already arrived here. One of her assistants asked what they would do. The princess, having said that she had sweated a lot, suggested leaving the magician to die in the open air and ordered everyone to return. The top of a girl's head appeared from behind the trees, indicating that her plan had worked. The girl squatted down next to the unconscious mage and said that Mio had come to Zess. Mio cast a spell on Zess saying that magical stones resonate with the person who crystallized them and are attracted to him. Mio was glad that they all exchanged stones then. She remembered how it happened when one of them suggested exchanging stones so that they would know when one of them was in trouble. Mio said that it was the stone on her staff that told her about Zess, that she clearly heard beep 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 in her mind. Also not forgetting to mention that luck was on Zess's side, she took him by the arm and dragged him to the horse. Arriving at her, she apologized for the long wait in front of the horse Gnarl. Mio asked to borrow the staff again and said that she was sure the comet had already noticed. The girl created a convenient ladder from the earth with the help of magic, which she immediately began to climb, carrying Zess on her shoulders. Almost reaching the end of the ladder to put Zess in the saddle, Mio decided to mention his wounds. She wondered to herself, considering that she had just treated Zess's wounds, why wasn't he coming to his senses? Zess looked very battered and bruised, but in relatively stable condition. The boys and girls, collectively known as the 6 Stars, vowed to never let any of them die. The guy exclaimed what it meant, general gathering. His friends who were standing nearby did not understand what he meant. Then one of them decided to call the guy by name. He explained with a worried expression and feigned anger that Mio had used his stone. Friends who were nearby were shocked by this information. Comet decided to clarify what Mio's action meant, and it meant that something had happened to Zess. Comet said that he was heading to the World Tree and wanted his friends to know about it. Arch put his hand forward and decided to stop Comet, so that he would first wait for Eccles' instructions. The girl who was standing next to Arch also told him to calm down. Sol decided to leave and let the Archbishop know that if there was a battle, he would go with them. Evil Comet freaked out and kicked a brick wall, screaming about how he could calm down here. Arch was confused as to how it was possible to anger Comet so much. The girl standing next to him chuckled and said that precocious people like Comet usually get upset the easiest. She also said that the guy often comes to them to vent. Comet was still angry, and the girl told her that Mio once told her about a case when Comet got really angry. Arch also remembered that case, the murder in the Baron's house. The action takes place 10 years ago. Someone from the crowd shouts, "Look, this is Comet, the protege of Reverend Eccles." The other students sitting by the fountain were discussing the boy passing by, saying that he had received his personal staff in one fell swoop, but there was no sign of pride on the boy's face. One of the boys mentions that the bishop is downright obsessed with gold, suggesting that Comet's parents must have paid a considerable sum for patronage. The boy goes on to say that they did it so that Comet would have an advantage over them, who came from honorable families, and then asks if it is normal to induct people into the rank for money and not for their abilities. Comet, another classmate, appeared, who greeted them very loudly, scaring everyone sitting there, so much so that they fell out of their seats and landed in all directions. The guy said that it is not good to make up stories behind someone's back and asked everyone to refrain from doing so. The dirty and wet gossips scolded the screaming guy, saying that he was an idiot and must have gone crazy since he was screaming so loudly, and quickly retreated from his place of residence. The guy meanwhile greeted the young mage and apologized for the fact that these guys suddenly all ran away. Comet coughed and said that they were pointing their finger at the sky. It was worth starting with the fact that they did not have parents. The guys came to Arch. After greeting them, Arch apologized for getting straight to the point. Arch announced that Eccles would not be coming today, and they were left to their own devices today. Komet started to complain that Eccles didn't care about them. They had so much to learn. He wondered why he didn't come. Arch replied that he didn't ask him the reason. Komet said that Arch was the only one who was seriously studying on his own. But what about the others? Arch reported Mio's words that since they were studying on their own, she would conduct another experiment. Arch assumed that the girls were in the yard. 2 girls were in the center of the yard. One of them was squatting and pouring something on a stone. The other one was standing and watching her. Mio was experimenting with gunpowder, and the other girl was asking her to stop. The girl decided to remind Mio about how Eccles scolded her for a small fire that she had caused the other day through her experiment. Mio, apparently having forgotten about this moment, asked her friend about it in sincere bewilderment, who, offended, asked whether Mio was fooling around or was she being completely serious. Mio used magic and jumped up and told her friend about it, adding that they needed to run. She called the girl a fool and reproached her for doing it on purpose. There was an explosion, and the girls flew in different directions with their arms outstretched. A guy who heard the explosion leaned out of the window. He loudly asked the girls what they were doing here. They quickly started to run away, Mio saying that something was missing, and the second girl was angry that she was also dragged into this. Komet and his friend went out into the yard, saw the girls running away and being chased. The shorter boy decided to ask what kind of experiment these two were conducting. Someone sitting above them immediately answered that they were saying it was a research to enhance the effectiveness of magic. Both boys turned their gaze to the one sitting above in the crown of the tree. It turned out to be Zess. The boys immediately decided to ask why he was sitting on the tree. Zess answered that Reverend Eccles told him to stop Moy's experiment if it was dangerous. Komet reproached Zess for not stopping the experiment. Zess said that he did not consider it dangerous. Then he turned to Komet and said that he was ordered to give him an envelope. Zess also explained that he had been waiting for Komet to come just for this reason, to convey the bishop's request, although in Zess's opinion it was more like a test. Komet, taking the envelope, asked him again what the test meant. Zess explained that the bishop said that Komet should be able to draw the correct conclusion. Mio and Komet approached the gates of a huge mansion. Mio said that this was the Baron's house and admired the magnificence of this dwelling. Komet pulled her up, saying that they didn't come here to play games. The girl grunted in response and said that she understood him. Turning away from the girl and heading forward, Komet continued to mumble about why he and Mio, because he always complains and she makes explosions. Apparently, someone decided to forget about it and give the problem children some work. 2 children approached a tall guard, who chuckled, leaned towards them, and asked who they were. On that dark day, filled with an uneasy silence, 2 young mages appeared before the guards of the Baron's mansion. Their age might have caused surprise, but in their bearing and gaze one could sense the seriousness of a mission, far from games or idle curiosity. They came not as guests, but as emissaries of the church. The servants of the house, seeing the children, could not hide their confusion. One of them, a servant in a shabby black dress, froze, unable to understand how such young persons could demand entry to a house where death had left its mark. However, his confusion was soon suppressed by the appearance of a person of much greater importance. His appearance dispelled all doubts. He knew who stood before him and did not feel a shadow of doubt, because he was expecting newly arrived guests who, not knowing the man standing before them, asked him to introduce himself. From behind the massive door stepped Captain Osteja, the head of the special forces of the papacy, a man with a stern appearance and piercing gaze, who owed something to the Reverend Eccles. Osteja leaned towards his subordinates and warned them that they should not underestimate these children. After all, they have the status of seminarians, and they are Bishop Eccles's lackeys, where everyone knows purification. Osteja expressed his assumption about the children's possession of regeneration magic. One of the subordinates who stood closest was shocked by the information received. Osteja continued to explain further information about the children, that their status puts them on par with priests, and that during their training they remain in the rank of deacon. Mio decided to ask if they were good, and Komet said that he didn't care, as long as the captain of the special forces let them in. Following the captain into the castle, the children listened to his apologies for his subordinates, because they had been warned about the arrival of young guys as guests. Mio was the last one to walk and looked around the rooms, admiring the tapestries and paintings. Komet said that money usually goes to those who already have it. Osteja enlightened them that the owner of the mansion is Baron Glucon, who rules the entire region. This man was once a priest, and now he is a secular person. Mio, misunderstanding the meaning of the word secular, was horrified and pulled her staff towards her, but Comet quickly calmed her down by saying that a secular person is a person who lives an ordinary, non-religious life. Comet, realizing some kind of problem, turned completely to Mio and asked if she knew the purpose of their visit to this house. Ostea, who was walking ahead, was telling him that his late wife had given up religion, but that people who possessed healing magic during their lifetime should always be examined by churchmen, regardless of their identity. Comet explained this phrase by saying that the papacy was afraid of information leakage, which is why they introduced such a rule. Mio chuckled knowingly at this whole explanation. Ostea expressed his opinion by saying that all healing magic should be controlled by the church, and if there is a threat of disclosure, appropriate measures should be taken immediately. And besides, illegal healing is a crime. Mio was very surprised by such information. Countess Flonia came out of the hall, cold, beautiful, with a measured figure. Her appearance marked dissatisfaction with the delay. Her sister's funeral required a lot of time and pomp. Having glanced at those who had arrived, she immediately noticed the captain and 2 more children. Ostea thanked Lawrence for his service. He bowed and pronounced the title of the man standing in front of him. Afterwards, the captain turned to the countess, apologizing for the long wait for their arrival. Stepping slightly to the side, he pointed to the newly arrived people who were supposed to examine Countess Floni's younger sister. The countess was surprised and touched. Leaning closer to the children, she expressed her displeasure that they had sent her such little ones, as you understand. Comet turned to the captain and asked if they would have to explain this to everyone present. Ostea smiled a guilty smile and apologized. Then Lord Glucan came out and informed Madame that these children had been specially selected by the priest, and that he had confidence in them. The captain, standing behind the little guests, bowed and greeted the Lord. He said that they were grateful for the attention given to them during this difficult time for the Lord. The man in glasses opened the door and gestured to enter, pointing to the room where his wife's body lay. A girl stood next to him with her hands folded, her face full of sadness. The atmosphere inside was heavy, a luxurious candlestick, semi-darkness, a feeling of being locked in. The man in charge of supplies said with cold weariness that he didn't care, as long as he wasn't left among the grief and the dead body. Captain Ostea nodded. Everything was ready for inspection. Suddenly, the boy whispered, as if distancing himself from what was happening, that he had nothing to do with it, and asked how much he had to pay to be released. The girl introduces herself as Lennon's housekeeper and says that she is leaving the lady in the captain's hands. The captain says that the Baroness's body was first discovered by her maid. She, holding back her emotions, says that she brought the lady water every evening. That night, the door was not locked, which seemed strange to the girl and caused a feeling of anxiety. In her memory, she enters and finds the Baroness dead, screaming. The deceased's face is pale. Her mouth is slightly open. Mio and Comet press their hand with the staff to their hearts and pay respect to the departed soul of the departed girl. The magicians examine the body of the deceased while the adults close to them stand by the wall with a feeling of grief and watch them. The children examine the Baroness's body, noting the absence of any curses. Comet asks the captain about the effects of curses on the Lord's wife, who replies that according to her husband, she did not suffer from any curses. The Lord hesitates and says that perhaps he simply did not notice and asks Mizeri for forgiveness. He expresses regret addressing the deceased, but his sister interrupts him, asking him to control himself. The atmosphere is tense. There are no leads. The captain reports that he has notified the church, both because of the status of the deceased and because of the unusual nature of the death. One of the girls begins to suspect that the body could have been moved. According to her, the Baroness, judging by the signs, died the night before, and it is not a fact that it was here. The captain assures that the body has not been touched since the discovery of the deceased. An uneasy feeling arises. Everything is really not so simple. The captain asks what exactly seems strange, and one of the girls explains, clearly agitated, the color of the deceased's back is questionable. Usually, if a body lies motionless for a long time after death, visible cadaveric spots appear on the back, the result of stagnant blood. However, the Baroness's skin has hardly changed color. This may indicate that the body was not kept motionless for too long or was moved before visible post-mortem changes occurred. A serious suspicion arises. Perhaps she died in a different place or later than stated. The captain loses his composure and calls the soldier Lawrence. He enters the room and loudly announces his arrival. Ostea frowns and asks the soldier about the guard, whether it was impeccable as he was reported. Lawrence responds affirmatively that the guard was impeccable. and that even any meetings with relatives were supervised. The captain responded that he understood the soldier's report, apologized, and asked him to return to his post. During the examination, the girl notices an anomaly in the Baroness's abdominal cavity. Tissue resistance differs on the left and right sides. The blonde checks, presses, and confirms the suspicion. Comet also draws attention to this. Pressing the boy realizes that this is very strange, even considering the lack of reaction due to death. Pressing a few more times, Comet comes to certain conclusions. The captain asks what the matter is. The boy explains that there is a difference between the left and right sides of the deceased's abdomen. The captain clarifies that this is a difference in resistance. The children want to test their guess with a bloodletting needle. Mio has already stuck the game into the dead girl's stomach for an experiment. The soldier and relatives are amazed. The girl has already performed a needle injection, causing indignation of the dead girl's sister and her husband. They accuse her of blasphemy, promising to report to the Holy See. The sister screams that she will not forgive them for such barbaric behavior, whoever they are. Comet looks at the needle and says that Mio's experiment was a great success. He's very concerned about his findings. The deceased sister is in a state of shock and anger. Comet finally understands what the bishop's letter was about. He wanted the boy to draw the right conclusion. The boy exclaims in surprise because the needle plunges into the flesh as if into oil, which means that the corpse has no abdominal muscles where they should be. The captain tenses up and asks the boy what this all means, and does it have anything to do with the threat of the healing magic being revealed. The boy asks for urgent permission 42 from the papal chancellery. The captain asks again and doubts the need for this permission. Comet replies that in any case, the girl's death was not natural. It is not about the leak of information about healing magic, but the situation is still dangerous. The boy's tense face turns to everyone present and informs them that they are essentially dealing with murder. A deafening scream was heard throughout the estate. Only one word was heard: murder. It was Countess Flonia who did not understand what little Comet meant. The boy turned to those gathered with a question whether they would not mind answering a few questions before he gave explanations for some ambiguities. The man in glasses doubted that those present had the authority to do such things, and that the inspection had already been completed. Comet dispelled his doubts by saying that such procedures were within their authority, adding that they also wanted to finish this matter as soon as possible. Addressing the Countess and the late Lady Morezzi's husband, Comet asks the first question about whether Lady Misery had ever suffered serious injuries. The mustachioed man reflects on how being a member of the church meant intense training and travel, so healing each other was common practice. He notes the severity of the injury. The girl reminds him that her sister is of a count's family and that Misery's childhood was uneventful. Comet listens to this information, accepts it, and begins to ask the next question. Then came the question whether Lady Misery had had her second period in a month, or perhaps a heavier one. The deceased's sister exclaimed, "Oh dear," and the maid raised her hand in apology. The girl replied that Milady's period had already stopped, and added that she had been helping her with her needs. The man in glasses was indignant, not understanding what the guy wanted to achieve with his questions. The man could no longer tolerate this interrogation, and asked in an aggressive tone how much longer to wait for the end. Comet informed everyone about the last question. Guard Lawrence came through the door. The captain immediately asked him what was the matter. The man in the cassock exclaimed, "I'm sorry." He reported the delivery of special permit number 42, which was requested earlier. Comet and the captain were both shocked. Astasia was surprised that the special permit had been granted so quickly. They pointed out that bureaucrats usually took longer to think about it and asked what had changed. Another man was surprised at the speed of the special permit. Lawrence then explained that it was because the man said that Reverend Eccles had requested it in advance, saying that it would be needed later. Comet and Astasia were pleasantly surprised. Mio was glowing with happiness due to her pride in her teacher. She expected something like this from Reverend Eccles and was pleased that her faith was justified. Mio, who was walking through the room behind the boy holding his staff, asked if she was right in her judgments about their common teacher, and the boy, looking tired, admitted that Zess had misunderstood everything. Comet said that this was not a test for them. He, embarrassed by the concern of Reverend Eccles, said that this guy cares about them beyond measure. The housekeeper behind them exclaimed that it was not her. The Countess continued to press her, doubting the veracity of the maid's words. The girl rightly insisted that she was right. The children turned to the argument, looked at the adults in bewilderment, and wondered what had happened. The Countess turns to the maid and begins to argue for the murder, saying that she was the first to find the body, and it is only natural for the murderer to be the first to find it. The woman also points out that the girl has no alibi, since the Countess herself was absent while in the Count's mansion. The Countess finds all her suspicions logical in this situation. The girl working as a maid in the house defends her innocence, saying that the woman is mistaken and that she had no reason to kill Milady, as the Countess has deigned to express herself recently. The maid confessed that Madame often had to give gifts to the Count's family at the request of her sister. Misery often sighed and said what a misfortune it was. The Countess, embarrassed by such a revelation, asked what this had to do with the murder. The maid couldn't stand it and shouted at the woman, reminding her that she had said that she and the Baroness were at odds, suggesting that this was why they were at odds. A man in glasses stood up for the Countess, saying that she was above suspicion. The lord who came up from behind decided to clarify, how does he know? The lord clarified the situation by explaining that the delivery of goods for the Count's family was handled by Hennet. Misery had entrusted it to him. In other words, thanks to the Countess he received his daily bread, and naturally he was on her side, because when Misery began to grumble and delay sending, it is not surprising that it was Henneth who had a conflict with Misery, Lord said with a suspicious expression on his face. Henneth began to justify himself, but he, like everyone else, was interrupted by the captain, who asked everyone to stop. Comet took the floor, saying that their squabble had been very useful and asked to be allowed to ask the last question. Comet asks which of the people who had contact with the late Lady Misery before their arrival had healing magic. The captain says that although they, the Secret Service, are connected to the papacy, they do not have healing magic. Everyone suddenly jumps to conclusions and turns with shocked faces to the main suspect in the room, who is standing there wondering why he... Comet says the search has narrowed down considerably and turns to a specific person in the room, pointing a finger at them and accusing them of being the criminal. Glucan, perplexed, states that the fact that he can heal does not make him the culprit and asks to wait a second. He thinks that this is some kind of absurdity, a childish joke. The captain supports the Baron and asks Comet to explain what exactly he meant. Comet, ignoring the adults, asks to insert another needle into Mio, but this time to the left of her navel. The girl with white hair makes a sound of agreement. The Lord is outraged and asks to stop the children. Despite their age, he will not allow the cats to desecrate the remains of his wife even more than they already are. Captain Ostea is ordered to stop the young seminarians from desecrating the corpse of the Baron's wife. Comet shows Permission 42, which allows for autopsies to be performed in the name of His Holiness, which are usually forbidden. Lord Glucan claims that it is impossible. The girl pierces the abdominal cavity with a needle. Lord Glucan is terrified when he sees the needle enter the body of his dead wife. The girl with short blonde hair says that the resistance is the same as in the previous place, but here it feels like a muscle, not allowing the needle to go further. She wonders what exactly is happening under the skin, where the needle is. Comet stabs his stomach and pulls the needle back out, dripping blood onto the gauze. Hennet exclaims, "Blood." The man laughs and says that if you poke someone in the stomach with a needle, of course it will bleed. The guy with dark hair holds the needle in his hand with a confident expression. You can even see the vein on his forehead bulging. Suddenly, Comet lifts his shirt and stabs himself in the stomach with a needle, which shocks everyone in the room. Comet looks at everyone with a look of pain and determination, telling people to stop pretending to be innocent. He will prove to them that he is right. Taking the game out of his side, the boy carefully hands it to the captain, who takes it in his hands with surprise. Turning the needle over, the man declares that everything is clear to him. Although the needle is slightly bloody, there is no blood inside. Mio immediately runs up to her friend and uses a healing spell. They say that Comet is cool, but making holes in the stomach is too much even for him. Comet briefly recalls the less than happy moments of his childhood. His gaze is focused and perhaps a little irritated. Comet apologizes to Mio and thanks her, adding that he probably acted immaturely to be so irritated by arrogant adults. Mio, in turn, looks at the boy questioningly. The two children turn to the adults. Comet says that they should now understand that Lady Misery is devoid of life. All her muscles are bleeding. The captain looks at the children in shock and asks how this could have happened. Comet mentioned that Lady Misery did not die of natural causes. She was stabbed in the stomach with something sharp and died of blood loss. The captain stood in shock from the information he received. He noted the lack of discoloration on the back, explaining that this was not due to the body being moved, but to a lack of blood. Finally, the boy pointed to the changed abdomen, saying that it had become that way as a result of something. Comet went on to report that the Baron had immediately healed the skin of his wife, who was on the verge of death after the blow. Comet, satisfied with his conclusions, decided to ask the Baron if he was right, because only Glucan was capable of such a crime, and asked him to justify himself if he could. Glucan fell face down. Behind him, Sister Misery loudly exclaimed, trying to find out from the criminal if this was true. The maid also decided to ask why the Baron did this. Comet gave an argument about the reason, calling it banal and suggesting that it was just money. The embittered Lord Glucan decided to tell the reason for such a brutal attack on his wife. He confirmed the boy's arguments and explained that, although the barons are part of the nobility, they still occupy the lowest position in the hierarchy. Glucan's position was weak, but despite all efforts, savings were rapidly leaking away, and the title of lord could be revoked at any moment. Glucan had told his wife this many times, but she continued to spend money on gifts to the counties and on merchants. A man remembers his past. He dreamed of becoming a wizard, but for the sake of a wedding with a girl named Misery, he was forced to give up magic and return to social life. He feels humiliated, he has no dreams, no money, and he is despised. He is sure that he was rejected then only out of fear that he would become better than them. Comet remembers how his mother, standing at the window and holding a cigarette filter between her fingers, accused the little boy in a stern voice, and this voice was more terrible than any screams, because according to his mother, because of him, a client left again. The mother finishes off the boy by saying that it would have been better not to have given birth to him at all. The boy sits in ruins, with bruises all over his body, in torn clothes, having not eaten anything for a long time, pressing his knees to his chest. Comet, now an adult, hears the man's confession and finds it disgusting. The boy is sure that the confession does not mean regret, that the man did what he wanted. Comet wonders if this was a man's desire to pay others back for his own misfortune, but he feels sick just looking at a man who doesn't value his loved ones. The boy grips the staff tightly and stands over the man, condemning him for his tears. Mio, who is behind Cometa, calls out to him in surprise. Glucan is kneeling, holding back tears, in condemnation and sorrow. Those present remind him of his guilt, but someone notices that he still keeps a magical artifact, a symbol of his regret. The truth emerges. Misery, his sister, despite everything, did not turn away from him and tried to arrange his return, lobbying the papacy and using her connections. As he realizes the price his sister paid to help him, a storm of emotions builds within him. He remembers how Misery negotiated, gave gifts through intermediaries, pleaded for him. The thought that all this was done for his justification and salvation overwhelms Glucan. He is unable to contain himself. His emotions burst out in a hysterical cry. Glucan, overcome with despair, suddenly grabs Mio by the hair and pulls her towards him, frightening everyone around. The guards grab their guns, but he screams for everyone to surrender. His face is distorted with madness and pain. He understands that he has lost everything here, in this place, but he is not going to give up. He is going to escape and finally find the happiness that he believes he deserves. Glucan takes the girl hostage, holding a knife to her throat, threatening to kill her. The commander and Comet raise their hands and step back. At that moment, the girl's eyes sparkled, and the spear began to magically activate, reacting to the danger. The girl wriggles out of the man's grip and simultaneously cuts off some of her hair, by which Lord Glucan was holding her. Comet grips his staff tighter with one hand and activates spells in the other, ready to attack at any moment. Baron, in turn, raises his knife to attack. Lord Glucan decides to attack first with fury. Comet puts up a defense that explodes from the man's persistent blows and throws both opponents aside. The battle rages on. Everyone freezes in tension, assessing each other. At this moment, the guy notices his friends. Their looks and presence fill him with strength. He feels a surge of energy, reinforced by faith and the support of loved ones. A powerful wave of magic and emotion covers everything around. The energy explodes like a storm, breaks glass, demolishes everything in its path. At the epicenter, a boy wrapped in a glow turns around. Ahead is a man who has been hit by the force. He falls unconscious, dying before his eyes. Leaving everything to Lawrence, the captain thanks him for his help and says that he must return to headquarters. The soldier turns around and leaves without further ado. Comet, remaining in place, skeptically notes that all this is nonsense, saying that they were called only at the request of the higher-ups. At parting, the captain stops and asks, what was the result of that very examination for which it all began? The battalion commander looks around the room, then glances at the captain and notices that he has been present at inspections before. Then the body was simply fixed, and the person was declared dead if assistance was useless. The captain responds by noting that their method was different. He extends his hand and adds that it was thanks to this that everything was cleared up. Finally, he asks why the battalion commander and his group act differently from the others. The battalion commander smirks but says nothing. After a moment, the battalion commander finally answers. He is simply doing as his mentor taught him. There is a quiet pride in his voice and a slight smile on his face. He and his group disappear behind the door, saying a short bye. The door slams shut, leaving the captain in silence. He remains where he is, looking thoughtfully ahead. His thoughts haunt him. This teacher is a real mystery. Comet is only a child, but he already bears the sign of 6 stars, possesses knowledge and power that cannot be explained. Everything he has seen begins to acquire a new, much more complex meaning. After a while, the same friends that Comet saw in his moment of despair appear. One of the girls tells the blonde that as soon as they get home, she will do her haircut. After all, she cut off the length herself. The blonde calmly replies that she has already done it. She will make an ornament from her hair in memory of today. Everyone is surprised, but smiles. Comet asks suspiciously where they all came from. The team is in full force, as if nothing had happened. One of the guys answers casually, like, Order 42 came in, check just in case. Everyone smiles, but Comet freezes, recognizing the familiar wording. He says quietly, again realizing that the teacher has once again intervened in what is happening from the shadows. One of the girls smiles and says, let Comet admit that he's glad they came. He abruptly tells her to shut up. At that very moment, everyone turns around. The deceased sister, servant, and maid stand on the threshold. They bow their heads, expressing gratitude for their saved sister and for Glucan. Their words are simple and sincere. Comet silently steps forward, bows. His face remains reserved, but in this gesture there is recognition, respect, and deep silence instead of unnecessary words. Under the starry sky, the blonde reminds them that they were warned this time, but in the future, everything could be different. They listen to him silently, intently. On the street, he holds out a stone, offering an exchange. It's not just a gesture, it's a way to stay connected, even if something happens. The blonde calmly explains why the exchange is needed, to feel each other, even at a distance. The others are surprised, but understand the meaning. Silently, one by one, they accept the rules. The gesture becomes a symbol of trust. At the end, he raises his hand and offers to seal it with an oath. No one objects. Everyone swears. They swear not to let any of them die, no matter who the enemy is. The oath is quiet, but firm. Everyone agrees. There is confidence in their eyes, unity in their hearts. Against the backdrop of the starry sky, they stand together as one family, and at this moment, no one feels alone. Morning comes. The city comes alive, people gather at the square, discussing the events of the previous night. All eyes are on Comet and his team. The crowd watches with respect and admiration. They whisper about their big case being solved and say that they are cool. Among the spectators, one young man looks sullen. He does not share the general delight. In his gaze there is envy and a desire to prove that he, too, is worthy. The disgruntled boy turns around, about to leave, but freezes. In front of him stands a man, Archbishop Sislarp. A moment later, confusion appears in his gaze. He did not expect to see the one who stands behind their power. The teacher suddenly spoke up, saying that he valued this guy highly. He couldn't hide his surprise, not understanding why he had earned such attention. The teacher continues calmly. There is no need to wait any longer. He offers to go with him, promising not to harm him. There is confidence and power in his words. The boy, stunned, smiles slowly. He feels the power awakening in him. Joy and anticipation overwhelm him. Now he too will have a chance. A man previously thought dead appears in another world. He slowly comes to, his body tense with terror and confusion. His lips barely move. He asks the question with difficulty, exhaling, is the mage, the healer, here? Hope and fear merge in one look. A man comes into the mage's field of vision, accompanied by a huge, dark creature. He stops at the edge of the light, calm and confident. The rescued one trembles, but the magician's voice sounds soft. With a gesture, he invites them to come closer. The creatures do not move, they wait. The taller one decides to call the magician to himself, promising not to harm him. In this gesture, in the silence, one can feel strength and care. The man slowly takes a step forward. Corone sat with a stethoscope in her ears and listened to Hike's chest. He was very confused by the girl's actions. The guy who was standing next to Corone sincerely asks how his comrade's chest is. The girl replies that everything is fine, but she is just an apprentice and will ask her master to take a look later. She also adds that it seems that there is no need to be afraid of the terrible disease called pneumothorax. The guy who previously asked about his comrade's well-being grins with satisfaction upon hearing the good news and asks his friend, "Great, yes." He turns to Haiku with a question. He thanks Corone. Hike is very embarrassed and still asks the captain for forgiveness, because it was his fault that the enemy managed to escape. The faces of Corone and the captain become stern. The senior comrade explains that not only were they outnumbered, but they also used bombs, so there is no point in blaming yourself. In contrast, the captain suggests training so as not to give in to the enemy next time. Hike is confused by the captain's proposal, but is very determined to make sure that next time the enemy does not escape. Hike loudly agrees to the proposal, while the three creatures look at him. Meanwhile, Corone thinks that she should also try harder. A black-haired girl with big earrings sits by the bed of a sleeping guy, who slowly begins to open his eyes. The girl immediately runs out of the room and rushes to Corona. Only having flown into the room where the healer was sitting by Heika's bed, she loudly pronounces the girl's name. Running into the room, they see a disheveled guy who sat up in bed and was surprised at how he slept. Turning his head, he shouts out the name of the girl Amami, and then repeats it. Unable to believe that it is her, Corone begins to burst into tears from such a sight. All the friends suddenly pounce on the guy who just woke up and drown him in hugs from all sides. Yuito apologizes to all his friends for making them worry. Next to him sits a slime with a log with a leaf on its head. One of the girls explains to Yuito that he had a fever, and all he did was sleep. Corone immediately takes the blame and says that it is all because of her incompetence. Saya does not lag behind her friend and blames herself for her lack of strength. Yuito calms the girls down and tells Corona that she did a great job. Afterwards, the guy asks if the girl examined Yuno's hand. She answers positively and asks to double-check her work later. Yuito is surprised that Saya continuously poured purification magic into him. The guy asks again in surprise. Magic, and for his sake, all this time, he is very surprised. He has no rash or pus. Even the wound has not festered at all. Yuito thanks the girl, and she blushes. She clasps her staff with both hands and mutters that she did nothing special. Then the crown tells that Chloe looked after the guy until dawn. Yuito asks where Chloe is. The girl immediately attracts the attention of the black-haired man by saying that she is here. Chloe ends up on the ceiling and apologizes for talking from the ceiling. It's her shelter from the sunlight. Yuito looks at the girl and thanks her for the treatment and being on duty. She replies that she doesn't deserve any thanks. She made almost no contribution to the guy's treatment. Besides, night is her time from time immemorial, and this was a simple job as a thank you. The vampire also mentions that Corone and the dragon child also stayed with the doctor all night. Yuito bursts into tears and apologizes and thanks everyone present, wiping tears from his face and bumping into something along the way. The girl with dragon horns immediately scolds him, saying that it is too early for him to get up and he should sleep. Chloe intervenes in the conversation and tells him about a secret vampire technique, offering to try it out. The mother of the girl with horns compliments the vampire princess on her clever idea. The daughter asked her mother if she understood what Chloe was talking about. She responded in the affirmative and began to explain what the vampire meant. And she, in turn, spoke about a special magic that allows vampires to draw blood from victims without revealing their presence. While the mother was explaining this to her daughter, the princess had already begun to cast a spell and launched a clot of magic at Yuito, who was sitting on the bed. He saw where the clot had landed and felt that the pain had passed, and was very surprised and happy. The dragon's daughter assumed that it was something like ether. The vampire princess said that she saw the elder one use a local anesthetic, and thought that maybe it was the same. Yuito was still surprised and couldn't stop saying that if they had such magic. Yuito with a serious expression. Embarrassed, she said that, of course, she was very glad that she had somehow coped with the work assigned to her, but at the same time, she was not sure that anything would work out. She was worried and very afraid. Confidence showed on the girl's face, and she declared that she wanted to study harder and become much more experienced so that she would never feel like that again. Korone asked to teach her everything that Yuito himself knows and can do. The guy with tears of joy in his eyes and pride agreed to this. The dragon's daughter began to complain, saying that she had been forgotten. Her mother, who was standing behind her, stopped her daughter and reminded her that this was not some kind of competition. The door swung open, and a man entered the room, who asked about the doctor's condition from the threshold. The dragon's daughter immediately recognized him and exclaimed that the noisy man had arrived. The man who entered immediately loudly expressed indignation that it was no longer possible to visit the sick person. Yuito, as always, politely and in his own manner greeted the doctor, asking if he was okay. The princess solicitously inquired about the doctor's health. The girl with a bun on her head, accompanying the princess, informed her companion that it was getting a bit crowded here. The princess affirmatively agreed. "You must be right." The island, standing in the middle of the ocean, seemed uninhabited, and like a lonely cruiser sailed on the quiet waves that surrounded it. Its shores were inaccessible. There was no harbor where a small ship or boat could take shelter. Lonely trees towered on its top. But nevertheless, when sailing towards it, one could see a small building located on the shore of the island. Somewhere there, deep in the island, there was an operating room where a serious appendectomy was taking place. All the necessary equipment was on the sterile surgical table. The actions were coordinated like clockwork. The sharp scalpel in the surgeon's hands was impeccable. The young father, who was sitting in the waiting area and anxiously awaiting the end of the operation, was very excited at first. But as soon as Dr. Okazawa came out of the operating room, he quickly ran up to him to ask how his son's appendicitis was going. Dr. Okazawa, apologizing for the wait, said that the operation was successful, without complications, and the baby is now sleeping peacefully. The father of the child who had been operated on grabbed the doctor's hand in gratitude and shook it in frantic gratitude, claiming that he was their savior. To which the doctor, feeling awkward, tried to modestly object that the child's father was clearly exaggerating. The man, as a token of gratitude, offered the doctor his help in any difficult situations, wishing to thank him in this way for saving his son. The doctor was surprised by this offer and asked if the boy's father was free the coming weekend. To this question, the boy's father answered that he had no special plans for the weekend. Then the doctor, taking advantage of this opportunity, asked the father to stay home and look after his son, who needed his father's love and care, and the doctor himself planned to do field research. The next day, the doctor got up early, as soon as dawn began to illuminate everything around. He went to the ocean shore to explore the surroundings, and making his way through the thickets, he suddenly discovered a wall and an entrance on the hillside, which was covered by thick vegetation. This place seemed mysterious to him and filled with some strange sounds and smells. The doctor hurried away from this mysterious place. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the father of the boy who had been operated on met his old friend Kuraiwa and exclaimed in surprise, asking if he had hurt himself and what else his visit to the doctor might be connected with. By the way, the boy's father immediately reported that the doctor was not there at the moment. To which Kuraiwa asked about the health of the baby who had been operated on. To this question, the father happily told that the operation, thanks to the doctor, was successful and his beloved son was now sleeping soundly. Kuraiwa, hearing this good news, admired the doctor's talent. Kuraiwa said that he visited the doctor from time to time, taking a bottle with him, and now he showed a bottle of strong drink he had saved with him. He was disappointed that the boy ran off again to look for the missing Dr. Amami. Kuraiwa did not want to upset him, but he considered it a harmful activity. To which the boy's father confirmed the doctor's friend's guesses, telling him that the doctor had gone to conduct field research. The doctor was talking to someone on the phone. The person answering was talking about Sakanto and how their names differ depending on the region. The guy typed something into his phone and asked the other guy to continue. The respondent added that, simply put, the stone is a talisman that protects against the accumulation of evil spirits at the end of roads, so such talismans are often placed in such places, or the stone is located on a winding path. The doctor confirmed that the path is winding. The man on the other side of the line continued the story about the stone that protects against typhoons and storms in such places, explaining that the Sakanto wanted to protect the entire island from the evil that comes from the sky. The doctor asked if lightning was included in this list, and the answer from the earphone was yes, clarifying that this was purely a personal opinion. The guy apologized to Natsume. He didn't want to drag him into this, knowing that graduate students are busy people. However, he didn't mind at all because he himself, having originally come to the island, studied its folklore. Natsume further clarified that he was talking about the spirited away tradition passed down in Sewajima from generation to generation. Natsume said that it was all nonsense and that the doctor didn't have to worry about it. The boy thanked Natsume. The man on the other end of the line asked the other to visit an abandoned shrine if he had time. Natsume apologized for the cryptic nature of his words and said that perhaps it wasn't so abandoned after all, and that the other would be very surprised when he saw it. The doctor made his way through the bushes and trees in the wet jungle, asking the guy in glasses if this was the right place, complaining about the large number of mosquitoes and leeches that were in abundance. Natsume said that it was a bit off-topic and basically the complete opposite of spirited away, immediately asking if he could tell the doctor about Raihoshin. The doctor didn't understand what he was talking about. Asking again the name, Natsume replied that they were quite popular. The guy finally understood who they were talking about, citing the festival as an example. Natsume noted in his story that in addition to Namahage from northeastern Akita Prefecture, there are Payantu from Miyakojima, Toshidan from Shimo, Koshiki Island, and Miondan of Satsuma, Iwo-jima, the hell of mask-wearing Reihoshin. Continuing the story, saying that these creatures always come on the last day of Oban, including to their island, he mentioned a deity known as Bose. He said that Bodzi comes from the Terra wasteland, next to the cemetery, and tries to smear people with red mud with the tip of his cane. There is a belief that this helps to drive out evil spirits and improve health. The doctor was surprised that Bodzi is like a doctor. Surrounded by dense vegetation, on the edge of a cliff, stood a doctor who looked at the hole in surprise and asked Natsume what it was. Natsume replied that it was certainly possible that lightning strikes of such force could be caused by climatic conditions. However, similar events were not observed on the nearby islands. He suggested that if one took into account the island's folklore, one might see a slightly different picture. The doctor said he didn't believe in folklore or the occult, but he didn't want to sit around doing nothing without finding any traces or things either. So, he asked the question. One character informed another that he was late. The second character announced that he had received incredible news. The third asked what it was about. Sislarp expressed interest. Sislarp was outraged. What kind of news could be more important than a meeting of their Kawash faction? Having descended, Sislarp was called by name by one of the arrivals, recalling that of course he could not forget about the priest who had screwed up with the elves because he was subordinate to a man. Sislarp began to resist, saying that he did not remember such a thing, but that Eccles' man had failed in the world tree. That was something he remembered. The two looking at him fell silent for a moment. The man with glasses continued to ask Sislarp if he had given the order. The second replied that even fantasies should have a limit, turning to the man named Eckerd and asking if he had any records. Eckerd gave up and released Sislarp, saying that it didn't matter as long as the hated Eccles submitted, but this all leads them to the main problem. One of the 6 stars moved forward to take care of Colonelson. Eckerd continued saying that apparently he returned wounded, and nothing can be said for sure since he has not yet regained consciousness, but it is easy to guess that a battle took place at the World Tree. The girl angrily asked about the battle, and Sislarp grimaced. The girl continued saying that it was funny to learn that the 6 stars had their families broken, otherwise they had become completely arrogant, but it would not be funny if it provoked a war with the elves and dragons. Sislarp grinned and said that wars do not start so quickly. The man's smirk grew into a smile, and he suggested that they first hold their leader accountable for the failure of the 6 stars by sacrificing him. In a beautiful manner, where Zess lay unconscious on a bed, all the other members of the 6 stars were next to him, and Comet was casting a spell over his head. Finally, Zess opens his eyes, and everyone else jumps up to him in joy and surprise, saying that they didn't expect anything else from Eccles. Zess addresses the bishop by name and clutches his head. Eccles asks him not to force himself in response. Comet, standing nearby, immediately gets down to business and asks the lying man what actually happened near the World Tree. Zess frowned, trying to remember. His eyes widened and he turned his head, asking again about the location of the event. He sincerely does not understand what the conversation is about and asks Comet to explain what he is talking about. Comet widens his eyes in surprise. With irritation, she presses on the sick boy, saying that now is not the time to fool around. Mio, sitting at the foot of the bed, steals Zess's attention by asking him if he remembers how she barely managed to save him from the Dark Elves. Zess tensely apologizes to Mio for his lack of memories of the event. Everyone is very wary and asks Eccles for help. He asks them not to worry, because people often lose part of their memory as a result of a blow to the head. Eccles turns to the door and tells his student to get some rest and that he will not forget his sacrifice. The tallest man who is walking with the company decides to inquire about his friend's future health. The teacher answers with a short word, yes, adding at the end, in theory. Eccles continues by saying that, if possible, confirmation from the Ujat tribe would be desirable. The girl smiles, realizing that she needs to find one and bring him here. Comet remembers something and his eyes widen. The boy knows that there is already one in the throne, the servant of His Holiness, Henneth of Ujat. The tallest man doubts the help of this man. The others fall silent, listening to what Eccles will say. Eccles takes on the task, claiming that somehow they will come to an agreement with his character. But the main problem is that they do not know what happened to Zess. The girl with the bun on her head said that by the time Mio rushed in after feeling the stone's reaction, Zess had already been attacked by the Dark Elves. The tallest guy added that the Dark Elves were near the World Tree, and that they seemed to have a terrible relationship with the Light Elves. Comet suggested that those elves were not from the World Tree, but that they had a human pulling the strings. The girl with the bun clarified that it was like a gray cardinal who hated their teacher. The guy with white hair really didn't like this conversation. Arch concluded that it might be the Kavos faction. Comet came up from behind and stopped Arch, saying that if they were planning to attack them, then even in the country where the Six were, they would find a way, finally asking if this was too much. Eccles supported his student, saying that they should think carefully because something happened in the World Tree and there was a need to attack Zess. Arch began to summarize what had been said, but someone else interrupted him. Eccles' eyes were directed warily towards the speaker. The speaker turned out to be a man who was walking towards them in the corridor. He was dressed all in black and was holding a staff in his hands. The man in black introduces himself by saying that his name is Tyrone and that he is an inquisitor, then saying the name of Archbishop Eccles Ent. A huge stomping noise starts behind him, and a large number of people in black robes run out to meet them and stand behind Tyrone. The man suddenly starts shouting that the Archbishop is suspected of heresy, and from that moment on he is under arrest. Everyone standing behind Eccles tenses up at these words and is shocked. The Church of Healing Magic arose after a miracle happened to a man who had survived the branding. Disciples gathered around him, who later spread the news of the divine gift. Healing was considered a sign from above. United people erased fear and hostility. The church quickly spread, strengthening itself on the belief in the miracle. She was blamed for usurping the gift and for the fact that salvation turned into destruction. The catastrophe that followed changed the attitude towards the church. In time, it became the sole bearer of healing power. The world accepted this as a blessing until the curse came. After the catastrophe, the main organization of humanity expanded and restructured itself. It became so large and influential that it was already called the center of the world, not just power, but the core of the entire system, from where orders came and key decisions were made. In a huge hall, a trial is taking place, a majestic, almost ritualistic event. At the top, in the center, rises the figure of the supreme man. On either side of him are advisors or judges, watching sternly and dispassionately. A group of people stand in front of them. In the center is a man. His face is tense, his posture is straight, but his gaze is wary. This is not just an interrogation. His fate is being decided here. A male voiceover talks about the origins of the modern church system. It is centralized and originates from the founder Clemenius. He mentions 10 outstanding disciples, among whom the figure of the Pope and the Cardinal stands out. Shows the structure of the church hierarchy. Everything starts with the deacon, then the priest, the bishop, the archbishop, and finally, the cardinal. Cardinals are elected by the Pope as the highest advisors, after a strict selection process, where character, ethics, and knowledge of doctrine are taken into account. The system involves gradual promotion from the bottom up, from deacon to cardinal. In recent years, this has changed. The influence of factions within the church has increased, and the choice has become less traditional. Eccles is tense and collected in the courtroom, in front of all his former comrades. Looking at him with complete pride for his capture is the same guy Tyrone who detained him along with the army in the hallway. Eccles looks at the chair behind him and then turns his gaze upward to the most important person in this room. Eccles looks defiantly at the people sitting above who forced him to come here. A dark guy with sharp features appears in the background, his expression angry, tense. He watches what is happening with cold caution. Eckhart raises his hand, which means the beginning of the Inquisition. The man takes off. 6 birds circle around him, a sign of a spiritual event. Behind the scenes, they talk about the first year of the sacred calendar, when Keelan ascended to God, and his disciples created a church leading humanity forward. People reaching for the sky, a temple in the center, a symbol of faith. In the background is a dying old man and another, almost without strength. The missionaries continue to convert people despite persecution. The camera shows a skeleton. All this turns out to be a memory of a past era in which discrimination against people by other races was very strong. Unity and cooperation are proclaimed as the highest values for the human race. 2 men prepare to shake hands against the backdrop of a symbolic landscape. Then they show people in masks and hats, inquisitors. The church creates the Inquisition to cruelly punish all who deviate from the teachings of Keelan, heretics. The Papal Secret Service, the Inquisition, reports directly to the Pope. Magicians are usually not allowed in, but there is a close eye in the frame, hinting at an exception to the rule. The main ones during this Inquisition will be 3 people from the Kawash faction, Sislarp, Eckerd, and Kupra. A man leaves through a book, an aura glowing around him, and the others bow before him. At this time, a story is told about 3 cardinals, the leaders of the Kawash faction, the main proponents of anthropocentrism in the church. Unlike other movements, the Sholem faction, which strives for harmony with other races, and Svimhar, which focuses on confirming the teachings through tolerance, Kawash chooses the path of force and direct pressure in political and religious issues. Kobash faction, thanks to its hardline approach, has gained considerable influence even over the Inquisition, which is formally subordinate only to the Pope. We see one man bowing before another, a symbol of power and submission. Sislarp asks not to misunderstand him. His lips are tense. The camera zooms in on the face of a young man with soft, almost defenseless features. He looks confused, as if he doesn't fully understand the scale of what's happening. There are serious people around, their faces full of anxiety and hope. They have gathered here for one purpose, to call upon him for the sake of protecting the church and all of humanity. The atmosphere is tense, as if before an inevitable decision. Ackles sighs wearily, then turns away abruptly, making it clear that he has no intention of wasting his time on empty words. His departure is taken as a cold but firm refusal. The girl freezes, barely containing her disappointment, then lowers her gaze and picks up the staff, which begins to fill with magical energy. The air seems to become heavier. The tension is growing. The girl raises her staff sharply, pointing it at the boy. Magical energy pulses in the air, like pent-up rage. Everyone freezes. She shouts out an accusation. Archbishop Eccles's audacity to leave the Inquisition meeting without permission is perceived as a challenge. The situation immediately escalates. A discreet threat turns into an open confrontation. The man in glasses with a crown looks mockingly at the young man. His voice is irritated, behind which is hidden wounded pride. He throws out phrases with an arrogant grin, hinting at frivolity and challenge. Sislarpa is furious, saying that Eccles is making fun of him. The girl is beautiful, reserved, almost cold. She watches silently, her gaze not so much condemning as detachedly appraising. Then there is a close-up of the boy's face. He does not react, just looks at everyone with an impeccably calm, almost aesthetic expression, as if none of this concerns him or has already been decided. The man in glasses speaks with emphasis, raising his hand to his crown, a symbol of power. He declares that his 5-pointed crown is crying. He points to his crown as a sign of his burden and mission. His entire demeanor is a demonstration of determination, of the confidence in his right to speak on behalf of a higher power. He asserts that it is they, the bearers of the 5 horns, who receive the grace of the Creator God, who must fulfill their duty as representatives in the world. He ends his speech by stating that this is something self-evident, and he dared to add that God is trying to create a place on earth where all people could live for eternity. He continues to speak, not hiding either the pressure or the superiority. He looks at the young man carefully and firmly, as if trying to break through the defense with his gaze. There is accusation and disappointment in his voice. Sislarp asks Eccles directly why he is trying to resist this great task. Eccles looks at all those assembled with a look of full conciliation and says that this is something that goes without saying. So he does not need to dare or add anything. He had no desire to go against God, and he would like to know on what basis these 3 make such a statement. Sislarp, sitting highest, grins and calls out to his colleague. Eckerd, without thinking twice, he enlightens Excel that there are 4 points that cause concern and begins to announce the first point. The messenger of God presses on, the accusations becoming more specific. He points to an act that is considered outrageous, abandoning his subordinate. The girl next to him adds details, the priest's name, Cornell's son. Her words are calm but condemning. The atmosphere becomes tense. Take 70. The man explains that he left without completing his treatment at the World Tree. The girl reminds him that the place is full of dangers, including dragons. A person abandoned there could die and no one would know. It all seems like an act devoid of compassion. The men continue to develop the idea. The mistake could have been a disaster for the entire country. Such behavior would have given rise to retaliatory action, and the consequences could have been irreversible. They speak about this calmly, but with a clear hint of the gravity of the act. The speech sounds like a guilty verdict, veiled in diplomacy. Ackles is asked to apologize for all the things he has done. The guy does not object. He is silent, looking down, and quietly admits his guilt. His words are short, without excuses. The guy bows, a gesture of recognition and acceptance of guilt. In response, the faces of those present light up with smiles. Some are content with this reservedly, some with a barely noticeable grin. The atmosphere softens. These people are very happy that they were able to catch the hated Ackles in a mistake. Behind the door, the disciples of the saint listen and worry about their teacher, who is completely alone in the hall, surrounded by people who can no longer. Eccles admits he never even thought that Sislarp's student could be incapable. This is said sarcastically, with a hint, clearly not by accident. It sounds like a mockery of the others. The reaction is immediate. The faces around instantly change. People tense up, some clench their fists, there is irritation in their eyes. The atmosphere becomes tense again. A tense dialogue ensues between high-ranking characters. One of the participants refuses to accept the distortion of facts and states that he sees no point in staying if the conversation continues in this vein. Eccles is accused of being responsible for the actions of his subordinate, Colonelson, although he points out that he was sent with him not by personal decision, but by order from above. The debate heats up. Eccles is passionate about being blamed for Colonelson's failure, pointing out that the fault may lie more with a dubious order. He tries to shift the blame to management, claiming that he acted on instructions. The accused decides to leave if the judges continue to distort the facts. The situation escalates to the point of shouting. Kupra furiously proves that at that time Colonelson was Eccles' subordinate, which means the guy should be responsible for him. When emotions reach a peak, one of the characters subduedly suggests leaving, feeling that further presence is useless. His words provoke a violent reaction, but he calmly reminds that Colonelson was appointed as a companion by official order of the cardinals, including the Kawash faction. This statement casts doubt on the charges and causes confusion among opponents. Eckerd, shouting over Kupra, stops her argument with Ackles, saying that his case is being heard here, not theirs. The man in glasses immediately made public the second charge. One of the men is behind bars, agitated, shouting and accusing. Bernin's confession, in custody, is read out, in which he claims that the archbishop ordered the fire. The crowd is outraged. The accusation is that the group, having information about the plot, did not try to prevent it. The man tries to remain calm, expressing bewilderment that the accusations are based on the words of the criminal. The atmosphere is tense. One of the people present, clearly furious, shouts that the tragedy could have been avoided. Eccles says that Cardinal Nassep was capable of it. This statement enrages Eckerd. He asks the guy again with undisguised irritation. Eccles answers in the affirmative and explains that the cardinal was in charge of the southern district, including the prostitute district, and if Nassep had known of Byrne's intentions, this would not have happened. The calm and reasonable archbishop in the center of the room proposes that the seat be given to one of the oldest members of the College of Cardinals, Lord Nassep. Eckerd was taken aback by this statement. He stood up and shouted that Eccles had set dragons on them, and now he wanted to set the cardinals at odds. The guy with a bored look said that this was already nitpicking. Besides, Eccles turns to the girl standing next to him, confused as to how long she will continue to point that thing at him. Addressing her, he says that she is not an inquisitor and not even a cardinal. Therefore, he has a question about what right she has to behave like that with him. Eccles looks at the girl from under his brows and asks her to leave at his whim. The girl turns to Sislarp, hoping that he can solve this problem, but he only apologizes to the girl, asking her with his eyes to obey. She apologizes and comes closer to Eccles. She looks at the man, who doesn't look back, with a blush on his cheeks, and runs out of the room, slamming the doors behind her. Sislarpa smirks and looks at Ackles, saying that there is still a spirit of rivalry in his relationship with Selena, suggesting that it was because of the girl that the guy let himself be brought. Ackles leaves the man without an answer to this question. The man, who has gone on the offensive, continues to speak with pressure and shouts, emphasizing that the investigation is only just beginning. Sislarpa triumphantly tells everyone that they are moving on to the third problem, which concerns the suspicious liquid that is in the pattern bottle, the liquid that the common people call holy water. The accused, calm throughout the scene, answers slowly. He explains that holy water is something symbolic, a folk remedy used to treat wounds. He was merely reinterpreting an ancient rural tradition and saw nothing sinister in it. The atmosphere in the courtroom becomes increasingly hostile. The man conducting the proceedings raises his voice, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with the other man's explanations and questioning their validity. At the same time, a woman intervenes from the background, supporting the accusations. She indignantly declares that the use of fruits grown in the slums in religious rites is blasphemy and a brazen disobedience to God. The unperturbed man, remaining calm and reserved, listens to the attacks without visible emotion. Eckhart, the previously disgruntled interlocutor, intervenes in the conversation. He accuses that burn was used to produce this very water, and then a fire was allegedly started to cover up the traces. Everyone present speaks sharply. With increasing aggression, the atmosphere increasingly resembles a judicial or religious persecution. The unperturbed man, breaking his silence, speaks calmly and ironically, questioning the validity of the accusations, asking a direct question: what exactly are they based on? His interlocutor, with a dissatisfied face, is at a loss, not knowing how to answer. Then Sislarp intervenes and demands an explanation from the accused himself, insisting that he prove the groundlessness of the accusations. He notes that grounds can be invented as many as you like, hinting that the case is based on speculation. Many people stand together, expressing joy. There are sincere smiles on their faces, and they hold wooden boxes in their hands, as if they were something precious. The previously coolly calm man now shows weakness for the first time. His face distorts into a displeased expression. The attempt to maintain confidence and control no longer looks flawless, as if he is trying to maintain an image but is no longer so convincing. His opponent, catching this, shouts out a caustic question with a triumphant grin, enjoying the moment and clearly feeling like a winner in this verbal clash. The interlocutor continues to look at the man with a grin, enjoying his apparent confusion. However, he pulls himself together again and calmly begins to speak, regaining control of the situation. He reasons out loud, as if putting everything in its place. His suspicions were strengthened when the Kabash faction appeared in full force, and now it became obvious that before him is an unofficial investigation, disguised as an Inquisition hearing. He notices that they are trying to put pressure on him through the hostages, and calls everything that is happening a farce. Eccles's gaze remains calm, firm, and impenetrable. No aggression, no fear, only restrained determination. He asks what he must do. The man, clearly pleased with his role in what is happening, begins to applaud loudly, smiling with exaggerated delight. His gesture is not an expression of support, but rather a sarcastic approval of the words of his interlocutor. It is as if he is enjoying the spectacle and his own power in this trial. He then moves on to the fourth point of the charges. With a strong intonation, emphasizing the importance of the moment, he recalls a recent incident immediately after the events with Colonelson. One of the members of the faction known as the Six Stars was injured at the World Tree and returned. The man throws out a provocative question: what actually happened there? Leading the hearing to another round of questioning and suspicion. Sislarpa bites his lip, impatiently waiting for the other man's reaction, asking him questions out of curiosity. In the end, Ackles can't ignore what happened to one of the Six Stars. The man continues to press, hoping that the boy will realize the failure of his subordinates. Sislarp's smile is distorted and it hints that Ackles is inhumane. Meanwhile, near the World Tree, Korone takes a pair of scissors and carefully cuts the stitches that allowed the boy's wound to heal faster. Putting away the scissors, Korone officially declares that the stitch removal is complete and asks the owner what he thinks about it. Yuito exclaims in delight and praises Korone, thanking her for the work she has done. Korone thanks her master for entrusting her with the treatment. The four sit at a table, resting after the treatment. There is an atmosphere of friendship and mutual support among them. One of them notes that the results of the treatment were possible thanks to the training of the elder Corona, who was eager to apply the knowledge she had gained. The boy enthusiastically picks up on this, emphasizing the importance of the basics, suturing, and ligatures. He suggests that they continue practicing together, to which Corona, the girl with the ears, readily agrees, calling him master. Another girl with ears also expresses her desire to try, and another one joins them, timidly expressing her willingness to participate. The boy agrees with a smile and calls them by their names, Chloe and Saya. But the next moment, he suddenly freezes, eyes wide open, as if something or someone suddenly caught his attention. The council is sitting in a room surrounded by beautiful facades with vines hanging from them. Someone says that Yuno and Alex have no time for joint practice today. In this case, she doesn't care about the circumstances. The woman is more concerned about who is pulling the strings. The girl sitting next to her agrees and threatens to kill her when she finds out who is doing it. The other two girls also try to get a word in. The elf talks about Yuito, saying that he is important and that the world tree will take strict measures because of him. Their priority now is to find out the true state of affairs. Another girl with a bun on her head turns around and calls out to the young man, asking him to form a reconnaissance squad and take command. At this moment, a dark-haired young man with elven ears enters the hall. His sudden appearance causes a violent reaction. The captain, noticing him, shouts at him. Philin, noticeably embarrassed, understands that he has come at the wrong time because the meeting is still ongoing, and with all his appearance expresses apologies. Archbishop Eccles and his disciples had just arrived back in the World Tree. The owl was rushing to report the news to the entire round table.